Since 1975, the Downtown Rescue Mission has been a place with a heart for the homeless. As one of the largest rescue missions in our state, we care for a large percentage of the homeless population in our community. Our caring staff and volunteers have helped to change lives through the many programs we provide. Over the years, the Downtown Rescue Mission has provided millions of meals, shelter, and counseling for the disadvantaged. We have given away thousands of food boxes and clothing items to comfort the community, while helping thousands of men, women, and children learn the power of recovery through Jesus Christ to help them break that homeless cycle. As we look to the future, the mission is expanding our capacity to meet the need of our city and surrounding areas. Our campus is growing to ensure a safe environment for the homeless and the hurting in our community. With your support, we can increase our effectiveness while building hope for tomorrow for the next 50 years, because hope lives here.
He gave me a new way of life. The Downtown Rescue Mission gave me a new way of life. They rescued me from myself by coming here, because I was just going through hell.
I hope you will support the mission, because it is a great place. You know, it is God sent. Without this place, a lot of people would be lost. A lot of people would be dead, you know, and it does save a lot of lives.
I absolutely hope people will support the Downtown Rescue Mission, because people, they fall and they don't know where to go, and they come here and they don't even realize that this place is also a program. They just see it as a homeless shelter. I need help, I need food, I need shelter. And they come, and then we have chaplains that go, hey, do you know we have a program? So I hope people that will help support their cause, because their cause isn't just to sell gently used clothes and make money or profit. It is support and sustain.
It is a very, very wonderful place. I think everybody should come and tour it. It's amazing. The donations that we get are absolutely just heartfelt, they pour in. It's just a wonderful place to come and check out and donate, and it's a great, great place because they've done wonders here. I'm like, I don't know where I would be right now if this place were not here. So I commend the Downtown Rescue Mission, because they have really, really, really changed a lot of lives, and they have definitely changed mine.
This place saves lives. It really does. It saved mine. And again, that's something I hate to say out loud, but it's the truth. You know, it saved my life. It not just saved my life, but it helped save a lot of people from grief in my family, you know, in my son's life, saved my relationships. I mean, the good that comes out of this program and everybody that leaves it, I mean, is monumental.
Let me show you something.
I can't believe he made that shot.
And did you see who was watching?
Allie, what's your address again?
Oh, you can just let me out here.
Hi, Allie.
Hey, Mom.
Hey, kiddo. Good game?
I scored a goal.
Since 1975, the Downtown Rescue Mission has been a place with a heart for the homeless. As one of the largest rescue missions in our state, we care for a large percentage of the homeless population in our community. Our caring staff and volunteers have helped to change lives through the many programs we provide. Over the years, the Downtown Rescue Mission has provided millions of meals, shelter, and counseling for the disadvantaged. We have given away thousands of food boxes and clothing items to comfort the community, while helping thousands of men, women, and children learn the power of recovery through Jesus Christ to help them break that homeless cycle. As we look to the future, the mission is expanding our capacity to meet the need of our city and surrounding areas. Our campus is growing to ensure a safe environment for the homeless and the hurting in our community. With your support, we can increase our effectiveness while building hope for tomorrow for the next 50 years, because hope lives here.
They gave me a new way of life. The Downtown Rescue Mission gave me a new way of life. They rescued me from myself by coming here, because I was just going through hell.
I hope you will support the mission because it is a great place. You know, it is God sent. Without this place, a lot of people would be lost. A lot of people would be dead, you know, and it does save a lot of lives.
I absolutely hope people will support the Downtown Rescue Mission because people, they fall and they don't know where to go, and they come here and they don't even realize that this place is also a program. They just see it as a homeless shelter. I need help, I need food, I need shelter. And they come, and then we have chaplains that go, hey, do you know we have a program? So I hope people that will help support their cause, because their cause isn't just to sell gently used clothes and make money or profit. It is support and sustain.
It is a very, very wonderful place. I think everybody should come and tour it. It's amazing. The donations that we get are absolutely just heartfelt, they pour in. It's just a wonderful place to come and check out and donate, and it's a great, great place because they've done wonders here. I'm like, I don't know where I would be right now if this place were not here. So I commend the Downtown Rescue Mission because they have really, really, really changed a lot of lives, and they have definitely changed mine.
This place saves lives. It really does. It saved mine. And again, that's something I hate to say out loud, but it's the truth. You know, it saved my life. It not just saved my life, but it helped save a lot of people from grief in my family, you know, in my son's life, saved my relationships. I mean, the good that comes out of this program and everybody that leaves it, I mean, is monumental.
Wait, let me show you something.
I can't believe he made that shot.
And did you see who was watching? Got her!
Allie, what's your address again?
Oh, you can just let me out here.
Hi, Allie.
Hey, Mom.
Hey, Cal. Good game?
I scored a goal.
Since 1975, the Downtown Rescue Mission has been a place with a heart for the homeless. As one of the largest rescue missions in our state, we care for a large percentage of the homeless population in our community. Our caring staff and volunteers have helped to change lives through the many programs we provide. Over the years, the Downtown Rescue Mission has provided millions of meals, shelter, and counseling for the disadvantaged. We have given away thousands of food boxes and clothing items to comfort the community, while helping thousands of men, women, and children learn the power of recovery through Jesus Christ to help them break that homeless cycle. As we look to the future, the mission is expanding our capacity to meet the need of our city and surrounding areas. Our campus is growing to ensure a safe environment for the homeless and the hurting in our community. With your support, we can increase our effectiveness while building hope for tomorrow for the next 50 years, because hope lives here.
They gave me a new way of life. The Downtown Rescue Mission gave me a new way of life. They rescued me from myself by coming here, because I was just going through hell.
I hope you will support the mission because it is a great place. You know, it is God sent. Without this place, a lot of people would be lost. A lot of people would be dead, you know, and it does save a lot of lives.
I absolutely hope people will support the Downtown Rescue Mission because people, they fall and they don't know where to go, and they come here and they don't even realize that this place is also a program. They just see it as a homeless shelter. I need help, I need food, I need shelter. And they come, and then we have chaplains that go, hey, do you know we have a program? So I hope people that will help support their cause, because their cause isn't just to sell gently used clothes and make money or profit. It is support and sustain.
It is a very, very wonderful place. I think everybody should come and tour it. It's amazing. The donations that we get are absolutely just heartfelt, they pour in. It's just a wonderful place to come and check out and donate, and it's a great, great place because they've done wonders here. I'm like, I don't know where I would be right now if this place were not here. So I commend the Downtown Rescue Mission because they have really, really, really changed a lot of lives, and they have definitely changed mine.
This place saves lives. It really does. It saved mine. And again, that's something I hate to say out loud, but it's the truth. You know, it saved my life. It not just saved my life, but it helped save a lot of people from grief in my family, you know, in my son's life, saved my relationships. I mean, the good that comes out of this program and everybody that leaves it, I mean, is monumental.
Let me show you something.
I can't believe he made that shot.
And did you see who was watching? Got her!
Allie, what's your address again?
Oh, you can just let me out here.
Hi, Allie.
Hey, Mom.
Hey, Cal. Good game?
I scored a goal.
you know, I'm out here for 24 hours, but being stuck and having nowhere to go.
Right. For 24 times 7.
Yeah.
Think about it.
And it being that cold.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah.
Yeah, that makes it. It's difficult.
I agree. And that's what's good about the mission. I mean, just imagine the morale of a person in that kind of weather all day.
Yeah.
You know the sun is going to go down. It's going to get colder. What are you thinking?
Yeah. And I know there's some people that choose that, but I know there's some people that have no choice, you know.
Mm-hmm.
And that makes it difficult. Are we on? Okay. Well, Henry, it's been a long day. I still got a long day to go.
You can do it.
Yeah.
You can do it.
Put the mic about fist width in front of your face just so they hear you.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, so you and I were talking about last time I did this back in January, and there was about 15 rescue missions that did it with me. And this time we're with an association called Citygate. And there's 75 rescue missions that are doing this 24-hour event, having the conversations. And definitely more nationwide. And we're hoping that next couple of years that we have all the missions, which is about 325 or 350 missions.
Okay.
Around the country that would do something like this, just to bring awareness to what's going on. Well, good morning to everybody for 4:15, 4:30 in the morning?
That's it, 4:15.
I don't even know what time it is, Henry.
That's right.
But this is my friend Henry. Tell him a little bit about just your name and how old you are. And
Yep, well, I'm Henry Jackson, originally from Birmingham, Alabama. I'm 49.
Birmingham.
Yes, sir. 49 years old. I currently work at the Downtown Rescue Mission. I'm a data analyst here, which I really enjoy. It allows me to express my talents and show my skill set. And I thank the Lord for the opportunity to be a part of this great team, this great mission. It makes coming to work every day fulfilling.
Yeah.
It does.
So before we get into your story too in depth, talk a little bit about what data analysis at a rescue mission might be. What does that mean at a rescue mission? Why do we need somebody like that?
Yes, sir. Well, it's a crucial role because it keeps accountability, especially for our donors, because they call and inquire. They may want a copy of a donor receipt, end of year receipts. And so for complete transparency, I'm the person that they call upon and rely on to keep accurate tabs of their donations and give them the correct credits for their donations.
Yeah.
I also report directly to my marketing manager and the vice president of marketing. Run reports to analyze where we are as far as budget-wise, to be sure that we are hitting our goals and what do we need to do to maybe try to tailor an approach to target, a better audience, to make sure that our donors are getting the correct information about what we do here.
And in a year, about how many donors give to us here?
In a year, we're looking at about 10,000 donors, 10,000 donations per year.
Yeah. And I know they give around 17 or 18,000 donations, those 10,000 donors.
That's
so
correct.
It takes a big community to do what we do here at the mission. So that sounds like a real responsible job.
Yes, sir.
How's a guy like Henry that's a data analysis guy end up at a rescue mission?
My story is not complex, but it's complex. So I went to school at Alabama State University. I graduated college in 1998. I moved over to Atlanta, Georgia. I got a job as an accountant. I have an accounting degree. So my life was pretty much going very well. I met my kid's mom in Atlanta, and I was working as an accountant, and we decided to move to South Florida. At this point, homelessness or being without never crossed my mind. But what happened with my success, I lost my connection with God. And what I started doing was idolizing my kid's mom. So one day when she says, hey, I want to see other people, guess what? That was my idol. I lost focus.
Yeah.
I started spiraling out of control. It was that point that something I didn't expect to happen happened. So I quit my job in Florida. We moved to Florida, and I left my kids in Florida. I quit my job, moved back to Birmingham, and I've been up here ever since in Alabama. So this was 2017. So I get on dating sites. I started doing the dating thing online, and I met a lady in Russellville, Alabama.
Russellville.
I've never been there. It's about an hour and 20 minutes from here.
Just past Decatur?
Yes, sir. Past Moulton and Decatur. So me and my desperation, I said, I'll just move up to Russellville. Let's try something different. You know, I'm not with my kids anymore. I've lost my sense of direction. Let's try to regroup. So I moved up to Russellville. About 4 months later, I realized that she had some mental issues. She was bipolar and schizophrenic. I knew nothing about Huntsville. I knew nothing about the Downtown Rescue Mission. I made a couple of phone calls, and they said, well, I know a place in Huntsville called the Downtown Rescue Mission. At first, I said, no, I'm not going to do it. I went back to the relationship with the girl in Russellville with the same results. About 3 months after that, I made the call. They paid for a taxi for me to come to Huntsville here. And this was 2019 or 2020. I was in overnight. I always worked.
Emergency shelter?
Emergency shelter, yes, sir. I've always worked, so I would get out, work through the staff zone, go working at Facebook every day. And I knew about this program, but I told myself I need to make money. I'm not going to do a year program. Okay, so I was still stuck in my ways and headstrong. I need to make money. So after about a year of doing that, still in emergency services, I decided to move back to Birmingham and try it again. Went back to Birmingham. I'm around my cousins, my family members, you know, a lot of distractions. And after a year of the COVID hit. So after COVID subsided, something hit me and said, there's a program in Huntsville. I had no way to get up here at that point. The Greyhound wasn't running from Birmingham. That was around that time. I called my mom and I said, Mom, I want to go and join this program. And I came up here December 2022 specifically to join the program. And I must say the program saved my life.
Wow.
And now I'm here back doing what I love to do because I bowed down to the Lord and he gave me the wisdom to make that choice. And I came.
What was, and I totally agree, the Lord was saving you there. What was he saving you from? What did you gotten involved in?
I wasn't doing anything other than not being productive. We have a house that's paid for in Birmingham. So I wasn't motivated to go out and try to achieve my best, just in survival mode. And that, coupled with being around all of my cousins and family that want to come over and want to party, distracted me from my actual potential. And to get away, it allowed me to just flourish.
So talk about the program a little bit. What was it about the program that really touched you and made you change a different direction?
Well, for me, it was the structure. I've always been used to structure. You know, getting up at a certain time, clockwork, the classes, 8 o'clock on time, the work, the volunteering, those things are at my core. So that was a part of me that it fired me up. It got me motivated. And the great instructors, Mickey, Adam, Casey, I mean, they kept pushing you to be better. And the program is an excellent program for guys and women to clear your mind. You know, get your thoughts back together. It gives you a second opportunity to regroup. And come out strong.
What was your, excuse me, what was your favorite class that you took during the time you were in the program?
I would have to say prayer class with Adam Casey.
Prayer class.
Yeah. That class, he teaches you how to pray correctly. And that I never knew. I mean, I was raised in church, but to get to the fact that God is not only our Father, He's our friend,
Yeah.
He's our everything.
Yeah.
So it teaches you how to pray correctly. And I gained a lot from that.
That's awesome. When I was a young college guy, I was at a Bible study up in Buffalo, New York, where I'm from, and one of the things that I went to that Bible study was a great Bible study, but the guy who taught the class, he taught a few on prayer, and one of the things he taught that was it meant so much to me is he said, so many times we look at God as that red phone that you pick up and say, hey, God, help, 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 and do this and that, and save me and all this. And he said, we got to put the red phone away. Sure, the red phone's okay once in a while, but it's got to be more that we're having a relationship with God.
Correct.
And he's there for a lot. But man, how many times do we thank him? How many times do we call him? How many times do we pick up the phone and say, "Hey, God, I just want to be in your presence." But every time we pray, or a lot of times when we pray, it's like, "Holy cow, God, I need your help. I need your,"
Exactly right.
And
Exactly
boy,
right.
that was something that still today impacted me. Just going through those classes that he talked about that. Because, man, I don't want to be a red phone Christian.
Correct.
I'm just picking up the phone just for emergencies, right?
That's exactly right.
Yeah.
Right.
When you graduated, you had already been in, college and done those things. But when you went across the stage and graduated from the program, what did that mean to you?
It meant everything to me.
Huh.
From the start that I came up here specifically to join the program.
Yeah.
The only thing I knew about the program before I joined was that you were here for a year. I didn't know any details. This was back, in emergency services, you would hear stories like, man, don't join the program because, it's a year, you can't make money.
Yeah.
So those thoughts were in my mind, but being rational, I'm thinking there has to be good in this program or it wouldn't exist.
Yeah.
And God guided me to the program,
Yeah.
and I am so glad that I did. And so now, when I walk the hallways, I try to encourage everyone I come across.
Yeah.
Stick with it, because I was there. Stick with it. Get your thoughts together. I like to encourage guys, what did you do before you came in? Were you a forklift driver? This is Huntsville, Alabama.
Yeah.
Opportunities are here. This is a great place to be. And so I try to instill that in guys. I mean, if I can do it, they can do it.
Yeah. So, when you graduate, I always find that there's guys when they go through that the group of guys that were in the classes with you, that sometimes those become lifetime friends. You still have friends that were from your graduating class?
I sure do.
Yeah.
Specifically, my friend Michael Dowdy. He graduated K-Tech.
Yeah.
And he's doing excellent. Just purchased him a house.
Yeah.
So he's on the up and up. Shannon, doing well.
Yeah.
Ola.
Oh, yeah.
My class was doing we had a big
Yeah.
class. I think we had about 18 graduates.
I think Ola's, and I think he graduated Christian counseling.
Oh, wow. I didn't know that.
Yeah, I think
Really?
he may be going right now, but and his family was all there, and
Yes. Oh, yeah.
I still can't pronounce his whole name.
I can't either.
But whatever that African name that he's got is Ola.
Ola.
He's just Ola.
That's right. That's right.
He every once in a while he'll joke with me and he'll tell me his full name. I was like, "There's no way I can."
Impossible.
Yeah. Yeah, and it's interesting. You ever find that you guys hold each other up?
Yes.
Yeah.
100%.
The guys that you went to class. One of the things I find with our program, that the ones that are most successful are the ones that build up, folks around them that help support them.
Correct.
And, I know Ola has talked to me and some of the others from your class, I've got a group of people around me that, I can call them if I need to, or if I need to have, some support, or if I need just a quick talk, and do you find that that's important for you?
Extremely important, right? Yeah. I mean, we'll call, make jokes, we'll still laugh because we did that the whole year.
Yeah.
I mean, us being together in communication, we motivated each other to get through the program. Yeah. We all did, and that's why I think our class was so big and we were so together. You still have RJ here.
Yeah.
Shout out RJ, Tyler. I mean, I see those guys, I just light up.
Yeah.
Because they're a part of my life now.
Yeah, that's
100%.
awesome.
Yeah.
So this conversation on the bench is, about folks that are homeless or people that have been addicted or, mentally ill. When you were at the mission, did you experience that with some of the others that were around you that, maybe somebody had some mental illness or talk about that a little bit?
Yeah. It's hard to watch. You hear a story about a person was a excellent car painter or mechanic, and you hear about all the glory stories of the work that they did, but then now mentally they're not able to put the pieces together to achieve that again, and it hurts.
Yeah.
And it makes you want to just motivate. God allows you to see things maybe to enlighten you to try to help that person.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe they won't ever get back to painting cars again, but the least you can do is make them feel good about themselves. Try to motivate them with a word of encouragement.
Yeah.
Or something. For me personally, I never in a million years thought I would be homeless.
Yeah.
I mean, you don't realize when things are going good how close you are to things going bad.
Yeah. And you had a home.
Yeah.
But you were still somewhat homeless.
Correct.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. I was homeless. I was I won't say spiritless, but I had got away from God.
Yeah.
I got away from why I was really successful, and it was for Him.
Yeah.
I got to the point where everywhere I went, I got a good job, so I can go anywhere and make it. It wasn't me.
Yeah.
And God showed me that. So.
Yeah, and it's part of the process is that you get in a good church and that you stick with God. Because I've seen folks that go through the program that do so well, and then they get away from the things that they had learned here, and that's the slippery slope that happens, right?
Correct.
Where they start depending on their own, hey, I've got this good, I'm going good, and all of a sudden, in 3-4 years, they end up back at the mission.
Correct.
And that's always difficult, but I love that the mission's here, that we're able to do that, where we can, be a place of second chances, third
Correct.
chances, that people can come back and, find their way again. And maybe it's just a refresher course, when they come back. But so we're doing this national conversation. When they talk about the national stats, I think it's somewhere around 800,000
Wow.
folks that they say that are homeless or on the streets on a given night. Are there different perceptions or personas that you have come in contact with, or that people that you've talked with, that they have about people that are homeless?
No, honestly, I don't, because I don't associate with those type of people, period. I'm kind of a homebody with me and my girlfriend, and I just don't condone that type of negativity at all. So those people are not in my circle whatsoever. But I know it happens.
Yeah.
I know it's prevalent in our community, people looking down on homeless people. But I see a person at Walmart, I mean, my heart goes out, Part of me, and I want to dig in my pocket so bad.
Yeah.
But a part of me says, am I helping or am I enabling?
Yeah.
And so I'm very careful. And a lot of times what tricks me, Keith, is I don't know if it's the flesh or the spirit. When someone does ask for something and I have it and I give, I ask myself, is that just flesh or is that the Holy Spirit? I just give.
Yeah.
When I feel to give, I give. I don't question it. Could be enabling, but something said do it, and I do it.
Yeah. So a lot of people think, hey, if somebody's homeless, it means they're probably not a hard worker. It probably means that they're, they got some issues in their life, whatever it might mean. You're a data analysis guy, right?
Right.
You never thought you'd be at a rescue mission, right?
No, sir.
But there was a reason God took you down that path.
Yes, sir, it was.
Yeah.
100%.
And what do you think that was? What do you think that path?
The number one thing I know for sure was for me to reconnect with Him.
Yeah.
Give Him the glory.
Mm-hmm.
That was the number one thing. I believe the number two thing is motivate others. the best that I can.
Yeah.
You know, use my smile, my gift to encourage the next person that it is possible.
So for those out there that are listening at 4:30 in the morning, if you get a double mailing, or if your house has multiple mailings, call Henry because that's his fault. No,
Please
no,
don't.
no, I'm kidding.
I will get it corrected.
Yeah. But yeah, and listen, Henry does an excellent job. There's a lot of things people probably don't realize, but we have part of our fundraising has a lot to do with data analysis and who we mail and who might get social media and that kind of thing. Because we're trying to be wise with our money, what we spend to try to raise money.
Correct.
So the best way to do that is to make sure that we're doing the data analysis of who gets what and when they get it. And if somebody wants just to donate once a year, we're going to try to figure out how best to only send them something during once a year, right?
Exactly right, correct.
And that's what you do. I
Yes.
mean, you're the guy behind the mastermind trying to figure out, hey, this is the data set and this is what we got to do for this. And,
exactly right.
And I know the company that we work with, they send you data polls and you're the guy that has to figure out, hey, this is what we're going to do.
That's correct.
Yeah.
Yes, sir. That is correct.
Yeah.
That is correct.
It's pretty big responsibility.
It is, but I mean, I enjoy it because number one, I look at each individual as an individual.
Yeah.
You can donate $1 or you can donate $1,000. You're the same. Yeah. I'm going to treat you with the same courtesy and respect. If you want $1 million a year, I'm going to make sure that you get $1 million a year. Yeah. And I will follow up to be sure that, because that's very important as far as relationship wise.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree.
And plus, people don't need to see my face that much either, right? I mean, it gets out there too much.
No, I disagree with that.
And one of the things that I love that we do is we have our newsletter that we send out, and I really think that that's a good way for people to see some of the testimonies that happen here, because I've been here almost 26 years now, and it's life-changing, some of the things that you hear that people have been through, and that really, it's not the mission, it's not Downtown Rescue Mission, it's what we share with them about Jesus Christ.
I agree.
Because he's the answer. The mission guides them to that, but the guiding is really that we're sharing Jesus Christ with them. And I love that that's part of something that in this country that we're still able to do. I know there's a lot of places around the world, that are not free to do that. And I think that's really why we have such success in our program. We're still around 74% of people that go through our program are successful. And I know your class, there's many of the guys that are successful that are still doing well today. And that has nothing to do, and let me say this, it has to do with that we're following what the Lord asks us to do, but it really has to do with that they have followed the guiding, being directed toward Jesus, and I love that about what we do. Is there anything that you would like to share, or you maybe ask me a question? Do you have any questions for me?
I do want to ask a question. What started you on the mission path? Was it with your father, or did you have a passion prior?
Yeah. So when I was young, up until I was 16, my church that I attended was the church my dad was the pastor of in Buffalo, New York. It was right downtown in the middle of the city. And we were only a few blocks away from where the rescue mission was. Okay. And so really because of our location and because we had a friendship with the mission there, with our church, we became like the headquarters for the home church for a lot of the guys that went through the program. So we were a very sports-minded church, so we had a basketball team and, bowling team and softball teams and stuff like that. And so a lot of those guys that were in the mission program, I'm 10, 11, 12 years old. I'm growing up with those guys, and they were playing sports on our teams. And, so I knew they were from the mission, but I knew them just as regular guys, I didn't care that they had been an alcoholic or a drug addict. I'm playing 12 years old. I'm playing with guys who, are on my softball team for church, And then when I was 16, my dad went from being a pastor to being the director of the mission in Buffalo. And, probably about 6 months into him being the director there, I got my driver's license. And so I thought it'd be really fun to go down and visit my dad, freedom of my own car. And I lived about 12 miles outside of the city. And, I'm thinking, hey, if I drive down there, my dad take me out to lunch, and yeah, he took me out to lunch. He took me to the mission cafeteria.
Okay.
I mean,
wow.
so I thought at least we'd get McDonald's, right? But, but as we were sitting there that day that I drove down there, talking with my dad and some of the other staff, and we had the same cafeteria that the overnight guests that were there, the emergency shelter men, did. And as I was eating my lunch there, I looked up and I saw a guy that I knew. And here I'm 16 years old.
Wow.
And when I looked up, I always use a fake name for him. His name was Joe. That's the name I use for him. But Joe was standing in line, blonde-headed, curly-headed guy. And I said, my dad, I know that guy. He said, no. How do you know a guy that's in the overnight, line for the meal? And I said, well, I know that guy. Well, the guy, Joe, had been at my high school. And he was I think he was 2 years ahead of me in high school. And I played sports. I played football and stuff like that. And he was on the soccer team. So you get to know people, And I said, Joe, what are you doing at the mission? He said, and we both grew up in the same kind of middle-class neighborhood, nice high school we went to. And he said, I started out 13, 14 years old. On weekends, I'd go out with my buddies and get drunk and, he said, party with the guys from sports and stuff like that. And he said, for me, they stayed doing alcohol and stuff on the weekend, drinking beer and things like that. But he said, I started doing marijuana. And from marijuana, I started doing some little bit harder core drugs. And he said, my parents, by the time I was about 18 years old, he had graduated high school, about 18, 19 years old. He said, they finally kicked me out.
Wow.
Because they didn't know what to do with me because I'd gotten strung out on drugs. And so that impacted my life a lot. A guy like Joe, who was in the same situation that I was in, ended up being at the mission. And I was like, man, where would he have been if it wasn't for the mission?
That's a good point.
I never knew what happened to Joe. I never saw him at the mission ever again. He may have just been there that one day to have that one meal. But that impacted my life for the rest of my life, that I was like, listen, I've got to help guys like Joe.
That's powerful.
So when I'm up on the graduation stage still today, I look out and I think, wonder what happened to Joe.
Wow.
And so I see the guys that are graduating the program. I'm like, you know what? We're helping the guys that were like Joe. Because like I said, it made such an impact on my life to say, it really doesn't matter what background you're in or what color skin you have, or if you like, we have somebody that was here from Africa, right? I mean, it doesn't matter what religion you were, that people can end up in the situation of being homeless or being addicted or mentally ill, and it doesn't matter where you came from.
Exactly.
Right?
I agree with that.
And so Joe was a big impact on my life.
That's powerful. Right.
Yeah.
Wow. That's inspirational.
Yeah.
Definitely.
So anything else you have for me that you want to ask me?
Huh? No.
No.
Covered. Yes, sir. That was that Joe story will stick with me.
Yeah.
When I see you from now on, I'm definitely going to think about Joe.
Anything that you would like to say to the audience, whether it's just our people that are watching in Huntsville or if, the national group, that you would like to say about people that are homeless or that have addiction issues, or go ahead.
Definitely. Yeah. Number one, I would like to encourage everyone. Try to encourage the next man or woman. But as Keith stated, they could have had an excellent career, could be a hard worker, just fell on bad times. Think about those things when you come across a person on the street. Try to give them a word of motivation.
Yeah.
and a smile. It goes a long way.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, Henry, I appreciate you, brother, and thank you for sharing today, and keep on doing the great work that you do for the mission.
Thank you, Keith.
And, I know it can sometimes just seem like data, but the data that you're analyzing is actually changing lives.
And it feels good. Thank you, Keith.
Each one of those people that helps donate to the mission
Right.
is changing a life, and you help with that a lot. So I really appreciate that.
Well, I appreciate it, Keith. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you,
sir.
brother. Appreciate
Yes,
you
sir.
coming out.
Thank you.
Especially this early in the morning. Thank
course.
you.
I'm here.
Yeah.
I got data to crunch.
You had to wake me back up, right? Thank you, man.
Yes, sir. No problem.
Thank you, Henry. That was great.
Yes, sir. Keith.
So if we're still live, I think, if you would like to come down to 1400 Evangel Drive, I am still on the bench until 2 o'clock on Friday. I think it's Friday today. Is it Friday still, guys? Yeah. I'll be here till 2 o'clock in the afternoon, and I'd love to have a conversation with you about anything that deals in the world of homelessness or addiction or mental illness or the politics behind it, whatever you want to come down and talk about. Or if you'd like to, our live feeds also have comment sections. If you'd like to make a comment or have a question, we'll have a segment where we will answer those questions or comments. And if you're enjoying some of this, pass it along to somebody else to say, hey, why don't you take a watch of what they're doing. The 24-hour bench event at the Downtown Rescue Mission and at 75 other rescue missions around the country. Really exciting time to be able to talk about the subject of those who are unhoused. And so I'd love for you to come down and have that conversation, or again, put that online in our comment section. Again, thank you for watching, and we'll have people come in throughout the morning and stay with us on the conversation and help me be praying that I stay awake the whole time. We will talk to you in a few minutes. Since 1975, the Downtown Rescue Mission has been a place with a heart for the homeless. As one of the largest rescue missions in our state, we care for a large percentage of the homeless population in our community. Our caring staff and volunteers have helped to change lives through the many programs we provide. Over the years, the Downtown Rescue Mission has provided millions of meals, shelter, and counseling for the disadvantaged. We have given away thousands of food boxes and clothing items to comfort the community, while helping thousands of men, women, and children learn the power of recovery through Jesus Christ to help them break that homeless cycle. As we look to the future, the mission is expanding our capacity to meet the need of our city and surrounding areas. Our campus is growing to ensure a safe environment for the homeless and the hurting in our community. With your support, we can increase our effectiveness while building hope for tomorrow for the next 50 years, because hope lives here.
He gave me a new way of life. The Downtown Rescue Mission gave me a new way of life. They rescued me from myself by coming here, because I was just going through hell.
I hope you will support the mission because it is a great place. You know, it is God sent. Without this place, a lot of people would be lost. A lot of people would be dead, you know, and it does save a lot of lives.
I absolutely hope people will support the Downtown Rescue Mission because people, they fall and they don't know where to go, and they come here and they don't even realize that this place is also a program. They just see it as a homeless shelter. I need help, I need food, I need shelter. And they come, and then we have chaplains that go, hey, do you know we have a program? So I hope people that will help support their cause, because their cause isn't just to sell gently used clothes and make money or profit. It is support and sustain.
It is a very, very wonderful place. I think everybody should come and tour it. It's amazing. The donations that we get are absolutely just heartfelt, they pour in. It's just a wonderful place to come and check out and donate, and it's a great, great place because they've done wonders here. I'm like, I don't know where I would be right now if this place were not here. So I commend the Downtown Rescue Mission because they have really, really, really changed a lot of lives, and they have definitely changed mine.
This place saves lives. It really does. It saved mine. And again, that's something I hate to say out loud, but it's the truth. You know, it saved my life. It not just saved my life, but it helped save a lot of people from grief in my family, you know, in my son's life, saved my relationships. I mean, the good that comes out of this program and everybody that leaves it, I mean, is monumental.
Let me show you something.
I can't believe he made that shot.
And did you see who was watching? Got her!
Allie, what's your address again?
Oh, you can just let me out here.
Hi, Allie.
Hey, Mom.
Hey, Kel. Good game?
I scored a goal.
Since 1975, the Downtown Rescue Mission has been a place with a heart for the homeless. As one of the largest rescue missions in our state, we care for a large percentage of the homeless population in our community. Our caring staff and volunteers have helped to change lives through the many programs we provide. Over the years, the Downtown Rescue Mission has provided millions of meals, shelter, and counseling for the disadvantaged. We have given away thousands of food boxes and clothing items to comfort the community, while helping thousands of men, women, and children learn the power of recovery through Jesus Christ to help them break that homeless cycle. As we look to the future, the mission is expanding our capacity to meet the need of our city and surrounding areas. Our campus is growing to ensure a safe environment for the homeless and the hurting in our community. With your support, we can increase our effectiveness while building hope for tomorrow for the next 50 years, because hope lives here.
They gave me a new way of life. The Downtown Rescue Mission gave me a new way of life. They rescued me from myself by coming here, because I was just going through hell.
I hope you will support the mission because it is a great place. You know, it is God sent. Without this place, a lot of people would be lost. A lot of people would be dead, you know, and it does save a lot of lives.
I absolutely hope people will support the Downtown Rescue Mission because people, they fall and they don't know where to go, and they come here and they don't even realize that this place is also a program. They just see it as a homeless shelter. I need help, I need food, I need shelter, and they come, and then we have chaplains that go, hey.
So for all those who are out there that have stayed up all night to watch this, you give me encouragement. You keep me awake. Yeah, have a seat. So tell the audience your name and your age.
My name is Eli Walton, and I'm 23 years old. I'm here today working with the Downtown Rescue Mission on this stream, and we were just having a chat kind of offline in a break about what makes someone homeless and why certain demographics are kind of seeing a spike in homelessness.
So let's talk about this. Yes, we're doing a live stream, but there's a lot of production behind it, right?
There's a lot of production behind it.
And you got a crew of guys here that are they just see the two mics and a bench, but there's a video camera and lights, and we've got a whole coordination with the national group. And
yep.
And Eli's the one that's managing all that. We really appreciate all that he's doing with it. So this is your second event too.
This is our second event. We did this in February with you guys, and now round two.
Yeah. So, what are your thoughts about the event itself, and talk about that just a little bit of what you see is happening from this.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's awesome. I think locally it's super interesting because, I mean, we're connected to Citygate. You've talked about that a few times on the stream, but I think I'm not from Huntsville, but I've been in Huntsville since 2017, and the city's growing very fast.
Yeah, very fast.
And
I can't get to work in my car anymore. I mean, it's ridiculous.
Sure. Yeah, it affected your commute, I imagine.
Yeah, between the apartments being built and the car washes that have been built in the last 5 years, I mean...
It slows your drive down.
I guess that's the precursor to a city growing so fast, is you have to have car washes
and
in apartment buildings.
For sure. But I think, like, one of the things that is inevitable with growth is it affects homelessness.
Yeah.
Quickly. And so even just since I've been here, so 8 years or so, I've noticed a tangible difference.
Yeah.
Which I think is really interesting. I can't speak to all the other cities that are involved in this. I know we have some folks with Citygate who are in cities that are known for relatively high homelessness rates, or unhoused rates. But for Huntsville, it's really unique, I think.
Yeah.
And you've experienced that, I imagine, very tangibly.
Yeah, this mission actually, that's a good point, was started 50 years ago. We celebrated our 50th anniversary this year. In fact, 2 weeks ago, we had a whole banquet, and it was a wonderful event. But the story of how it started, and the founder, who I was very good friends with, who passed away a few years ago, he said that when he first was told about the homeless in the area, he said, "What homeless?" Like, you think in 75, Huntsville's just a town, right? I mean, it's not even it's
You can
really,
hardly call it a
really
city.
small city.
Right.
In fact, Decatur was bigger than Huntsville at the time.
Is that right?
Yeah. And so when he started hearing about homeless, and the guy took him and showed him, they sometimes call homeless the invisible neighbors. And why they call them that is because sometimes they're unseen.
Sure.
Yeah. And so when the gentleman took Bernie Thompson, was the name of one of the founders, out to see where the homeless are, it shook him. And he's like, "Listen, I've got to do something about this." And
This is in the 70s.
Yeah, that was 75, yeah. And they started by just handing out sandwiches out of the back of a car and said, "Hey, listen, we've got to do something more for these folks that are here." And that's how the mission started. But, even he, the founder of the mission, kind of was like, "I don't believe you. Where are the homeless?"
Right. Yeah.
Right. And, even when I first came here, the mission pretty much took care of almost all the homeless that were here in Huntsville. Wow. Because, it wasn't a big city. When I came in in 2000, we were housing 200-something people a night, and we were thinking, wow, this is pretty good, but you didn't see many people on the streets because they were mostly at the mission. And
wow,
now we sleep 400 a night, and you see folks all over the streets.
Yeah.
And that's a difference in the demographics of our city, that with the growth, and it's been great growth, number one place to live for how many years?
Right,
and
yeah,
all that.
right.
Well, that also attracts people that are homeless to come too.
Absolutely.
They read the magazines as well, and they hear the reports, and they're like, "Well, what's so great about Huntsville? Let me go check out Huntsville."
We'll go over there.
Yeah.
We'll go over there.
And we've also found that there's been some people that have come here for opportunity. They hear about all the plants being built, or the businesses that are coming, and then they come here with the hopes of getting a job, and then end up not getting one. And sometimes they end up where they're in need of our services as well.
Okay, so maybe that's a good time to ask this question.
Yeah.
So just before we're online, before I sat on the bench, we were talking about what does it mean, like what are the criteria for being homeless? So when you're saying someone may come and they may need our services because something didn't work out that they expected, but what does it mean if I'm like, that person is unhoused or that person is homeless?
Yeah.
What does that actually mean?
Yeah, and in government terms, they do a point-in-time survey every year, and we're a part of that. But like I said, we have up to 400 people staying a night here, but we'll have 100 people in our program, and the 100 people that are in our program don't count as that point-in-time survey.
Right.
But like you and I talked about before, if the mission closed its doors, probably 90% of that 100 people would be on the streets as well. So we're missing a third of the population at the mission in that point-in-time survey.
Sure.
So to be unhoused, they want it to be that you're in either emergency shelter, where you're not long-term,
okay,
or that you're on the streets. That's really the criteria. And so when you get those numbers back, I always give this example too. So in 2018, we built a brand new building for women and children here on our campus.
Right. It's beautiful.
And we built it to be double the size that we had. We had a certain amount of women and children that were currently staying with us, even on the old campus here.
Okay.
Before we built the building, and we built it to be. Our analysis was we're building it double the size that we needed. In 6 months, it was full.
Goodness gracious.
So where did those unhoused people come from?
Right. They were somewhere
Well,
before that.
and that's the thing. There are some folks who you really could consider homeless that have a home, and what I mean by that is, a mom that has kids is going to put themselves in a situation they might not want to be in, because they want to make sure their kids are under a house, under a roof, right? That mom probably shouldn't be in the situation yet, whether it's being abused or being taken advantage of or whatever it is. But a mom's heart's going to keep those kids there just to make sure they have meals and there's a roof. But are they really in a home? No, they're in a shelter, but they're not.
Right. There's a roof.
Yeah, there's a roof, but it's not a home, right?
And so when you guys you're like, all right, we'll have this new building. Yeah. We're gonna double our capacity.
Yep.
Before we build it, we're gonna kind of basically immediately it's full.
Yeah.
You would say that maybe some of those people that filled those spaces were people like this who had a roof but not a home.
Yeah.
And when we start thinking about statistics and like homelessness or unhoused like rates in these surveys, that demographic never qualifies.
No.
Yeah.
Yeah, and we're playing a video right now that's an illustration of a mom and a daughter. Shows the daughter playing a soccer game and then going to her home, which is her car. How do you catch that in the number? Because they're hiding their homelessness, right?
You said something yesterday that I thought, which that's on that they're deciding to do that, but you guys. I heard this on the stream last night. It was a late interview last night. You were talking about how you work with the city to keep kids who are maybe being dropped off here on the tail ends of bus routes.
Yeah.
And I thought, wow, that's really interesting, because there's a sense in which, like, you intuitively know, all people intuitively know that there's a social aspect to homelessness that is totally invisible. You're talking about invisible neighbors. Like the social aspect is totally invisible, right? And how likely is it that you and I are interacting with someone that we actually have no idea isn't going to a home?
Yeah.
It's so wild.
Yeah. That girl and it's actors that are in that video.
Of course.
But there's true life happening there where a mom's going to have a sandwich in a car, and that night they're going to sleep in their car because they don't want the school to know that they're homeless.
Right.
Because there's, the mom doesn't want to deal with the HR, or, she's trying to protect her children. And
right.
We see it often where, somebody that's living in their car or in a bad situation, you don't want to put the moniker of them being homeless, but they're homeless.
Right.
Because they're in a situation that if they could, wouldn't be there.
Yeah.
But they're doing it just to make sure that their kids aren't going to be, out in the streets.
Right. I feel like maybe I know this came up last year, and I don't know if you've talked about it with somebody specifically this year. I think a lot of the time when, and maybe even admittedly when I was younger, just a misunderstanding of what it means to be unhoused and what it means to be in that place holistically. It was easy to look at people from a privileged position and say, like, what is it that keeps you from working or having an address that you can, submit? If you were to give like a brief summary of someone's in this position, here's the steps that it takes to get out of that, and if it's even possible, what would you say?
You mean if they're chronically homeless?
They're chronically homeless. Is that the language that would be best?
Yeah. Well,
okay.
There's some people that have just become homeless, and they're trying to find their way back quickly.
Okay.
There's some that are been homeless for more than 5 years. I mean, that's chronically homeless,
Okay.
right? And there's different things, especially chronically homeless. You know, there's a lot more mental illness with that. There's a lot more addiction. Sometimes we'll see somebody that has just become homeless, and it could be financial, or it could be that they had a divorce and they have nowhere to go. That's a different person, and sometimes those quick homeless are able to find something quicker because they have not become chronically homeless yet.
Sure.
So the path for me on the chronically homeless that we found is the best is, of course, to go through our program.
Of course.
Because we're breaking a cycle that they've had in their life, whether it's addiction or if it's mental illness. Not that you break mental illness, but we help them figure out how to be able to live with that, you know, and we work with Wellstone, which is a place that helps with the folks that have certain mental illnesses. But my thing is, I think that especially when you're dealing with folks that are homeless because of addiction, they've got to go through a solid program.
Yeah.
You know, really to break that cycle.
Yeah. So we've gotten a few comments about the mental illness aspect. And just like last year, we got a few comments about the mental illness aspect because I think that's a pretty critical part of the equation, as I'm sure you see on a daily basis, maybe an hourly basis when you're at work. You said you partner with Wellstone. You work with Wellstone on this. What does that like practically mean?
So I'm a big fan of Ronald Reagan.
Okay.
But in the 80s, one of the things that happened under his administration that I was not happy with is there used to be places for mentally ill to go. Really institutions almost that really were shut down under the administration. Did that mean that we in the United States didn't have mentally ill anymore? No. But, you know, they had to find somewhere to go. And a lot of the people that were in those places ended up on the streets because they didn't have someplace to go. And just like always, rescue missions and places like rescue missions picked up the pieces.
Right.
Because just like my heart is, I'm not going to turn anybody away. And with mental illness, there's sometimes that it's severe enough. And we have case managers and people that are trained. But when you're dealing with somebody that's severely mentally ill, it's hard to deal with that.
Sure.
And so that's where Wellstone comes in because their whole training is to deal with the mentally ill.
Okay.
And sometimes they need to be on certain medicine or they need to have things that make them their equilibrium back in place, right?
Sure, sure.
And so we make sure that we're partnering with them. In fact, we've even encouraged them to be here more often because we've found that the last 8 years or so, the mental illness has been on the increase.
For sure.
With our homeless population. And so it's essential that we have them because if we're to deal with it on our own, our infrastructure, we have to be so much bigger than it is now.
Right.
They still stay with us, but we get them connected with them because they have the resources to be able to come alongside us and help.
Right. Okay. So they basically come on site. And engage.
They do case management as well. Our case managers actually refer folks that come here to go to Wellstone, or when Wellstone comes, that they are being case managed by them as well.
Okay. So you've been here for almost 26 years.
Yep.
Since 2000.
Yep.
That's easy to count.
Yeah.
Also, before we're on air, you said when you first started in the early 2000s, somebody who'd been an alcoholic for 20 years would, for the first time, step into the mission.
Yeah.
And now the, what would we say, substance that is most prevalent at this point has basically decreased the time it takes for your life to lead you towards unhoused. And That was obviously I don't see that on a daily basis. You do, and now you have decades worth of data that you've experienced. So, tell me about that, about watching that transition and.
Yeah, it definitely has driven our age of our population down because the drugs that are currently available, of course, illegal, but that are flooding over the borders or wherever they may be coming from. And I don't want to get in that debate too bad, but
Sure.
yes, there are things that we should do as a government to stop that from happening.
Sure.
Because it is affecting our young people. Adam came in yesterday and talked about, he had surgery on his mouth and he got addicted to the medicine that was prescribed to him because he was like, man, I like this feeling.
Right.
But there's, like we mentioned before, fentanyl and some of those things, how quickly they're addicted.
Right.
Compared to alcohol, which you can become an alcoholic pretty quickly. I do think that people have the propensity to be alcoholics quickly.
For sure.
But alcohol, it usually takes a long time for somebody to wreck their life from alcoholism.
It's a different thing.
Yeah. It's not like a drug that you are hooked on to so quickly that it devastates you. Like you're not actively able to do anything because of the drug you're on.
Right.
There are people that are alcoholics that can live with being an alcoholic for a long time.
Yeah, it's called a functional alcoholic,
Yep,
right? Is that the
functional
language for it?
alcoholic,
Yeah,
yep.
for sure.
And so that really has changed the demographics of the missions. That back, even when I started back in '96. I started in '93 with rescue missions. Is when I first was at a rescue mission. And
where was that?
In Buffalo, New York, is where it was. Yeah.
Awesome.
And those folks back then, there was a lot more of the alcoholic.
Sure.
And so we were seeing the 50-year-old, 60-year-old guy who alcoholism, after all those years, finally ended in divorce or lost his family or, and now it's, sometimes I still call them kids, right? They're 17, 18, 19 years old.
Jeez.
And they're hooked already. And their parents don't know what to do because they're so enamored and addicted to the drug that they'll do anything. They'll steal from their family, and they love their family, but they need the drug more than anything else, right? So that has driven our age down so much that, when you're seeing the program, folks walk down. I think we got a guy right now that's 19 years old.
Jeez.
Who's already in our year-long program to try to break that cycle that he's already gotten himself in of addiction.
Yeah, because, just for back reference, for those of you who want to hear Adam Donovan's story, he was the very first interview on part 1, so that's in this playlist. Go watch that. It's fantastic.
Yeah.
Adam's story is amazing. Also, we've experienced, Alabama has experienced that rapid decline in the age.
Yeah.
You gave a stat yesterday. Remind me what the stat is.
You talking about the young folks? Yeah, so the stat is that in the last 14 months, elderly homeless has increased 50%, and youth has increased 50%. And that's just in Alabama. And so that goes along with the drug narrative as well. But elderly, I think that's going to be something that we're going to have to deal with again. I'm always trying to think of future things that the mission can do.
Sure.
And one of the things I've already brought up to my board that's probably a 5 to 10 year program is building a facility that will be for caring for elderly who can't care for themselves. Maybe they were in prison for a while and they don't have Medicare that they can go to elderly facility.
Yeah, sure.
Where do they go?
Right.
We have folks that are here right now that are in their 70s and probably will stay at the mission. Well, what happens when they can't care for themselves as much anymore? They don't have a place to go.
Right.
So that's something that we're talking about doing in the future.
Wow.
The other thing is, and this is talk about the younger homeless population, is, again, we haven't done it yet, but, I've talked about, what would it look like for us to be proactive in helping stop homelessness? And that would be maybe reach out to the young folks when they're,
in their teens.
Yeah, young teenager, where maybe we take them to camp for a week or, I told a story, about the young girl yesterday who was 5 or 6 years old, and our case manager was talking to her, and she said, "Hey, so what do you want to do in your life?" And she says, "Well, after prison,
Oh.
I want to be a ballerina." And so her mindset is that everybody in my household goes to prison first, and then they can live their
Right.
life.
That's what you step into adulthood, you hit prison, and then you get into.
Yeah. Well, let's try to change that now.
Wow.
Right.
Yep.
So I've thought about having like a youth camp where we can reach out and say, "Hey, listen, this is what could happen if you go down that path, and how do you not go down that path?" Because I think that ministries like the Mission here and missions across the country have to be more proactive in helping stop people become homeless in the first place.
Sure.
Because a lot of us are set up like we are here. We're an open door mission. So anybody comes in, we're going to take care of. But how are we caring for them before they get to that point? And I think that's not just a mission, something for missions to work on. I think that's nationwide, that we as a country need to think about. How are we really handling this as a country of helping people not come to the point where they're the 800,000 people that slept on the streets last night?
Yeah. Yeah, that's...
And it means that means we're going to have to talk about mental illness and how that's housed, and we're going to have to talk about the addictions. And I do think the current administration is trying to lessen the impact of drugs coming into our country. But, our borders are so... I used to live up in Buffalo, New York, and, except for the lake being between us, there's parts of our country that you can just walk across.
Right.
Right? And if you want to get drugs in the country, you're going to be able to figure it out.
Right. Sure. Yeah. Wow. Well, this was a surprise.
Yeah.
We kind of just last minute.
So let me ask you.
Sure.
So the people out there know too. You're the background guy mostly. You've been on camera now, but this is your second time around. And what are the stories that you hear on the bench, or what are the issues that you hear with your earphones on back there?
Right.
That have impacted you over the 2 times that we've done this together?
Oh, that's a great question. I mean, there have been some great ones just last night even. A second ago you mentioned that you spoke with I think you said she was 5 or 6.
Yeah.
And then she just has this expectation as to what life looks like.
Yeah.
I think probably, to be honest, like I don't have kids, but I would like to. Yeah. And so when I hear parents come on and they talk about the things that they do on behalf of their children, like that probably strikes me the most.
Yeah.
Just to like watch someone who is putting, for our interviews here, it's a lot of the times it's somebody who is here, like a person in the program, like putting in the work, and then, but they're also reflecting on kind of before they were here, and some of the stuff they had to sacrifice and deal with, and I don't know, it's heavy. Yeah. But you guys also have space for moms and the kids at Owens, is that correct?
That's right. Yeah.
So, tell me how, because that's the answer. The short answer to your question is like it's hearing a mom.
Yeah.
Like that's every time that's going to tear me up. So you're a single mom, or you're a mom in a situation that you described where technically you have an address, but that doesn't mean you have a home. Yeah. What's step 1 for you? Just show up? Like, how does it work?
Yeah. So one of the things is we have to make sure that the person that's coming, that those are their kids. So they have to have a birth certificate, because there's so much going on in our world today that I don't know if you remember, but the one lady who came yesterday was in sex trafficking. Yeah. And there's kids in those situations. And so we want to make sure that the person that's coming is actually the mom or the dad that is associated with that child.
Right.
That's for protection for the kids. People think that's a tough rule. We don't decline people to come in. We're going to find that person
right
a place to go but we're going to make sure those kids are safe because they may not be,
that may not be their parent.
Yeah, it might not be their parent, and if there's a legal guardian, we're okay. We'll take care of them.
Sure.
But yeah, listen, you come to the mission, and whether it's somebody dropping you off or somebody you bringing your own car or whatever it is, you're going to have a place to stay, no matter how full we are here. Whether you're a mom with kids or a 60-year-old guy that's just a single guy, we're going to make sure. But with the moms and kids, I've mentioned it a few times. I've done this for a long time. I love children. My wife says that I'm the baby whisperer because, even kids that don't know me come up to want me to give them a hug.
Sweet,
But, they didn't have a chance to make decisions in life to be here.
Yeah, they just received someone else's decisions, right?
It's somebody else's decisions that they're here.
Yep.
And I'm not blaming their parents because some of the parents have had some things happen in their life they couldn't help.
Absolutely.
But the kid has no chance, right? Yep. They had no decision that was made that made them have a place here.
Yep.
But, I love that the mission's here because we provide a safe and I think effective programs even for the kids. Like we talked about before, we have a connection with the city, Huntsville schools that if they're here a day, they're going to be in school.
Right. Right. Yeah, if it's not summer, they're
going to class because we want to make sure that their education continues and that they still have some normalcy, right? But at the same time, my heart breaks that we have to take care of kids. Because listen, for my children, I'm raised them in a nice home and. I send them to private school, and there's a whole lot of things that are going on there.
Yeah, and you praise God for that.
There's some advantages to that,
totally.
Right?
Nothing wrong with that. Yep.
But, for the kids that are here, they don't have that chance. We're going to make it as normal as possible, but still, for that one little girl that mentioned, hey, I've got to go to prison before I'm a Valerie, there's a cyclical thing in their family that she's seen that so much.
Yep.
And that's our point. We want to break that cycle.
Yep.
The other thing that gets me too is the guys who've served in military that are here.
Right, veterans.
That always.
Yeah.
That gets me too because I've never served in the military, but to see guys who put their lives on the line for me and for my freedoms, whether it's because of what they went through in war, they ended up here at the mission.
Yep.
And. For me, that makes it difficult because I really think that our society needs to do a whole lot more to make sure we're taking care of those who had defended our freedom.
Yeah, no doubt.
So.
No doubt. I think your next interviewer is here.
Yeah, good.
So I'm going to go get them. This has been so great.
How do you like being in the background?
I like being in the background.
Yeah.
This is fun, too, to get to chat with you.
Yeah.
I mean, I listen to conversations for 24 hours straight, and this is really fun.
Just so people out there know, too, your dad serves on the board here, and so your family's very involved in what we do, and, I think that's a heritage as well. There's somewhat of a heritage with those who are homeless, but there's also a heritage on the other side. Train your child up in the way they shall go, right? And so your dad's being that example of making sure that you and your family see that, hey, he's involved in ministries that are helping.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, Dad loves this place. I mean, he loves working with you guys, and I think you're probably right about that.
Lincoln Village, too.
Lincoln Village, yep. Yeah, they love Lincoln Village so much. Been there for a long time. But yeah, that's really honoring of him. I'll make sure to let him know that you said that.
Yeah. Appreciate you, brother. Thanks
so
for
much
coming
for your
talking. Yeah, man. And don't be showing me up coming here in a T-shirt and I'm all bundled up either, Yeah.
That shot.
And did you see who was watching? Got her!
Allie, what's your address again?
Oh, you can just let me out here.
Hi, Allie.
Hey, Mom.
Hey, Kel. Good game?
I scored a goal.
Since 1975, the Downtown Rescue Mission has been a place with a heart for the homeless. As one of the largest rescue missions in our state, we care for a large percentage of the homeless population in our community. Our caring staff and volunteers have helped to change lives through the many programs we provide. Over the years, the Downtown Rescue Mission has provided millions of meals, shelter, and counseling for the disadvantaged. We have given away thousands of food boxes and clothing items to comfort the community, while helping thousands of men, women, and children learn the power of recovery through Jesus Christ to help them break that homeless cycle. As we look to the future, the mission is expanding our capacity to meet the need of our city and surrounding areas. Our campus is growing to ensure a safe environment for the homeless and the hurting in our community. With your support, we can increase our effectiveness while building hope for tomorrow for the next 50 years, because hope lives here.
They gave me a new way of life. The Downtown Rescue Mission gave me a new way of life. They rescued me from myself by coming here, because I was just going through hell.
I hope you will support the mission because it is a great place. You know, it is God sent. Without this place, a lot of people would be lost. A lot of people would be dead, you know, and it does save a lot of lives.
I absolutely hope people will support the Downtown Rescue Mission because people, they fall and they don't know where to go, and they come here and they don't even realize that this place is also a program. They just see it as a homeless shelter. I need help, I need food, I need shelter. And they come, and then we have chaplains that go, hey, do you know we have a program? So I hope people that will help support their cause, because their cause isn't just to sell gently used clothes and make money or profit. It is support and sustain.
It is a very, very wonderful place. I think everybody should come and tour it. It's amazing. The donations that we get are absolutely just heartfelt, they pour in. It's just a wonderful place to come and check out and donate, and it's a great, great place because they've done wonders here. I'm like, I don't know where I would be right now if this place were not here. So I commend the Downtown Rescue Mission because they have really, really, really changed a lot of lives, and they have definitely changed mine.
This place saves lives. It really does. It saved mine. And again, it's something I hate to say out loud, but it's the truth. You know, it saved my life. It not just saved my life, but it helped save a lot of people from grief in my family, you know, in my son's life, saved my relationships. I mean, the good that comes out of this program and everybody that leaves it, I mean, is monumental.
Let me show you something.
I can't believe he made that shot.
And did you see who was watching? Got her!
Allie, what's your address again?
Oh, you can just let me out here.
Hi, Allie.
Hey, Mom.
Hey, Kel. Good game?
I scored a goal.
Since 1975, the Downtown Rescue Mission has been a place with a heart for the homeless. As one of the largest rescue missions in our state, we care for a large percentage of the homeless population in our community. Our caring staff and volunteers have helped to change lives through the many programs we provide. Over the years, the Downtown Rescue Mission has provided millions of meals, shelter, and counseling for the disadvantaged. We have given away thousands of food boxes and clothing items to comfort the community, while helping thousands of men, women, and children learn the power of recovery through Jesus Christ to help them break that homeless cycle. As we look to the future, the mission is expanding our capacity to meet the need of our city and surrounding areas. Our campus is growing to ensure a safe environment for the homeless and the hurting in our community. With your support, we can increase our effectiveness while building hope for tomorrow for the next 50 years, because hope lives here.
They gave me a new way of life. The Downtown Rescue Mission gave me a new way of life. They rescued me from myself by coming here, because I was just going through hell.
I hope you will support the mission because it is a great place. You know, it is God sent. Without this place, a lot of people would be lost. A lot of people would be dead, you know, and it does save a lot of lives.
I absolutely hope people will support the Downtown Rescue Mission because people, they fall and they don't know where to go, and they come here and they don't even realize that this place is also a program. They just see it as a homeless shelter. I need help, I need food, I need shelter. And they come, and then we have chaplains that go, hey, do you know we have a program? So I hope people that will help support their cause, because their cause isn't just to sell gently used clothes and make money or profit on it. It is support and sustain.
It is a very, very wonderful place. I think everybody should come and tour it. It's amazing. The donations that we get are absolutely just heartfelt, they pour in. It's just a wonderful place to come and check out and donate, and it's a great, great place because they've done wonders here. I'm like, I don't know where I would be right now if this place were not here. So I commend the Downtown Rescue Mission because they have really, really, really changed a lot of lives, and they have definitely changed mine.
This place saves lives. It really does. It saved mine. And again, it's something I hate to say out loud, but it's the truth. You know, it saved my life. It not just saved my life, but it helped save a lot of people from grief in my family, you know, in my son's life, saved my relationships. I mean, the good that comes out of this program and everybody that leaves it, I mean, is monumental.
Wait, let me show you something.
I can't believe he made that shot.
And did you see who was watching?
Allie, what's your address again?
Oh, you can just let me out here.
Hi, Allie.
Hey, Mom.
Hey, Cal. Good game?
I scored a goal.
Since 1975, the Downtown Rescue Mission has been a place with a heart for the homeless. As one of the largest rescue missions in our state, we care for a large percentage of the homeless population in our community. Our caring staff and volunteers have helped to change lives through the many programs we provide. Over the years, the Downtown Rescue Mission has provided millions of meals, shelter, and counseling for the disadvantaged. We have given away thousands of food boxes and clothing items to comfort the community, while helping thousands of men, women, and children learn the power of recovery through Jesus Christ to help them break that homeless cycle. As we look to the future, the mission is expanding our capacity to meet the need of our city and surrounding areas. Our campus is growing to ensure a safe environment for the homeless and the hurting in our community. With your support, we can increase our effectiveness while building hope for tomorrow for the next 50 years, because hope lives here.
They gave me a new way of life. The Downtown Rescue Mission gave me a new way of life. They rescued me from myself by coming here, because I was just going through hell.
I hope you will support the mission because it is a great place. You know, it is God sent. Without this place, a lot of people would be lost. A lot of people would be dead, you know, and it does save a lot of lives.
I absolutely hope people will support the Downtown Rescue Mission because people, they fall and they don't know where to go, and they come here and they don't even realize that this place is also a program. They just see it as a homeless shelter. I need help, I need food, I need shelter. And they come, and then we have chaplains that go, hey, do you know we have a program? So I hope people that will help support their cause, because their cause isn't just to sell gently used clothes and make money or profit. It is support and sustain.
It is a very, very wonderful place. I think everybody should come and tour it. It's amazing. The donations that we get are absolutely just heartfelt, they pour in. It's just a wonderful place to come and check out and donate, and it's a great, great place because they've done wonders here. I'm like, I don't know where I would be right now if this place were not here. So I commend the Downtown Rescue Mission because they have really, really, really changed a lot of lives, and they have definitely changed mine.
This place saves lives. It really does. It saved mine. And again, that's something I hate to say out loud, but it's the truth. You know, it saved my life. It not just saved my life, but it helped save a lot of people from grief in my family, you know, in my son's life, saved my relationships. I mean, the good that comes out of this program and everybody that leaves it, I mean, is monumental.
Wait, let me show you something.
I can't believe he made that shot.
And did you see who was watching?
Got her!
Allie, what's your address again?
Oh, you can just let me out here.
Hi, Allie!
Hey, Mom.
Hey, Kel. Good game?
I scored a goal.
Since 1975, the Downtown Rescue Mission has been a place with a heart for the homeless. As one of the largest rescue missions in our state, we care for a large percentage of the homeless population in our community. Our caring staff and volunteers have helped to change lives through the many programs we provide. Over the years, the Downtown Rescue Mission has provided millions of meals, shelter, and counseling for the disadvantaged. We have given away thousands of food boxes and clothing items to comfort the community, while helping thousands of men, women, and children learn the power of recovery through Jesus Christ to help them break that homeless cycle. As we look to the future, the mission is expanding our capacity to meet the need of our city and surrounding areas. Our campus is growing to ensure a safe environment for the homeless and the hurting in our community. With your support, we can increase our effectiveness while building hope for tomorrow for the next 50 years. Because hope lives here.
Hot? Oh, okay. Yeah.
You gotta get your dad some hot coffee.
Yeah.
Just black, huh?
Oh man, you know, nothing spiritual happens before coffee.
Well, I'm not a coffee drinker.
Oh.
And what's crazy is that everybody in the rescue world drinks coffee.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you're a rescue mission director, so they're always drinking their coffee
Yeah,
at conferences and stuff. I come in with
I
my
hope you will
Diet
support the mission because it is a great
Yeah, I
place.
just
You
never
know,
drink
it is God sent. Without this place, a lot of people would be lost.
Or Memorex.
A lot of
There's
people
not
would be dead.
many people that
you
know that joke anymore.
I do.
Yeah.
All right.
We
Well,
good? All right.
morning.
Well, it is
Morning.
still the morning and it's still dark. We are, I don't know how many hours we're in now. 2 o'clock till now. What is it? Is it 7 o'clock yet? What time is it?
No, it should be getting close to 6 o'clock.
6 o'clock. Yeah, we're 6. I was pushing it too quick.
Yeah.
So I still have 8 hours left
Yes.
on the bench. Appreciate you coming. You were here back in January when it was, it got down to 11 degrees that day. That
Wow.
was, winter.
I know we had the fire burning.
Yeah,
time.
winter. Yeah, in fact, my jacket that I had has all these cinder marks on the back of it now because whatever was going on with the fire, I wasn't paying attention, and I have these little bits of holes on my back of my jacket, which was.
Oh.
But
you know, interesting story. I still have. I moved to the United States from South Africa in 1986. And one of the very, very few items of clothing that I brought with me was a jacket that I bought from the Cape Union Mart in Cape Town.
Huh.
I mean, imagine buying a jacket in Cape Town that's got a lovely temperate climate to come to the United States. But I brought it with me.
Yeah.
And I was out one night discipling a bunch of guys, and they had a fire. And then I looked in the hoodie part of that jacket, and that's exactly what had happened, is one of the cinders had got on it. And but you know, I still have that jacket today.
Listen, I'll have to. Last year, I had to sacrifice that jacket. It was cold.
Oh wow!
You know, I mean, but I don't know if you remember, but it was the winter vortex had come down, and but we were doing the initial or inaugural event of doing this talking on the bench.
Yes, yeah.
That we had about 15 rescue missions that did it last January, and then. Last night till today. Today is considered International Homeless Day.
Yes.
And so they're doing that, and we have 75 rescue missions that are doing it this time. So bigger group, which is great. Well, would you introduce yourself to the audience and let them know who you are?
Oh, absolutely. Murray Wilton, and I've had the privilege of living in the United States since 1986.
Wow.
And I moved here from my profession, which was the South African equivalent of a CPA. So I come out of a financial background, and moved here in 1986 because God just really stirred my heart. And I moved here to go to seminary in the lovely city of New Orleans.
Oh, yeah.
And I thought New Orleans was the USA.
Yeah.
And I've since learned
Yeah.
that New Orleans is New Orleans.
Yeah, that's definitely.
And I was at seminary for 8 years, and I did a master's degree, and then had the great privilege of going on and doing a PhD in New Testament. And that's been a great privilege. I ended up teaching there, loved the New Testament. And then I moved from there. I was called to a local church here in Huntsville, and served as pastor for 14 years. And then moved into running a business. A Christian business owner invited me and asked me to run his business, and I did that for another 10 years. And that's when I was introduced to the concept of business as a ministry.
Yeah.
And I've served, I became a member to learn how to do, really make transformational difference through business.
Yeah.
And so
you're
I'm
still associated with C12, correct?
Yes, I am.
Yeah.
And I ended up buying the franchise from the previous owner.
Yeah.
And since then, we've expanded all the way to below Birmingham. So we have a large reach across North Alabama and Central Alabama.
Yeah.
And our main blessing is that through business, we have a great economic result, obviously. We also have a great team result.
Yeah.
People growing healthily as team leaders of business.
Yeah.
But then we would not be doing our job if it didn't extend to spiritual value add. And so the businesses that are part of C12 are extensive supporters, including supporters of the Downtown Rescue Mission,
Very much.
because of economic prosperity, team focus on how do we bring transformation to the community. We have business leaders bringing their skills into many different organizations that are just really God has raised up. And no doubt, absolutely no doubt, in our minds that top amongst them is the work that God has assigned to you and to this wonderful team who lead the Downtown Rescue Mission right here in Huntsville. And
I was
the
part of
dramatic impact.
I was part of C12 for a few years, and I loved it. I got out during COVID because the mission became so busy.
Yes.
And I talked to my board a few months ago and said, maybe that's something I need to get back into, you know, but because even from the nonprofit side, the CEO concepts that they have are tremendous of, you know, keeping your faith around your leadership. And I love that.
Right.
I got to tell you this, since I saw you last, my daughters and I went on a mission trip to your home country.
Oh, wonderful.
Yeah, and there's a youth camp that was started by a lady at our church, a young lady, called The Hidden Place. And so it's almost like doing a youth camp like they do here, but we did it over in South Africa.
Yes.
And we had 7 different tribes that were part of the kids that were in the camp and spoke many different languages, of course. And
isn't it quite just fabulous
amazing
to hear the array of languages and
there was one lady there that could speak all 7 or
All
8
8 of
languages
them.
that were there.
Mhm.
And they were doing the clicks and all that. And I was like, you know, holy cow.
Yeah, my wife always laughs at me because one of the tribes, the name is XHOSA. And the way you pronounce it is with the click of a tongue. Xhosa.
Wow.
So it sounds like Xhosa. And it's the most... my wife says, I can't do that.
Yeah, I can't either.
But when you are in a multicultural situation like that, where you have, I think there are about 30 different tribal peoples inside South Africa.
Yeah.
And of course, to hear them clicking like that, and
and how quick they speak it,
and
the
how they
clicking
quickly
going on.
they speak it.
And but it was interesting, you know, seeing the difference. There's some parts of South Africa that are very poor, and we went through just inside of Johannesburg. There's a township called. I'm going to not remember the name now because I'm
Soweto.
I'm sleep deprived. What did you say?
Soweto.
Was it Soweto?
Alexandria?
Alexandria.
Okay.
And we went through Alexandria, and it's like 2 square miles. That 800,000 people live in that 2 square miles.
2 square miles. Yeah.
And you know, you could see the depravity and hunger.
Yes.
And you know, I work in a field like that, but to experience it in a country where there were people selling things at the street corners, and the kids that were in the camp said if they don't sell something that day, they don't eat.
Mm-hmm.
And I think of our country that people talk about hunger, but really,
Yes.
there's not one place in America
Yes.
that you can't go to and find a rescue mission or something that wouldn't give you food. I mean,
Yes.
you have to want to be hungry to be in America, to be hungry.
Right.
And but it was a stark reality to me. Like, wow, look at this. You know, we talk about hunger, but there is hunger. You know, but quite an experience for my children. And we went to Guatemala as well this year. My one daughter's a senior in high school, and that was some of the trips that we wanted to do as her senior trip to do some mission trips.
And having been there on those 2 trips, Keith, and coming back and reflecting, have you seen how important it is for those of us who are so blessed to live in a country where we have a huge economic engine?
Yeah.
Have you reflected to just encourage people to get out of their regular surrounding, to go and see what real poverty is really like?
When we were in Guatemala, we visited a dump, and at the dump, it was the city dump. They burn it all the time, so there's this smoke on the one side. Our location that we were located was up on the side of a mountain, and you could see the smoke coming up all day. And they said, "That's where we're going to go tomorrow. That's the dump." Well, at the dump, there was probably 150 people that had kids and everything.
Yes.
That they were at the dump because they were the poorest of the poor. They were sifting through for food and any kind of thing that they could sell.
Yes.
And nobody paid them to be there, but they're part of the dump. And the one person that was guiding us through there said that those folks average about $3 a day. And they're sifting through. So there's these scavenger birds all over the place, and wild dogs and everything, all at the dump. And these kids are running around there 2-3 years old.
Yes.
And my daughters actually came to me and said, "Dad, you know, the smell and the you know, the refuge that was there was just ridiculous."
Yes.
And then we come back to the United States and we talk about homelessness and things like that. Our homeless in the United States are rich compared to the people that are at the dump.
Yes.
You know, they would come here and go, "Wow, these folks are able to stay here for free."
Yes.
You know, they get food for free, and they're at the dump, and you know, it was just something I will never forget to see that experience.
I remember, Keith, I know you went to Johannesburg, and that's where you went to the township of Alexandria. There is a country inside of South Africa. It's totally surrounded by South Africa. And it is called the country of Lesotho. Lesotho. I believe it is Lesotho. And I used to play in there as a kid. We would swim across the river, and I would go into that country with my dad, and he would go and preach there. But I really wanted to see it again, so my friend and I drove up from the Natal side, from Durban, the east coast side, and literally, I think when you get to the top, you're at 3,300 meters above sea level. And this is within 100 miles of the coast.
So what's that, about 2 miles up?
It's about, it's right at 14,000 feet.
Oh, yeah.
So
more
you
than
could,
that, almost 3 miles.
yeah,
Yeah.
you can imagine what that climb is going up the face of the
yeah.
Drakensberg Mountains. And when we drove on what is called the Roof of Africa, I remember my friend was driving, so I had opportunity to observe. But I could not believe the poverty right inside of South Africa, which was a very prosperous country, actually.
Yeah.
And here's what happened to me. From John chapter 6, the words of Jesus were just ringing in my heart. So, Philip, how will you feed these people?
Yeah.
That's what kept on happening in my heart. And as that just rang in my heart, I realized that in every country, now there is a level of poverty in Alexandria, which you experience, and then there's a whole nother degree of poverty on the roof of Africa.
Wow.
That eclipses the poverty of Alexandria.
Yeah.
And then we get to the United States, and the same message is the message that Jesus delivered in John chapter 6, when he was confronted on the north shore of the Sea of Galilee with more than 5,000. There were probably, it says 5,000 men. There were probably 10 to 15,000 people. And the disciples say, just send them home.
Yeah.
And Jesus says, well, how will you feed them?
Yeah.
And then the Lord says, what do you actually have? And they look there, and instead of looking at what they don't have, they actually look what they have, and they have a few fish and some loaves.
Yeah.
Literally enough for maybe one person's lunch, or maybe one family. And Philip says to Jesus, he says, well, we have a few fish and a few loaves, almost hopelessly.
Yeah.
And that the reason is he's so focused on what they don't have instead of focusing on what he does have. And Jesus says, bring it to me. You know, when we really know what we do have, I know we look at homelessness, and yes, it is a massive problem.
Yeah.
Not a problem, opportunity.
Yeah, that's right.
It's a massive opportunity for us.
Yeah.
And the conversation amongst people can be, you know, but how do we deal with this? It's so big.
Yeah.
And the same question comes to us. Well, what do you have in your hand? What is it? Bring it to me. Just come and offer that to Jesus. And through organizations such as the Downtown Rescue Mission, there's so much opportunity to look at what we do have.
Yeah.
You know, I coach a lot of businesses here in this beautiful North Alabama.
Yeah.
And when you start to look at what you do have, we're not even talking about our, regular inventory of trade. We're talking about the excess that God has given to us.
Yeah.
So many of us have excess way in abundance. And God's just, I believe, asking us, first of all, to bring ourselves, but then also bring what He's put in our hands to bring blessing to those who are in need.
Yeah. And some folks, mostly non-Christian folks, they take that and it's all mine.
Yes.
Right? Instead of saying, hey, this is what I've been blessed with.
Yes.
And that's what I love, the Christian perspective on that, because we're really taught not just to give our excess, but to give according to what God asks us to do.
Yeah.
And for some, that means they give a lot more than just their excess.
Yeah.
You know. And I also see John 6 this way too. Jesus knew that before He could speak to the people, He had to satisfy their human tendency for hunger.
That's exactly right.
Right. And we have that same principle here at the mission.
Yes.
That, feeding people is just a byproduct of what we do.
Yes. Yeah.
But it's important because I'm going to satisfy their hunger, their physical hunger.
Yes.
So I can get their spiritual hunger.
Yeah.
And if I don't take care of the physical, and Jesus knew that, most of the people weren't going to listen.
Yes.
Man, I'm hungry. I got to figure out something. I got to go home, right?
Yeah.
You know, he knew He'd keep the crowd there, and He also knew once He had satisfied that they would be attentive to listen to what He had to say.
Right.
And
you know, you think about the method. Well, first of all, Jesus, you very seldom see Him sitting in a church most of His time.
Yeah.
Obviously, that's important to the Lord. But He sees the needs of the people, and they're hungry. Many of them are suffering from diseases.
Yeah.
Many of them are horribly harassed by the demonic realm. And Jesus sees that. And that really becomes the catalyst as He begins to care for their physical needs. It becomes an opening. That it almost is the way in which the door to the heart is opened, because God says we've got ears on our heart.
Yeah.
And it becomes the gateway or the platform for people to open their hearts to hear what satisfies the soul, which is the living word, the living bread. And Keith, can you just tell us some of the ways that you go from caring for needs to ministering to the heart?
Yeah, you know, I'm a fisherman.
Yes.
I love fishing, and I can't catch a fish without a hook and a bait. And so the fish is going to grab onto the hook because there's a bait on there.
Yeah.
And I see that somewhat is the same way what we do here at the mission. I provide shelter. I provide, or not me, but the mission provides shelter. Mission provides meals. We provide clothing and other services to make sure the physical needs are met. But that's just the hook to get them in the door. Because really what we want them to hear is the gospel of Jesus Christ.
Right.
Whether it's somebody that's just coming in for one night stay, where they talk to a chaplain, that chaplain's going to try to share the gospel with them. Or our one-year program where it's Bible-based, and we are, in 1 year, you are going through Bible school, really, when you're going through our program, because we feel that addictions or homeless issues or even if you're addicted to pornography or you have financial issues, that the 1 year program that is Christ-centered can change your life. Because we're trying to fill a void in their life that they're filling with addiction, whether it's alcohol or drugs. And we want to fill that void with Jesus Christ. And that's really what the mission's all about. And, you know, I love that because And I tell my board, I say, listen, if we didn't have to serve the meals or the housing that we provide, it costs a lot of money, right, to provide all those things. But we still could have the impact we do on people. That's what I want to do. But it's because we do those other things that we have the impact on people.
Right.
Because they wouldn't come to us otherwise.
Right.
So I have a question for you. Being a longtime pastor, and we have about 11 to 12 million dollar budget here at the mission. Only about 3% of that comes from churches. And now I'll say this: the individuals that go to the churches also give. So I want to preface it by saying that. But do you think that the church, and I'm saying church like as the whole group, has really satisfied what God has asked them to do to reach out to like the homeless and to the needy, and to do the mission work of overseas and things? Do you think that the church that is currently in our Christian society here in the United States is doing that enough?
Absolutely not.
Yeah.
You know, but it really comes from vision. And when we see one thing, the God we serve is not either or. He is eternal.
Yeah.
Which means he has no boundary to him. You cannot, let me give you an illustration. Okay, if I went down to the Gulf, I love to go down to Orange Beach.
Yeah.
You talk about
Beautiful.
fishing, man.
Yeah.
Oh,
Beautiful.
I could go and get on a boat right now. I could do inshore.
Let's go.
Oh,
I've
let's
been here
go.
too long. Yeah.
Come on now,
I
man.
agree.
When is snapper season?
Yeah.
You know, it's another
And
7
delicious,
months.
too.
Yeah,
Yeah.
delicious. But if you were to go down to the Gulf and you were to get a really strong, powerful engine with a machine that has an ability to put a pipe in the water and extract the water from the Gulf. What size machine do you think you would need to be able to empty the waters of the ocean?
Not any size that the human race could do, that's for sure.
Yeah. I believe that many of us, being a pastor, we get so narrowly focused on our own inability instead of the eternal majesty of God.
Yeah.
But yet, the very heavens, what God has created, including the ocean, is a testimony.
Yeah.
And many people think, oh, okay, I've got 100. If I give 10 away, then I will only have 90.
Yeah.
Well, actually, the gospel, and you can go and check this out in the scriptures, Jesus says actually the gospel is different. You give everything away and it's multiplied 100 times. You put one seed in the ground and it produces 50, 70, 100-fold. That's the teaching of the gospel.
Yeah.
And first of all, obviously it's referring to our lives. We think if I give my life to Jesus, I've died, I've lost my life. Well, yes, when you lose your life, you save it.
Yeah.
And when one person gives their life to Jesus, then it is sown, it is put in the ground, and it's literally united with the death of Christ, buried, and then it multiplies in a resurrection. Yeah. Now, here's why I love working with business people. Entrepreneurs really understand multiplication. They understand investment. The reason why they buy inventory, the reason why they do manufacturing, the reason why they do retail is they know if I buy this, I'm going to sell it at that.
Yeah.
And it's going to multiply.
Yeah.
Entrepreneurs understand that. Now, I love my pastors, all right?
Yep.
because I went to seminary
I'm
with
a
a lot
PK,
of them.
so I get it.
Yeah. But unfortunately, pastors, by and large, at seminary do not have their eyes opened to the multiplication factor that business people understand by nature.
Yeah.
When you're doing an MBA, or when you've done business, or when you've done economics. Now, when we go to seminary, we go there to study the Bible, which is what a seminary is for. We don't also get exposed to the multiplication. The pastors are really called to be entrepreneurs, to expand the gospel enterprise of our Lord Jesus Christ.
Yeah, they don't even have classes on how to run a church, really. Do they? I mean,
Well,
they're just teaching them how to teach
absolutely.
the Bible. Yeah.
But you see, this is why, and you know, if any business person is listening to me, that's why God has planted you in the local church. Because you can go to your pastoral staff and say, hey, come on, man, let's quit this thinking about if I've got 100 and I give 10 away. No, there are incredible needs, and we can be opened as pastors to lead our congregation to understand that when we sow generously, we reap generously. And what does it do? I know that as a pastor, I was not equipped to do what God has called you to do. You're equipped to do that. But what can I do? Man, I can give generously. I can support. Many people are actually looking. They have the resources. And they're looking for opportunity. And I would just say to pastors, if you're listening, to entrepreneurs, to business owners, Christian business owners, man, here are the people. I don't want to go and, you know, if I'm a manufacturer, I don't want to go, I don't want to get out of what God has called me to do, but I can take what God has multiplied in me and help support those who God has raised up to have that specialty. And you guys are niche. The Downtown Rescue Mission, what you do and other organizations do, God has raised you up with that niche entrepreneurial specialty to be able to do this. And that's what you do, and you do it well.
I appreciate that.
But to answer your question, I really don't believe that many pastors have really caught the vision of the eternal God, who he's, in other words, he's not restricted, man.
Well, you know, I come from a pastor's son background, and what I loved about my dad's churches through the years is about 50% of the budget was for missions. And listen, if that meant that the church didn't grow as much, or they didn't do the building project, they were going to make sure that 50% was going to a missions project or to the missionaries. And it hurts my heart some, and I'm, because I deal in this world quite a bit. Churches are supportive, so don't get me wrong, but there's so much more I think that the outreach of the church could be. If I really think it's gotten almost to be kingdom building, where they're building their own little kingdoms. And yes, I do think there needs to be church expansion and building projects and things like that. But I know that we have a capital campaign going on right now, and I had a couple of churches say, listen, we can't do that right now because we're having to do a new design on our atrium, that is going to have more people that can. Is that really winning people to the Lord? No, maybe, but what I say that is it seems like they're more concerned about how to build the church there.
Yeah.
Instead of one of the things that I also loved about my dad's church is he always had a little sign above the door going out and said, "You are now entering the mission field."
Right.
And I think we've lost that in some of our churches.
Well, I would suggest again that we have a certain mindset.
Yeah.
And yes, is it wonderful to leave Huntsville, Alabama, and go to Johannesburg, South Africa, and take your family with it? Absolutely. We call that a mission trip.
Yeah.
And when you come back and give a report to the congregation, man, there's celebration. Yeah. They went on missions. And we need to start celebrating going on missions every time we walk out of our church doors. Because, yes, that is the mission field we are in today.
Yeah.
And it involves the giving of ourselves, the giving of what God has so abundantly blessed us with. Keith, what would you say? You wrote a $12-14 million budget.
Yeah.
If you were to just take the churches of Huntsville and the wealth of the churches of Huntsville, what would it take for that to be increased to a $20 million budget? How much money from each of the local congregations?
See, there's so many churches here, it wouldn't be that much, you know.
$5,000 each?
Yeah. I mean, that would definitely take us to that point. And, you know, for me, it just, it's been a real stark reality the last few years, you know, just even trying to get in to talk about what we do.
Uh-huh.
They're so guarded that they, it's almost like they don't want somebody to come in their doors because it may take away from the coffers that they currently have.
Well, you know, here's the opportunity we have, and as a local pastor, I would just challenge pastors locally. Yeah. You know, open your heart even to hear what God is trying to say this morning. Open your door and then look at the resource. Well, what can you give?
Yeah.
If you do have a capital campaign, can you tithe off that campaign, for example?
Yeah.
Let's say your capital campaign is for $1 million. I mean, could you tithe off that? And see that as an opportunity for missions as well.
Yeah.
I know that people they give most when they're attached to purpose. Why am I giving?
Yeah.
And many people in the local congregation would be highly motivated to say, you know, we're raising $1 million for this campaign, and of that, we're just going to take 1%.
Yeah.
1% of $1 million is 10,000. 10% is 100,000. You know.
Yeah.
So these kinds of things is really where we can speak to people, and of course that's what I love about the work that I do, because we're very intentional about business results, which are economic and team results, but also the spiritual value add results. And you know, many of our C12 companies give incredibly generously.
Over and above, even.
Over and above. And they're not diminished. They're growing.
See, and I love what you said about that, too, because you've got folks there who on a daily basis are investing, right? They're going buying product to sell, excuse me. But I think a lot of them also see that when they're doing things for their church or for a Christian nonprofit, that's another investment for them.
Yes.
yes, it's not going to make them money, but they know at the end of the day there's an investment there because they're giving to something that is going to invest in the kingdom.
Absolutely.
And
yeah, it's the investment mindset that entrepreneurs have.
Yeah.
And I would suggest that every pastor is called to be a gospel entrepreneur.
Yeah.
And this is what Colossians chapter 1 says. The kingdom, the gospel, is bearing fruit all over the world. That's what it says. And we're a part of the enterprise, the gospel enterprise that our founder, Jesus Christ, inaugurated, but then gave to us.
Yeah.
And the reason why we are so prosperous is because that gospel was sown by people. It's called the people of the diaspora. And my prayer is that pastors would get a diaspora. Dia meaning through, spora meaning sowing. It's through sowing. And many pastors are, here's my church and this is our little kingdom. Okay. Yes, that's right. But we're a part of a bigger kingdom.
Yeah.
And that bigger kingdom is God's kingdom. And yes, are we wanting our church to flourish, our denomination to flourish? Yes.
Yeah.
But how does it flourish? God just simply says, blessed are those who sow, who give.
Yeah.
It's through sowing. I'm sowing my life. I'm sowing the gifting that God has given to me. I'm sowing also economically and financially.
The Bible tells us, and I forget the passage, but it says, when you give to the poor, you lend to the Lord.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I know if I lend to the Lord, he's never going to be in debt to me.
Yeah.
So, and I'm not just saying for the rescue mission, but in general, if churches are thinking in that, even here at the rescue mission, we give money to other nonprofits because we've helped other missions get started. We help our association to make sure it's growing over and above what we have to do, because we know we're sowing as well into seeds of a new mission starting or something that's going on, because it's not just about Huntsville. It's not, we're kingdom building for all people. I want heaven to be crowded, right? I mean, I want it to be that it's a jam-packed place. But unfortunately, it says that narrow is the way and few will find it, right? But my goal is to get the few that are supposed to go to be there.
Yeah.
But, I love how that passage talks about that, though. If we're doing things above and beyond ourselves and we're giving to those who are in need, or we're trying to find ways to share the gospel, the Lord isn't going to be in debt to us.
Yeah.
He's going to make sure. So I always think of it this way. If we're giving that donation or we're giving above and beyond, maybe our car doesn't break down as quick, or the Lord gives us an extra bonus at work, or whatever it might be, because he's going to cover, because he's never indebted to us.
Absolutely.
And I don't want to take it to the other extreme where it's, where people make money because they're in church, right? I'm not that way at all. But
yeah, Keith, here's one of the things that's going on that I think needs to be addressed.
Yeah.
All right. You take the California fires, that devastating fire.
Yeah.
Okay. As soon as American people, God has made us generous. If you go back and look at history, the history of our giving, you're going to go back to the haystack prayer meeting of 1810 in New England. Okay. People started to pray, and God started to stir hearts. And he was stirring hearts back then about missions work in Burma, in India. And God raised up William Carey from England. God raised up Luther Rice right here in the United States. And these people started to go.
Yeah.
All right? And they sent Luther Rice back to speak about missions. And Luther rode on horseback about 6,000 miles, just going from congregation to congregation to talk about people overseas who don't know the gospel. And God raised up a spirit of generosity in the 1800s amongst the believers. It resulted in massive missions movements. For example, just one is Baptists. You know, they started the Triennial Convention, became the Cooperative Program back in 1927, and it's funded missions overseas.
Yeah.
But America is wealthy because God gave us a heart of generosity. I believe if you go back and study the history of giving in the 1800s, America is wealthy because God gave us a heart of generosity. And we are the most generous people on the face of the earth. If there's a crisis overseas, people give. If there's a crisis in California, people give. Now, here's what I think has happened, Keith. Unfortunately, people gave a lot of money to California. And where is that money? There's a big question. We can give lots of money and people are not accountable for it, and actually there are many kleptocratic authorities even in the states. Authority systems that end up stealing what is given. So I want to challenge people, come down here to the Downtown Rescue Mission. Come and see. You're not just going to see real lives being impacted, real people being fed. You're going to see real accountability. You're going to know that if you give $1, this is, you know, when I go through the checkout line at some of the grocery stores, they'll say, will you give this to that? In the back of my mind, I say, yeah, I want to give. I just don't know where that's going. In other words, there's no direct connection between me and actually seeing where it's going. Now, listen, we've got no excuses, Christians. You can come down here to the rescue mission, right here in the heart of Huntsville, and you can make a journey here, and you can see what your giving does. It really actually puts bread in the stomach of somebody, which gives the opportunity for the mission to open their hearts to receive the gospel of Jesus Christ, which is the transforming power of God. And so that's what I challenge, man. Here's a way to have a direct connection to I'm giving and it's making a difference. How could they come down and visit you? What would you do?
We have I never knew you did it tours. You know, every time we give a tour here, you know, people think of the mission as kind of soup, soap, and salvation, right? You feed them a thing of soup and you just preach to them and maybe you give them a bed at night. But it's so much more what we do here. The community outreaches that we do, the programs that we have. But we have a tour that we always recommend for people to come down and take. And listen, if they can't come take a tour, go online. You can look at our financials online. We are audited every year, and you can see that our money goes to the ministries we say they're going to. And I think that's important in these days that, you know, like you said, there's a lot of times, and I'm wondering where that money went that went to California too.
Well, I'd love to know.
Yeah.
Because I wouldn't be surprised if it doesn't end up in the kleptocratic authorities of California.
Well, it's the same thing with, they had millions upon millions of dollars that were spent on homeless issues out there, and they don't know where that money went
Exactly.
either, you know, and...
Exactly. And believers, here's a place where you can actually see what happens to your dollar.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Yeah, so... with your C12, what has been the biggest impact that you've seen in the communities that those businesses are in? Is there like one story that you could tell that you've seen because they have done well with their employees and done well with their business, but also do the other side where they're giving back to what the Lord's given them?
Yeah. Okay, so we have what we call a caring matrix that we teach in C12. It's helping Christian business owners actually do something, and it's giving them a structure. So we do start, if you can just imagine this matrix, at the top would be physical, and then the next column over would be emotional, and then the next column over would be spiritual. We always start in the top left-hand corner. We start off with employee physical. We don't want to overlook our employees in order to go and do that. We want to have a Jerusalem, a Judea, a Samaria, and to the outermost parts of the world kind of mentality, because we believe that's biblical. Well, what is our Jerusalem? It's our employees. We don't want our employees to see us being incredibly generous to some overseas mission and they're missing out on really getting cared for. So physical care, emotional care, and spiritual care for our employees. Then employee families. And then we look at our vendors and we look at our customers. Are we really caring for them? What are the opportunities that God is giving us for them? Next is community. So you take Wilson Lumber, for example. You know Rob Wilson.
Good people.
Yeah, you know Josh Hendrickson. You know the Wilson family. I mean, just incredibly wonderful people. You can go right here in our community and see employees who have been touched by their caring ability, taking product from Wilson Lumber, because they're a building supply company, and going out and actually meeting the needs of some of the mission work here by helping to build, for example. And that's just scratching the surface. But that is, we encourage our companies first, you know, Jerusalem, Judea, Samaria. Where has God planted you? And so whether it's here in Madison County or United Treating and Distribution in Muscle Shoals, to see what they're doing with the home that Chad Epperson, actually the owner of United Treating and Distribution, as a 15-year-old boy, he was in that home because his parents weren't raising him.
Wow.
Okay. And now he leads that home, and that company, just as one of the things that they do, support and build. Recently that home structure actually burnt down.
Oh, wow.
Well, UTD went back in with their supplies, their goods, and their people, and their money, and reconstructed that home. In addition to that, through the work of Anchored in Truth Ministry, they are impacting their community in a substantial way, doing what God has called them to do. Another company out there, Ferris Wholesale, for example, really engaging in local community and international missions, not an either or. It's a matter of seeing where God has planted them, having their eyes open to the opportunity to make a difference, and it's not an either or situation.
We and you know, I ask these questions because we have seen so many blessings. It's amazing to see what God has done here. You know, this campus that we purchased 15 years ago is an amazing thing, and God knew that we were going to need a campus like this because the expansion that we've done since has been amazing. And we're currently in a capital campaign that we raised about 4.5 million of about 7.5 of the current phase that we're going through. But we started the building project before we had all the money, and we did that by faith because we knew the folks that we were taking care of were in desperate need to have that done. I don't want to sleep moms and kids on the floor, and I'm not going to tell anybody they can't be here. If they come to us, we're going to try to make sure that they have a place to stay. So in God's provision, we had sent out a couple years ago just a kind of dream list for the next few years, and one of the donors came along and said, listen, I want to kick that off, and I want to give you $2 million towards that project. And I almost fell out of my chair when they said that, right? But I also said, man, God, what are you doing here? Because we don't even have it on our radar yet. This is something that we're dreaming to do in 5 to 7 years. And God was saying, no, now's when we need to get that going. Amazing how quickly we saw the hand of God move, because our numbers went up here even before we started the campaign project to start to build it. That he knew that we couldn't wait 7 years, that we needed to start building now. And one of the things that the lady that had given the seed money, she said, I need to see something being built within 12 to 18 months. Well, that doesn't give me time to do a whole capital campaign. And,
right.
I didn't even have my board voted on it yet, you know.
Right.
And of course they came along and said, yes, we do think that's something you need to do. But it's amazing to see what God does. But I say all that to say we started the construction before we had the money, knowing that God's going to supply the need.
Yeah.
And,
you know, again, a challenge is we're in the people business.
Yeah.
God's kingdom is a people business.
Yeah.
And there might be somebody saying, wow, that's wonderful that generous person gave $2 million.
Yeah.
We're connected to people.
Yeah.
And everything, every person who has a job is because somebody put them there. Yeah. Somebody made a decision. Even if you started your own business, somebody started to do business with you. They made a decision.
Yeah.
So everything happens through people, and people don't realize how significant they are. They may be able to give $1, but then they are connected to people who are able to give $1,000. Yeah. And those people are connected to people who can give $100,000. And some are connected to people who could write a check for $10 million.
Yeah.
And what they're looking for is, you know, what is going to be an effective? I really believe God says, I have ordained you to be fruitful. No, your life is ordained to be fruitful.
Yeah.
Connected to the vine, we're fruitful. And so opening our eyes just to see, oh, you know, I can speak to so-and-so. I can be open to a conversation with people I do know. And it's a simple thing.
Yeah.
Hey, have you thought about the work of the Downtown Rescue Mission as an opportunity for what God might want you to do with your investing?
Yeah.
I think most people are very afraid of rejection when it comes to selling.
Yeah.
You know, or asking people. You know, people, I ask people all the time, do you have a personal relationship with Jesus? And they say, no, I don't. And I say, well, would you like to give your life to Jesus? And you know, there are only two answers.
Yeah.
Yes or no.
That's right.
And I already expect that about 10 people are going to say no to me.
Yeah.
But 1 out of 10 is going to say yes.
Yeah.
And then I'm going to say,
asking all 11, right?
well, I'm not afraid of the rejection because I already know that 10 are going to reject. They're not rejecting me. They're rejecting the gospel. It's not me. I've got to get myself out of this. And then I can say to those 1 out of 10, would you like me to help you pray the prayer that we pray in order to give our lives to Jesus? And very seldom do people say no. And I say, well, let's pray.
Yeah.
You mean we can do it right here?
Yeah.
Oh, yes. In fact, you could pray with me right now. If you're listening and you don't have a relationship with the Lord Jesus Christ, I just invite you. Lord Jesus, today I realize that your word says that I am dead in my trespasses and sins, and I cannot, Lord, with all of my hard work or trying to be good or trying to do what is right, I cannot solve my major plight. I cannot solve that issue, that I'm dead in my sins. And I'm thankful, God, today that I don't need to do that, because Jesus, you came and you died on the cross and you were buried and raised on the third day to remove the barrier, to forgive me of my sins. And Lord Jesus, today I want to ask you to forgive me of my sins. And then, Lord, I'm asking you to be my personal Lord and my Savior. I'm asking you, Lord, to come into my heart and into my life and bring transformation. And Lord, for every person that's prayed that prayer, I pray that you'd give them the gift of faith to believe. I pray that you'd give them the gift of the Holy Spirit so that their lives can be changed. So if you prayed that prayer, reach out to somebody and find a believer and let them help you get baptized. Let them help you find a local church where you can be planted and grow, and then give your life to Jesus and see how he will multiply it.
Yeah. And anybody out there watching right now can say that same prayer.
Oh, there are people watching?
Yeah.
Oh, good.
Yeah.
Well, if you're watching,
yeah,
you can say that same prayer. Yeah.
Because we never know what tomorrow brings, so you make it right today.
Yeah.
I've seen so many folks that like, I like that Jesus stuff, but I want to hold off. Right? I've seen so many times where, in fact, I lost a cousin earlier this year who was only 44 years old.
Oh my! I'm so sorry.
But Christian guy, so I know where he is today.
Yes.
But if he waited towards the end of his life, he might not have had that chance.
Right.
And so
the Bible says today is the day of salvation.
Yep.
And I just want to say to you, if you're watching, man, look, you give your life to the Lord and you think you're losing something. Yeah, you're actually losing your life to him, but he turns around and my relationship with the Lord Jesus Christ, it's the best.
Yeah.
It is wonderful. He's in my life. He talks to me. I have this sense of well-being, even though I'm faced with the challenges of life. Just 8 years ago, I had melanoma cancer in my lungs.
Wow.
And the oncologist, Dr. Connery down in Birmingham, he looked at me and he said, there's about a 5% chance that you will survive. And folks, I'm telling you, I just had the peace of God. God was either going to heal me or I was going to go to be with him. Both of those were healing to me. And I had zero fear about that. Absolutely zero. And look, I'm here 8 years later.
Praise the Lord.
But I might be driving home today and get run over by an 18-wheeler.
Yeah.
It happens.
Yeah.
It happens to 68-year-old people like me, and 14-year-old people like you, or 18 years of, or 44, your cousin.
My mom, you know, my dad was, I always tell the joke, my dad was the pastor, but my mom was the good Christian, you know. It's just a joke because my dad's a fine Christian.
It's a great joke.
Yeah. But my mom was very, very good Christian lady.
Yes.
And she passed away almost 25 years ago now. And she had struggled with cancer over a 30-year period. And towards the end of her life, she and I were talking one day, and she didn't know she was going to pass in a few weeks. And she said, Keith, you know, I've had every prick and prod and tube, and she's like, I hate that stuff. And she said, I you know, but I fight to stay alive. And she said, I'm going to get to heaven and go, why did I fight so hard? Because when we get to heaven, that's home.
Yeah.
That's the assurance we have.
That's right.
We are aliens here, right?
Yeah.
I mean, this is not our home. And I know we want to, you know, live as long as we can, but really, our home is going to be with Jesus Christ, and it's going to be amazing.
Right.
And just a couple weeks after she had passed, or just, you know, a couple weeks before she passed, she had said that, and then she passed away, and I was like, man, she's home, you know? And that's the awesome thing that we have, the assurance that through our salvation,
Yes.
and that's our whole point here at the mission.
Yeah.
If somebody is ready to hear the gospel, we want to make sure we're the ones there to share it, because you never know what tomorrow's going to bring. I want to make sure that heaven's packed.
Absolutely. You know, the good nutrition, you know, getting food and eating something. I don't know if you're hungry today. You may be hungry. And then you say, you know, I'd really like to eat something. Oh, what would you like to eat? Because I'm hungry.
Yeah.
You think, oh man, I would just love a nice steak with a good baked potato. And boy, you go and get that and you eat it, and it just hits the spot. You know, you have that feeling of satisfaction.
Yeah.
And it doesn't just satisfy your hunger, but then suddenly you're feeling strengthened and enabled to take the day.
Yeah.
You know, Christ is like spiritual steak. It's not just a belief system. He actually is a living word. And we're all body, soul, and spirit. And if you're neglecting your soul today, somebody's listening or watching and they're neglecting their soul, man, Jesus is satisfying food. And he transforms. He changes me from the inside out. He changes my want to. You know, many people struggle maybe with, well, I really have to have that. But Jesus can actually transform our appetites and give us an appetite for what is really healthy.
Yeah.
And I just appreciate so much the work that you're doing.
Thank you.
Keith, through you and through your board members, the staff, the multiplied staff throughout all of the stores that you have, and particularly the people that you're reaching. And I know that you know that ultimately Jesus Christ is the one. You're offering yourself, but he's the one who's changing lives. And so appreciate and can testify to people that this is a transforming work. It doesn't just stop food. Giving food is important, vital, but the ultimate goal is the transforming life of Jesus Christ.
Well, and the association we're with, Citygate, that's helping do this whole event, that's their purpose, is that these missions are out there sharing the gospel. All 75 that are a part of this, I know each one of them is their main reason for doing what they're doing is to make sure that the gospel is being shared. I can't make somebody accept it, but I definitely can share it.
Yes.
And that's what God asks us to do. You know, go out and make disciples, right? And that's what we're supposed to be doing, and that's a commission. It's not something that he just says, "Oh, well, can you do this for?" No, he tells us, "Go out and make disciples," and so that's what we do here, especially at the Downtown Rescue. I love, there used to be a shampoo commercial where it said, there was 2 on the screen, then the 2 became 4, and it grew. Well, that's what I want to happen here. I want pastors and ministers to come from our program, because then they're going to share the gospel and all the people that they reach.
Absolutely.
Because of what they learned here, right?
Yeah.
And that's what I love about what we do, is I want it to continue to grow, that we're sharing the gospel with everybody. Well, I thank you for coming out today and sharing time with me on the bench. Anything else? Do you have any questions for me or any comments that you want to make to the people that are watching?
Recently I had the privilege of leading a tour over to what we call the Journeys of Paul. And Paul was really called by God to be an apostle. It means one who is sent under the authority of God.
Yeah.
And he pressed the front lines. He literally pressed the barrier, because God called him to go from Jerusalem. He was actually sent out from Antioch in Syria, and he pressed the front lines. First he went into Asia Minor, which is Turkey. The next missionary journey, he was called over into Greece to Macedonia.
Yeah.
And then he goes from there to Athens. And actually, if you read Acts chapter 17, he was all alone there. And he is distressed by the paganism. And he finds common ground. He goes to this place really of high philosophy that was instituted by Aristotle and Socrates and Plato, and they taught Alexander the Great, who expanded the empire 300 years before Paul got there.
Yeah.
But it created this humanistic, syncretistic, philosophical think tank. Well, Paul is distressed by the paganism. He goes and finds common ground with them. He's distressed by it, but he doesn't run away from it. He finds common ground. Yeah. And I was there teaching recently, and I just realized, where's the common ground?
Yeah.
Where can we find common ground and share about the God who gives life? And Keith, I believe that right here, God has created an opportunity for that to happen in a very practical way. So appreciate you so much.
Yeah, well,
thank
I thank
you so much.
Yeah. Well, I appreciate our time, and I'm always richly blessed by our conversations. And you were with us last time, and I know you're happy that it's warmer this time than
I'm very happy.
Yeah, it was chilly.
I'm not happy that I had to be reminded.
Yeah.
Because I'm normally a punctual person, but thank you for accommodating me, Keith. God
Pastor
bless
Murray,
you.
appreciate you so much
Thank
for
you
coming.
so much.
Thank you, brother.
God
Appreciate
bless
you.
you.
God bless you too.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay.
Thank you, Dad. Sorry, Bob.
Sorry, your son's in control, so I gotta let him do what he's doing. He's good at what he does too.
He is. Thanks, Keith.
Thank you, brother.
Bless you.
Okay, with who? Oh, okay.
They're just gonna listen to your conversation with Joe.
Okay.
Is that a good angle? Yeah. Put this in front of your face. I'm sorry, Keith. They chime in for us.
Hey, Keith. Good morning.
I'm going to have to bump y'all's mics down just a touch, but I'm going to let them know y'all are on the national feed. Getting y'all ready to go.
Okay.
Give me just one second.
Yeah, sure.
Appreciate you coming, Joe.
Yes. Thank you, Keith. I've been looking forward to this.
Yeah. We're dealing some with doing live national stuff too, so I got to make sure I'm on the right bandwidth. Are we on national yet, or? Yeah. So we have our group that he can hear us locally, but there's also a national feed going. So
I got to see some of it in there. So Fresno was up live. And
yeah.
I did not know.
Yeah.
There's quite a few doing this.
Yeah,
at the same
75
time, right?
they're doing it this year.
75.
Yeah.
Wow.
We did this back in January. It was kind of the test run, and there was about 15 rescue missions. Okay. Are we ready to go? Okay.
All right.
All right. Well, Joe, tell us who you are and tell the folks out there a little bit about yourself.
Yeah, sure. My name is Joe Moffitt. And so, pull it in here a little bit.
Yeah.
Is that better?
Yeah.
Joe Moffitt. So, lived here in Huntsville now for, wife and I are working on 15 years. I grew up in Western North Carolina, in the mountains, beautiful mountains. I spent half my life in the retail world with Lowe's. And so traveled all over the Southeast and brought us here to Huntsville, like I said, about 15 years ago. And really have enjoyed this city and watched it change, as I'm sure you've seen over the last 15 years. It's been pretty incredible to be a part of it.
Yeah.
But I know the conversation is about homelessness, and if I'm being honest with you, my conversation is probably like a lot of people you know, that when I've corporate world, Fortune 50 company, I'm doing life and not seeing homelessness. I see it, but I don't engage with it. I ignore it. And so my first step into this world was volunteering with crisis services here locally. So that's domestic abuse. Got on that board and started doing some work because I really, in the corporate world, I wanted to try to step out of that and see what else was going on around me, right? And so the domestic abuse was troubling. Seeing some shelters and really understanding some things that were going on was eye-opening to me about this city and what the needs were. And then I started going, working somewhere local here, City Lumber off of Bob Wallace. And when I started working there, as you know, right there on Bob Wallace, I got to see a lot of homelessness walking around, right? And I got a good friend of mine, Keith, that to this day I say opened my eyes to these people that were just walking around me and putting names to them, is what I would say. I go home and tell my wife, I'm like, you won't believe today, I met Patrick. And she's like, well, who's Patrick? And I said, well, it's this man that just kind of walked by. And when you start knowing names, and these people become human, it changed me.
Yeah.
I saw it differently, and so I started engaging with them more, helping them more, and as we all do, try to navigate how do you help. I went on a missions trip to Nepal in the middle of all this and learned a lot about sitting out in his hut. And this man was talking about his needs for him and his family. And it was a shocking need, an electric fence that he wanted around his home to prevent elephants from running at night and maybe trampling their hut.
Wow.
And I just remember going, oh no, how terrifying.
Yeah.
Right?
I wouldn't even think that electric fence could stop an elephant. But you know.
I wouldn't either. Right? And I'm like, oh my goodness.
Yeah.
And I said, you know, the American way, I go, well, how much is an electric fence? And for US dollars, it was like $20.
Wow.
And in my front pocket, I had $20. And they were like, no, Joe, you can't give this man $20. What we need to do is help this man get a job.
Yeah.
And earn the $20 so he can buy the fence. And then he is uplifted in his community, uplifted in his family. And this really helps him and his family and how this thing moves along. We can't just give it. And that was a real moment to me at understanding how do you engage?
Yeah.
And sometimes it is giving, but sometimes how do you help a human really change their behaviors and do things for themselves, become independent and help themselves. So I started struggling with that. I think as we all do, especially with the homelessness, do I give? Do I engage? And I think it's both.
Yeah.
But
turn the mics up a little. Okay. Yeah, just pull it a little closer to you.
Got
there
it.
you go.
All right. So I started that venture from that place in Nepal of learning, like, all right, so giving versus engaging and helping, how do I do that? And so, like I said, a good friend of mine, we would go and just go in the camps and the slabs and really start finding out names and understanding what these humans around us that are just like us and need this connection. I think that's what I'm trying to get at, is just when I found a name to somebody, I engaged and connected them in a completely different place. And you see them, some hope around that.
Yeah.
Maybe that's the word, when you're seen. And I know, even walking a life without homelessness, when somebody notices you, it changes you as a human. So really navigating, getting to know and leaning in, I started volunteering with a recovery center here locally, which you guys know, His Way.
Yeah.
And I've
talked with Tom last night.
Did you?
Yeah.
Wonderful.
Yeah.
And really saw some homelessness transform through their program.
Yeah.
And
it's a great program.
Yeah, really. And I mean, what they were and what they became, true transformations.
Yeah.
And that made me lean in a little bit more. And so to this day now, I know names. I know Patrick, who's someone currently I'm just so proud of, to see that he was homeless and living this life and come through the program and watched him become a human who is productive, who's engaging with his family, getting them back on track, has a job, and just a real productive human is pretty incredible to watch and see.
Yeah.
And so that's kind of my journey through what brought me to Huntsville.
Yeah.
And then really started engaging with the homelessness and, like I said, connecting with a name and not just a person walking by. Started changing how I see what's around us.
In the United States, in Huntsville and in the United States, a lot of folks ignore homelessness, right?
Yeah.
You see the guy on the street corner and we look the other way. Somebody may be laying in under a viaduct or under a bridge, and we kind of look away. There are invisible neighbors, a lot of times is what they're called.
Yeah.
But what you did and putting a name with somebody, it's hard for them to be invisible then.
Yeah.
Right? Because once you know somebody's name, you're going to be looking for them, right? And it's always been my thing is, listen, everybody that is here is created by God. And so there's worth, no matter who they are, they have worth.
Yes.
And for us to ignore, I think is not doing what God asked us to do, right? So tell us a little bit about, how you became, especially at His Way, how'd you become engaged in that program?
Yeah, I'll tell you. And you just said something that's really powerful. When you know their name, you start looking for them.
Yeah.
That's different. And that's exactly what happens. When I knew them, and I'm driving around town, now I'm actually seeking and looking. And it's just different. It's just different. And you're right, boy. God lived in Orlando for a while and had this pastor down there that said something that's just so simple, but I've really never forgot it. It's just simple. Every person you lay eyes on, every person is someone God loves.
Yeah.
And it seems simple, but I think sometimes they become invisible or we don't see them. But That's the truth. Which
I don't
what
know,
you
the
just
Bible
said.
tells me that every individual is fearfully and wonderfully made.
Yeah.
Right? So if that's the case and that God puts that moniker on us, how, especially as Christians, can we walk around and think that somebody's worth less?
Yes.
Right? And that's one of the things that I've done this bench event twice now, and one of my goals is to bring awareness that whether they're homeless, it doesn't matter what reason, mental illness or addiction or just having a rough life, there's still value because God finds value in them, right?
Yes.
And so, how can I, especially as a Christian man, look the other way? You know, how can I be the guy who, sees the guy under the bridge and, ignores them, that they become invisible, right? That's always been my passion here. And I want others to feel that too. Not that they have to do what I do, but they stop ignoring that invisible neighbor.
Yes.
Yeah,
it changes everything. Yeah, so go back to your question, how to find his way. But I'll tell you briefly. So I have a recovery story myself. And I even got this question the other day. I've been telling my story, which I didn't for almost 30 years while I was in the corporate world. I didn't want to tell anybody about that part of my life. I was ashamed of it and was worried that people would judge me and all that. But as a young man at 20, I found myself in a rehab. That's where I surrendered my life to Jesus in rehab, and he forever changed my life. But it's funny, as I was telling my story here recently, someone asked me, were you ever homeless? And I was in a small town, so you always kind of knew people, but it was a pause for me to realize that, I was for a minute. Like I lost everything. And luckily I knew some people that would let me have a couch here and there, but so kind of living out of my vehicle. And so I have experienced it in a way that I guess I kind of forgot. But anyway, surrendered my life to Jesus in rehab and left out of rehab. God put a woman in my life. We just celebrated 32 years of marriage.
Awesome.
Like I said, I put over 25 years with Lowe's, worked all over the Southeast. And so I put together this story. God has blessed me coming out of addiction. And I've just over the last year or so started telling my story more, and as we tell our stories, and I love what's happening here, is we just have conversation and talk. I find that the stories are what opens up connections with people. It lets you in, trust is built, and doors have been opened up, and conversations I've had since I've been telling my story like I never dreamed, Keith. But to end that, I left Lowe's and went to City Lumber off of Bob Wallace, and I started employing the guys at His Way. That's how I found His Way. They have a work program, so they put those guys to work. And so running a lumber yard, you get somebody to show up on time, when scheduled, and then sober. I'm like, yeah, sure, that sounds like a wonderful.
You fit all three right there then, right?
Yeah, right. I said, well, yeah. And this was the pandemic area, so it was hard to find people to work. And I'm like, well, sure, that sounds like a really good idea. And so I started employing them. And this is where I saw the transformation. A good friend of mine who was ministering to a homeless man, Jeremy, it was his name, he actually came into the program and started working on my yard and became one of the best employees we had. Attitude-wise, full of life, and just seeing this transformation from a man that was on the streets, going through the program and getting his life back was just amazing to me. And then I got to start sharing my story with these men that there's hope that you can come out of addiction and you can put a life together. And you said it, like what I tell these guys is God created me and them to have a life. There's something for you out there, and it's waiting on you if you'll just surrender your life to Him and allow Him to work in your life. My life is different, but your life could be as good or better than mine ever. Could be too, right? So I'm sharing this story with these men, Keith, and seeing men being transformed. It just let me lean in and really be a part of the organization, start volunteering and just sharing my story with them, and just love seeing the transformation.
You've put names to some of the stories. Is there one name in particular that is a story that impacted your life the most?
Yeah, I will say, I mentioned Jeremy is probably the one that's currently right now. There's another named Patrick that I'm so proud of right now. I got a chance to, First Stop is also in the homeless world. They had their annual dinner recently, and I got to take Patrick to it.
Wow.
And he was sitting at that table in just awe and amazement, and I just love seeing that in him. And I let him know, Keith, I said, you belong right here. And he couldn't believe it, that at one time he was, being served by them, and now he was sitting at a table at their annual dinner being served, right? Wow. And so there's something about that moment that I just love when I be able to look at him in the eyes and say, Patrick, you belong right here at this table.
So you were affected yourself at one point, something that you hid for a while because whether it's embarrassing or, but it impacted your life in a way that might not have happened if you hadn't gone through it, right?
That's right.
Sometimes what I find is that people have to come to their end before they find what really God has in store for them.
That's right.
And, but as you worked in the corporate world, one of the things we're trying to do is bring awareness. What do you feel the sense of people, just a regular Joe out there, feels about somebody who's homeless or somebody who's addicted? What do you think the persona is of that out in the real world?
Yeah, I think one, in the corporate world, it's invisible. And I came to the dinner for you guys we celebrated 50 years, and I heard a couple people on stage mention when they finally came out here, their eyes were opened.
Yeah.
This invisibility of what's around you, and part of it is in the corporate world, I'm not making excuses, but you get up and you're driven to produce results.
Yeah.
And so your whole world, your whole focus is producing those results, whatever those may be. And so
bottom line, it's going to be money, though.
Bottom line, it's going to be money.
Yeah.
Right? And so you're threatened to perform if you don't else. And so you just get into this grind. I was telling a good friend of mine the other day, you're just in this grind of just surviving and doing what someone's asked you to do. And that drive, I think about this. I had a corporate car, and I'm driving all over Huntsville and seeing nobody. I mean, I see homeless, but it's just invisible. So I think, the challenge behind that is small kids. It's the corporate world. It's driven to produce money and pursue this American dream that I find as I get older is a bit of a fallacy.
Yeah.
It's not really a dream. It's really a slavery.
Yeah.
I don't know if I answered your question on how, when people are in the grind of surviving in the corporate world, to see what's around them. But I know it's on my heart. I can tell you that I know it's the storytelling, that we tell our stories more. It opens up people's eyes. I'm able to talk to my kids about it now.
Yeah.
They're in their 20s.
Yeah.
And I love it. My daughter works downtown, and she talks about a homeless man that comes in there, and I listen to what she's saying.
Yeah.
And so there's some uncertainty about it, but she's talking about it, and she knows his name. I don't even know if she realizes it. She'll say his name. And I thought, well, how interesting that she sees it, and she's trying to get her head around it, how to engage it, how to care about it, but she knows his name.
Yeah.
And I know I'm rambling a little bit about your answer to your question. I think the original question is, how in the corporate world do we slow down and see what's around us and engage it?
Yeah.
I don't have a good answer. But I know part of it is just fear. My wife feels fear around homelessness.
Yeah.
And a part of it is just the unknown part of it, right? It's not, I've seen her, once she knows somebody's name, fear goes away and care shows up.
I've been in the homeless arena for over 30 years. And, I've had many folks come to me and talk about the downtrodden and in a negative sense, like, you know, why don't they just go out and get a job?
Yeah.
Or, you know, why are they homeless? What did they do? What, you know, why can't they just get off the drugs, you know? And I think what you said in the beginning has a lot to do with it. They're able to look at it as a generic person. But you stated something I think is so true. When you put a name to something, it no longer can be a generic person. It can no longer be that invisible person, because Karen or Joe or Sue or whoever that you see now is a person. And one of the things that has been really tugging on my heart about this bench event is I want folks out there to know that homeless folks are real people. They are God's created person. And we should never look down. We don't know what circumstance they went through. For the grace of God, I could be on the other side of the wall and I could be there.
That's right.
So my passion and part of my work, and I've been doing this a long time, is to make sure that we're making people aware that that drug addict or that homeless person or that person that's been an alcoholic for a long time, they have a family, you know. And somebody said yesterday in one of my interviews that, hey, listen, that's a potential brother or sister in Christ. And if that's the case, I may be living the rest of my eternity with that person.
Yeah.
And if I look down on them here, how is it that I'm going to look at them when I'm there?
Yeah.
You know, and because God sees us all as his creation.
That's right.
And he doesn't see a homeless guy, he sees his creation. He doesn't see a rich guy, he sees his creation.
That's
right?
exactly right.
And so it's something that's real passion for me because, you know, at a young age, I experienced going down and seeing somebody at rescue mission. I was a young guy and saw a guy that was from my high school, and I was like, how did this guy end up here? I'm still in high school and he's already here.
Wow.
And it changed my life forever. So when you put that it's a person, and I think, I love that you said put their name to it, it changed the whole dynamic of how we look at that.
Yeah. I even had a guy here, look, the same thing, like the difference of serving somebody food, giving somebody a meal is wonderful. But then he said it, if you serve them and know their name, it's completely different.
Yeah.
Right? It's a simple little adjustment of being seen. And I think, Keith, you've seen it, I've seen it. There's something about when we make that connection that helps that person, at least on the journey of transformation, to coming out of and being seen and recognized, to me, is one of the most powerful things that can really help these people in these situations.
Yeah.
I had somebody say, "But you know this? There's days where they may go. These people out here may go by and nobody even say hello to them.
Yeah.
Good morning. You're just not connected and seen and heard.
Yeah, it's
and
a shame.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
So His Way is a great program.
Yes.
We love, we have a partnership with Tom. In fact, early on, we helped them get their first thrift store kind of going, even though it's competition for us, right? Because we have thrift stores too.
Yeah, you do.
But, you know, my thing is we serve a God who owns the cattle on 1,000 hills.
That's right.
If he can supply for us, he can supply for you as well.
That's
and
right.
so there's always, Tom always plays in our golf tournament, and, you know, you guys supported us at our 50th. And but I think that that's a big thing when we're talking about helping those who are in need, is having a network where, yes, this Downtown Rescue Mission here in Huntsville is a very large organization, but we need the others, the other 30 to 40 organizations that we work with, to be a part of it too.
That's right.
Because we are not an end-all to all things that happen here. So we need all those resources that are out there. What are your thoughts on that?
Yeah. This whole venture into leaving the corporate world and being a nonprofit, you just said it. What I see is a lot of people working really hard in what I call silos, or kind of in their lane.
Yeah.
And big hearts, big efforts, really trying to do things, and the miss is this connection of supporting each other. And even when you say it, like, I just kind of chuckle when you say competition with thrift stores or like, I guess it is, but I don't see it that way.
Well, when you guys have sales on the same day we do, no, I'm kidding.
I know what you mean,
Yeah,
but
yeah.
you just said it. We're in this game. This what the business we're into is helping humans, and so if we support each other and connect with each other, and I know from the corporate world, I've seen the ugliness of competition and trying to remove resources from other people, see them fail. Well, not in a nonprofit, not in organizations that are trying to help humans. That I see a need. I still see a need of going national. Of connecting and supporting each other better, and not seeing it as competition, not seeing it as pulling away from resources. How do we pull resources together? And each one of us has our strengths and what we're really good at, and we all have some things that we need help with. And so working together across this city is still something on my heart. Worked with some city officials, and I see the want and need to help this city and the humans that need our help. But how do we work more together and not see it as competition or for resources? So I love what I see, but I see there's a need there to help each other continue to really ultimately impact this city as best we can.
So we deal on the local level. I'm also on the board of the National Association, which is Citygate, and that we're all individual ministries, but we're part of an association. And there's about 350 rescue missions that are a part of it. And it's exciting to see what all different organizations do. Not everybody does it the same, right?
That's right.
And it's just exciting to see how maybe in Fresno they have a city center that's a different model of how they do rescue. Here we have a campus that's men, women, and children, different facilities, different model. His Way has a different model.
That's right.
But the ultimate goal is that we're there to share Jesus Christ.
There you go.
And and I think there's good to have the variety, because I think that there's times that some people come here and go through our program and it doesn't quite match. They may go through it and they may graduate, but they really match better with the Nashville Rescue Missions program. Because it's just a little different, or there's a teacher that connects with them better. And so I always think that having locally, especially, well-rounded resources. Now, being a Christian, I'm going to be more tending towards the Christian side, but there's some that aren't Christian as well in name. I know they have Christian folks that work for them. But we work well with them too, because I think that you need that as well. But there's a whole lot of need out there. And the best way to meet that is to make sure there's a variety of ways to meet that need.
Yeah, I love it. And what you just said, the core of what we're here to do on this earth, what we're asked to do, is to introduce people to Jesus in our own ways, through our organizations, whether it be a faith-based organization, like you said, or not a faith-based in name, but still a Christian working there with that heart to do that. But yeah, you're right, because humans are all unique. And you just said it, some just need something different. It's not fast food where you're just having to replicate the same process over and over again. Humans are unique. And it takes us being uniquely formed and a variety of approaches to make the greatest result. So I'm with you.
So we've had a few ministries and others that work with the homeless in our area on this 24-hour bench event so far. And each time I want them to tell their website and how can people get involved and how do they volunteer or how do they donate. If I truly believe what I said before, that God owns the cattle on 1,000 hills, we're all going to be taken care of.
That's right.
He will supply our needs, not all our wants, but all, he'll make sure our needs are met.
That's right.
I mentioned before we have a capital campaign going on here And we started early, and I just know that God's going to supply the need. We'll have a construction loan coming up soon. God's going to supply the need, you know, because I know we're meeting the needs that He asked us to do. So when you think about homelessness on the national level, a lot of politics get involved with that. You have any thoughts on that at all?
Yeah, I do. I've on a national level, it's funny. I've listened to a few podcasts of some organizations that are doing it across the country. I'm sure you've heard of. There's one in Austin I got to hear on a podcast that I think it's Mobile Loaves and Fishes out there. It's a big community where small houses.
Tiny homes, yeah.
But,
the one that was on Joe Rogan?
Yeah.
I watched that too.
Fascinating man.
Yeah.
His story is incredible.
You know, we have a group here that's trying to do that here too. Yeah,
I do. I've met there's two ladies. Yeah. Mandy, I think's her name. I've met and talked to them. Very interesting. What I like about that model, and what I think of, is the dignified income piece that they talk about. There's something about asking for money, and a difference of earning money based on your God-given talents. And as you know, there's these men and women that we interact with. God's created them uniquely to do different things.
And some are very talented.
Very talented.
Yeah.
Incredibly talented.
Yeah.
And so when I think about that keeps resonating with me, that how do we give these opportunities to not beg, but give dignified income opportunities? Yeah. That's a powerful statement to me. I don't have the answers to that. I'm sure you think about it too, because then they become productive citizens. As a human, they feel different.
Yeah.
I know if I'm having to ask for something versus earning something, I just feel different as a human. And so I love that idea that resonated out of there. How we do that, I think that's that's the complex answer to the question.
They say there's about 800,000 people that slept on the streets last night somewhere in the United States. That's a lot of people.
Man.
So on a national level, I think we're failing. Now, I think locally, each one of the missions, I think they do a great job. And I think that the Bible tells us that the needy will be with us always.
That's right.
So I think that, you know, there's, back in 2000, there was the 2020 project, I think it was called, that by 2020, we're going to end all homelessness.
Huh.
I would love to do that.
Yeah.
I think that's a great goal. I don't think we'll ever end homelessness, because I think we're always going to have somebody that's mentally ill or addicted, or somebody that had hard times in life that ends up homeless. I think the Bible tells us that, and I think it's been proven. But I think we can do a better job.
Yeah.
I think there's policies that can be put in place. I've mentioned a couple times on this podcast, was out in Los Angeles 5-6 years ago, and was out there for a conference about homeless issues, and was driving around. I love driving, so I was driving around, and came to this one bridge, and on the one side there was all these tents and graffiti and all this stuff, and halfway on the bridge on the other side there was none.
Huh.
No homeless tents, no. And I was like, is the weather get over there, or why are they over here and not over there? And I asked somebody, and well, the middle of the bridge is the dividing line between the two counties. One side was LA County and the other side was Orange County. Orange County had rules and regulations on what homeless could or couldn't do.
Oh.
On the other side was LA County that had no rules. Anything went. Well, where were the homeless? Where anything went.
That's right.
So I'm all for freedom. I'm all for, I love the freedom we have in the United States.
Mm-hmm.
But I do think that rules and regulations need to be put in place, because for a society to function and continue to be successful, and I love our country.
Yes.
I think that we've got to put parameters on what it means to be out in the street. That you can't just have 10 cities, or, that you give cities and municipalities the right to be able to go and tell, hey, you can't lay on that sidewalk for 24 hours a day.
Yeah.
And I think that was a model that I saw firsthand, here on the one side, and I want to do it with grace and mercy and make sure we're doing the right thing. But I don't want people in tents. I want them here. Because I know here they're going to get better.
That's
I know
right.
at other rescue missions with their programs, at His Way, they're going to get better.
That's right.
Once they graduate, there's a difference in their life that they know, hey, now I can go conquer what I was going to do before.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not worried about my addiction as much anymore. Or we have the follow-up with them to make sure
right.
they're doing okay. So I'm real passionate on the national side, too, of that things have to be done and put in place. Not that we're not caring and not taking care of people, but listen, when they come into my campus here at the mission, we have rules and regulations.
That's right.
You can't drink. You can't do drugs here. You're not going to have prostitution ring going on here.
That's right.
And we still have 400-something people that stay here a night, right?
Mm.
So nationwide, I think that's something that we could do to help get the population. And I think there's a caveat to that. They're still going to have some mentally ill that
Sure.
we're going to have to figure out. Maybe we need to open up some mental institutions again because it's rampant.
Yeah.
I mean, we have seen a real increase over the last 5 years just here. It used to be about 40% of the population had some kind of major mental illness. We're probably at 50 to 55% now, and it continues to go up. So any other thoughts about the national scene?
Yeah, so I'm sitting here agreeing with you, and the question I think that I wrestle with is enabling. Where's the line of helping and enabling? And without these rules that you're talking about and some structure, and we all need that. Without it as a human, we lose ourselves.
Yeah.
And so I always talk about guardrails. You got to have some guardrails up, and in between the guardrails, we can have the flexibility to figure out some things.
Yeah.
But without it, it's chaos. And so, how do we not enable but yet help? And I think when I hear you talk about that, I agree with you. There needs to be some rules and some structure, and then that line of enabling versus helping is an interesting line. I think it's hard. We all struggle with.
Yeah.
And you just said it, mental health. My goodness, and I think we all realize, and it's our phones, it's the internet, it's social media that has really ramped up this mental health crisis.
Yeah.
And I don't see it getting any better.
Yeah.
And so I think, yes, there has got to be some mental health. I think we've heard the president talk about, even recently, about reinstating some of this. And to me, it makes sense. I think if I know correctly, I think Europe still has some mental health places for people who truly need the help. And it just seems logical.
Yeah.
To be on the street is not going to be helpful for somebody with mental health. So mental health structure, yes. How do we not enable but yet help? And I think that's where the rules and regulations come in to help navigate that.
Yeah.
And then you said something there that earlier too is staying connected is what's really interesting. When they come through your program, you said the follow-up.
Yeah.
And what I talk about is you move into this new life, this new routines with new people, new connections, new circles, and that's how people come out of this and continue to move forward in life.
Yeah.
And so how do we stay connected and encourage and ensure people are moving forward? Our churches are a big part of that, obviously.
Yeah.
I love something we've been talking about His Way is they come out of that bubble, that recovery bubble, how long you're in there, is to go out and have church families really connect and carry them on. I think that's part of the role of the church that I can see is a challenge in front of us. But nationally, I think you're right. Rules and regulations are absolutely needed. And even the dignified income conversation, if you remember that podcast with Joe, he was talking about in Rome, they could sell, if it gets hot, they could sell water. And if it rained, they could sell a poncho.
Yeah.
Well, that was able to give them a way to earn some money.
Yeah.
Well, in America, you can't do that.
No.
Without a business license and other things, you just can't afford to do.
So many barriers.
So many barriers.
Yeah.
So there's something in that, too, that I keep thinking about. How do we allow people the ability to use their God-given talents?
Kids can't even sell, have stands where they sell drinks anymore.
That's right.
I mean, it's crazy.
It's crazy.
Yeah.
So part of the rules and regulations, I think, has fueled some of this because they don't have a way out.
Yeah.
And even, now we're getting a little bit of a, you're talking about national, even building a house, an average house, I think I saw here locally is $300,000 or more. I mean,
Try renting an apartment here.
try renting an apartment.
Yeah. It's like $1,200 to $1,500 here.
how do you get out
Yeah.
and start? And so these rules and regulations on that side of it has made housing unaffordable.
Yeah.
And so at one time, I think he talked about in the 70s, there was affordable housing. It's a start. And so there's something there, Keith, I think there too, is how do we get some affordable housing for some people?
You brought up something, it's a real term that I use a lot, and that's enabling.
Yeah.
One of the things my staff and I do every couple of years is we have an ongoing 3 to 5 year plan here at the mission to what's this ministry business look like going forward, right? And one of the areas that we talk about all the time is, in this ministry that we're doing here, are we actually helping or are we enabling? Are we, have so much stuff that we do. And yes, as a Christian, you're like, oh yeah, we should give all that food away and we should give the clothing and we should. But at what point are we doing it to enable, or at what point are we doing to help? And I think that's something that as organizations we have to always be looking at, that are we truly doing ministry, or are we just doing something to make us feel good about doing it for somebody else, right? Because listen, when somebody hands somebody $10 on the street because they have a homeless sign up there, 95% of the time they're giving to somebody's addiction.
That's right.
We're not helping that person at all. By letting them have tents, we're not helping that person at all. We're just enabling them to continue the lifestyle that they're doing, which is going nowhere.
Yes.
So I think as ministries and Christian nonprofits and other agencies that help with the homeless, we've got to always be analyzing, hey, is what we're doing actually helping that person to get out of this cycle of homelessness or addiction or even their mental illness, or are we just continuing that process for them to stay there? We have emergency shelter here that anybody can come. You may be a millionaire. You can walk in and sleep on our area back there and have 3 meals a day. But, at what point are we enabling that to have them say, well, there's a guy been back there 7 years because he gets 3 meals a day, and or, are we helping him get to the next level to get to the program?
Yeah.
So it's a real fine line, because you got to figure out, hey, where does that helping stop, and we just are continuing to help them down the path that they've already gone down.
Yeah. Yeah, I think it goes back to that story I was telling you about in Nepal. How do I help the man get a job to buy the electric fence?
Yeah.
And when I do that, then he is elevated, feels like a different human. He's looked at differently within his community, and it helps him move forward.
Yeah.
Instead of just giving him the electric fence. And that's easy to say, hard to do.
Yeah. Yeah. So you've been around it some. What do you think homelessness looks like in 10 years?
Oh, my goodness. 10 years.
Yeah. Let me preface that by saying,
wow,
we stay on the path that we've been for the last 50 years as a nation, or it changes.
Yeah.
There's something that happens where there's some change. I think it's gross that our country, the wonderful country, best country ever, has 800,000 people sleeping on the street last night.
In America.
Yeah.
Yeah, you said that earlier. I did not know that number. That is a big number.
We're talking close to 1 million people. You could take all North Alabama, and that'd be all the people who live in North Alabama.
Wow.
That's a lot of folks.
Yeah. Yeah, I think it's a hard question you just asked. 10 years. I'm hopeful.
Yeah.
I feel like, and maybe it's because my eyes have been opened and I'm connected with and know people's names, but it seems like this conversation we're talking about it more.
Yeah.
And maybe even because of the good thing of the internet, you can see it more. I'm hopeful that there is going to be change and there's going to be help, and just the things we're even talking about. There's got to be some mental health. Someone that really needs mental health should not be living on the streets.
Yeah.
That is not good for anybody. So I'm hopeful. I think the answer to your question is, when I think what's in front of us, is there more people are leaning in, more people are talking about it, more people are understanding what it is and seeking things where it's dignified income, mental health institutions. 5 years ago, I don't think anybody was really talking a lot about these things.
Yeah.
And it seems to me these are solution-based ideas that really help us engage this. And you said it too, the prayer we have and the belief that that Jesus loves these people and has some sort of plan for them. There's hope in that for me too, because while the Bible's full of stories of the downtrodden and him being right in the middle of them, but he was in the middle of them.
Yeah.
He knew their names, he touched them, hugged them, right? More of that is what I'm hopeful for.
Yeah. I think on the national level, I think we're seeing more and more understanding. You know, for a long time it was, and we don't receive any government funding here, but for a long time it was a stigma of, well, separation of church and state. We can't give to the organizations that probably are doing the best because they preach the gospel, right? Because I'm not going to stop a proselytizing. I'm not going to stop teaching, you know, having Bible studies and, you know, doing the things that we do here. You know, our whole program is based on biblical principles, just like it is at His Way,
That's
right?
right.
So we'd have to stop some of that to be able to receive government funding in the past. Now it's easing up. And I've even heard some of the Trump administration talking about, hey, we need to look at who are actually being successful out there and wipe away thinking about if it's religious or not religious and say, hey, if they're successful and they have a certain amount of beds, we need to help fund that. How much more could we do as Christian organizations if we were part of that loop?
Yes.
Listen, our ministry would expand even more than it is now because sometimes it's a funding issue for us that the funding's not there to do the expansion we need or what we need to do. And I'll tell you what, I'll put my numbers against any other non-Christian agency that tries to help homeless any day of the week.
Yes.
I think that the His Ways and the downtown rescue missions, our success rates are way higher. And the things that we do are not enabling, but we're helping people to find really a true meaning in life.
That's right.
And then become part of society again, that they're not going back to being homeless.
That's right.
And so I think that's a big thing for me in the next 10 years is, like I said, we've never done it because of the stigma of, hey, I don't want to go through the red tape that I have to go through to still be able to preach the gospel here or to hire the right people. Like, you know, don't put on hiring issues for me because I'm a Christian organization, right? But I think we're heading in the right direction, that it's starting to ease up. And I think that, man, how could that impact a His Way or a downtown rescue mission if we're able to do those kind of things?
Yeah. Yeah, it's interesting you brought that up. Tom and I were just talking about this over the last couple of weeks, that this stigma that a state-run, government-funded organization is better than a faith-based one is just incorrect.
Yeah.
Now, in both, there's good and bad, but what we've failed to do is, we were talking about it, is just collecting the right data to prove it. And I think sometimes I feel like in the faith-based, you go to work and you're trying for the right reasons. But you're going to work and you're preaching, teaching, molding, transforming, and in the corporate world, they're just better at data collection and having data points to say, hey, you know, here we are, and here's what we did. So I know for us, we've got to be better at proving this. I know it. You and I know it for a fact that what we pray for and God's will to be done and what our work here, He does this, and we see it all the time. What the corporate world is better at is collecting the data and proving the points that sometimes get missed in our work and efforts. And so for us, that's what we were talking about the other day, like, well, we know it, but we got to be able to back it up.
Yeah, so our National Association, the City Gate Network, that's one of the things they're working on. In fact, I think they're working with a group out of Harvard to show how faith-based ministries are actually much more successful, and then be able to take that data and say, hey, look at the data. You know, I'm going to say the number, and I'm pretty sure that's the number, but I think that last year, all the City Gate network, it's about 350 rescue missions, served 2 billion meals.
Wow.
Yeah, 2 billion meals. Wow. So, look at all the impact that we're having on these communities, and a lot of them aren't receiving any kind of funding, right? Thank God that we've got communities that support us to make sure that we can do all that we do.
That's right.
Because really, at the end of the day, I know that if we're going to do the best we can for this community, the community's going to support us, right?
That's right.
So, but that's my thing. I think that data collection is a huge thing. In fact, we invested a few years ago into a program where it keeps all of our data on our folks, that we can do a generic run on it and say, this is how many people did this, and this is their racial background, and it tells all the things about them with doing it generic, so that it doesn't say individual.
That's right.
Who they are. But we can give that solid data to the organization that we're with and say, hey, listen, let's put this as part of that research that they're doing with Harvard, and show, hey, we have a 74% success rate in our program, that they're 2 to 3 years out from being homeless, and they're still not homeless, right?
Yeah.
And I know programs like AA and stuff, it's like 25%. So we're already showing that we do things better.
That's right.
So anyhow, yeah, it's a good point with the data. I love. I'm a data guy anyway, so you got to get the data out there, right?
Well, it just is, and if I'm trying to make my point, is it just feels like when you're in the faith-based mentality and you go to work for that, sometimes I think you try to take the corporate side of it away from, because you're in it, and I love being in it. You're immersed in it. You're connected. You know their names. You're doing wonderful work, but it gets missed because it's not collected and tracked, and it's necessary. And because I think the absolute, if we do a better job of saying it, you would show that the faith base is much better, much better at transforming men and women's lives. And so, I think a little more corporate lean to collect data and prove this point needs to happen.
Back in the early 2000s, a board member came to me and said, he kind of said to me, I think you're going to be the heir apparent to take over the ministry at the mission. He said, you already have an undergrad degree, but he said, I would recommend you get a master's degree. I said, okay. And I said, well, he asked me, he said, what are you interested in? I said, well, I wouldn't mind going for a master's in, MDiv or something like that, something that would be religious. I said, I'm very much interested in the business side too. I love business. And I said, but what would your recommendation be, since you're the one who's kind of coming to me? And he said, I really think an MBA would be better for you. And he said, I know your heart. And he said, I'm not worried about your Christian side.
Right.
He said, I think that the mission could use the business side. Yeah. And that's the direction I went. I did get an MBA, and it was such a defining moment, I think, for myself, but also for the mission, because I so use the business side, even though this is a ministry. It's going to be a ministry first. But when you're talking about an $11-12 million operation here, you have to know business.
Yes.
If you don't, listen, God can supply all our needs, and he can put, the right things in place, but it works so much better when you know how to run a business.
That's right.
And I like what you said about that, because the business world takes those factors, and that's how they raise their extra money, and that's how they do, hire the right people.
That's right.
If we don't have that kind of data, or we have that infrastructure in place, why would the government want to invest in you? Or why would even a donor want to invest in you,
Well, you said it. It takes the emotion out of it, the facts. And you just said it. I think we have a responsibility and accountability to people that want to give and be a part of it, to be able to show clear data and numbers. Like you said it is a ministry. But the ministry needs to be ran, and we're supposed to be responsible and accountable for the resources that come through here. Yeah. So, and I think you just when donors and people want support, I know when you talk about the faith base, they love it.
Yeah.
But then you back it up and say, hey, this is who we are, and this is how we go to work. But
here's our business.
Here's the business plan.
Yeah.
Watch out.
Yeah.
I think that's the game changer.
We were meeting with some major donors a few weeks back, and we're trying to raise money for this capital. And some really well-to-do folks were around the table, and one of the guys who runs a major business locally, I won't mention his name because people would know who he is, was given the presentation, the plan, and he started asking questions. And I said, well, yeah, that's part of our 5-year plan, that we do this, this, and this. And, oh, no, we're audited, and that's how we show our this, this, and this. And I said, we're even to the point where, I'm 56 years old this year, and I said, we're talking about a 10-year succession plan, and because I've been here I'll be here 30-something years at that point.
Wow.
And he looked back and he said, wow. He said, I work with a lot of nonprofits, and I've never heard of that kind of business stuff. He said, I know you're faith-based, but man, oh man, you guys have 5-year plans going there, and you have audits done every year. And, I said, yeah, this is part of what we feel that God has called us to do, and why not do it well?
Yes.
And he was so excited about that part of it, because he said, I just don't see that in nonprofits very often. And he said, for you guys to even be thinking about succession planning and everything else, he's like, that's forethought, because you're talking 10, 15 years down the road. And so I think it's important to go along with that data. I think that ministries have got to become more understanding of the business cycle.
Yes.
Not that they have to become a business.
That's
Don't
right.
take that wrong. They're a ministry first. But I think we'd be much more accepted by the business world, and even government grants and everything else, if we started going that direction.
Yeah, and it would change what the government grants would ask of us.
Yeah.
But in your story, you just said, what I know is true is that man, when he leaves that meeting, the conversations he has about your organization are much different.
Yeah, that's true.
Right? He's impressed, and he speaks up highly, and that's how you gain more support, and people be more connected and part of the solution to what we're talking about. Yeah. So I love it.
Yeah. So you have any questions for me at all?
I do. Being here for only 15 years, working on 15 years, the question I usually get asked, and I think I've heard you speak to it, but when it first started, Downtown Rescue Mission, I'm curious, it was downtown, right, and not the current. Is that correct?
Yeah. Do you know where Synovus Bank is downtown?
Yeah.
Yeah, we were in that area, by where the big flags are up there.
Yeah.
I'm not exactly sure what street it was on, but it was somewhere in that area. And so that was considered downtown.
Yeah.
And but they weren't there long, but that was the name they took. And I even mentioned yesterday, us being known as a rescue mission, there's connotations with that. If we were Hope Ministries or something like that, there's a whole lot less that people think about, a ministry that helps those who are homeless compared to, well, it's a soup kitchen. When you think of rescue mission, that's a lot of what people think of.
Yes.
But then we've had the name for 50 years, so we're probably not going to change it,
I don't think so.
Yeah.
I don't think so. So a brief downtown location and then come out here?
No, we were on 9th Avenue for a long time. And then 15 years ago, we came here.
Got it.
And let me tell you, when you move a mission, it's that not in my backyard, folks, the NIMBY principle. That definitely, I had just... In 07, I took over as the CEO. In 08, we moved the whole mission over here. And that's when social media was just getting started.
Yeah.
I didn't know my name was all those different names. I had no idea, But one of the things I did is I put out a 5-point plan of when we moved over here of what we do to be good for this community. We put up fencing, we put up guard shacks, we would invest in, the local businesses to make sure if you're a mechanic, we're going to use you, that kind of thing. And we held up to those promises. And I know the people over here, sometimes your neighbors aren't so happy that people mingle around, but they've not been disappointed that we've come here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wonderful.
But it's not easy in the beginning, I'll tell you that.
Yeah, and there you are again, that 5-point plan, that business
Even
plan.
Tom was telling me yesterday, he's like, hey, when we started his way, we were kind of quiet about it, and we took over this, I think he told me it was a nursing home or something like that. And he said, when we took over the nursing home, we kind of in that same niche, so we didn't really talk about what we did because I'm not sure people wanted homeless people in their backyards, you know?
Or men in addiction, These connotations around it. They want to fix.
Yeah.
They want to see them better.
Yeah.
But
Not
not
my
my backyard.
backyard.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I appreciate you coming out today,
Yeah, Keith.
and thanks for the conversation. And hopefully people out there have learned something from this, and I know I've made a friend.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. I enjoyed it.
Appreciate
Thank
you, brother. Thanks,
Thank
Joe.
you. You bet.
Yeah. I'm going to get up and walk a little bit. I was going to say. The bench gets a little bit tiresome. Thank you, brother. I really appreciate you coming out. Yeah.
Something.
I can't believe he made that shot.
And did you see who was watching?
Allie, what's your address again?
Oh, you can just let me out here.
Hi, Allie.
Hey, Mom.
Hey, kiddo. Good game?
I scored a goal.
Since 1975, the Downtown Rescue Mission has been a place with a heart for the homeless. As one of the largest rescue missions in our state, we care for a large percentage of the homeless population in our community. Our caring staff and volunteers have helped to change lives through the many programs we provide. Over the years, the Downtown Rescue Mission has provided millions of meals, shelter, and counseling for the disadvantaged. We have given away thousands of food boxes and clothing items to comfort the community, while helping thousands of men, women, and children learn the power of recovery through Jesus Christ to help them break that homeless cycle. As we look to the future, the mission is expanding our capacity to meet the need of our city and surrounding areas. Our campus is growing to ensure a safe environment for the homeless and the hurting in our community. With your support, we can increase our effectiveness while building hope for tomorrow for the next 50 years, because hope lives here.
They gave me a new way of life. The Downtown Rescue Mission gave me a new way of life. They rescued me from myself by coming here, because I was just going through hell.
I hope you will support the mission because it is a great place. You know, it is God sent. Without this place, a lot of people would be lost. A lot of people would be dead, you know, and it does save a lot of lives.
I absolutely hope people will support the Downtown Rescue Mission because people, they fall and they don't know where to go, and they come here and they don't even realize that this place is also a program. They just see it as a homeless shelter. I need help, I need food, I need shelter, and they come, and then we have chaplains that go, hey, do you know we have a program? So I hope people that will help support their cause, because their cause isn't just to sell gently used clothes and make money or profit. It is support and sustain.
It is a very, very wonderful place. I think everybody should come and tour it. It's amazing. The donations that we get are absolutely just heartfelt, just they pour in. It's just a wonderful place to come and check out and donate, and it's a great, great place because they've done wonders here. I'm like, I don't know where I would be right now if this place were not here. So I commend the Downtown Rescue Mission because they have really, really, really changed a lot of lives, and they have definitely changed mine.
This place saved lives. It really does. It saved mine. And again, it's something I hate to say out loud, but it's the truth. You know, it saved my life. It not just saved my life, but it helped save a lot of people from grief in my family, you know, in my son's life, saved my relationships. I mean, the good that comes out of this program and everybody that leaves it, I mean, is monumental.
Let me show you something.
I can't believe he made that shot.
And did you see who was watching?
Got her!
Allie, what's your address again?
Oh, you can just let me out here.
Hi, Allie!
Hey, Mom.
Hey, kiddo. Good game?
I scored a goal.
Since 1975, the Downtown Rescue Mission has been a place with a heart for the homeless. As one of the largest rescue missions in our state, we care for a large percentage of the homeless population in our community. Our caring staff and volunteers have helped to change lives through the many programs we provide. Over the years, the Downtown Rescue Mission has provided millions of meals, shelter, and counseling for the disadvantaged. We have given away thousands of food boxes and clothing items to comfort the community, while helping thousands of men, women, and children learn the power of recovery through Jesus Christ to help them break that homeless cycle. As we look to the future, the mission is expanding our capacity to meet the need of our city and surrounding areas. Our campus is growing to ensure a safe environment for the homeless and the hurting in our community. With your support, we can increase our effectiveness while building hope for tomorrow for the next 50 years, because hope lives here.
They gave me a new way of life. The Downtown Rescue Mission gave me a new way of life. They rescued me from myself by coming here, because I was just going through hell.
I hope you will support the mission because it is a great place. You know, it is God sent. Without this place, a lot of people would be lost. A lot of people would be dead, you know, and it does save a lot of lives.
I absolutely hope people will support the Downtown Rescue Mission because people, they fall and they don't know where to go, and they come here and they don't even realize that this place is also a program. They just see it as a homeless shelter. I need help, I need food, I need shelter, and they come, and then we have chaplains that go, hey, do you know we have a program? So I hope people that will help support their cause, because their cause isn't just to sell gently used clothes and make money or profit. It is support and sustain.
It is a very, very wonderful place. I think everybody should come and tour it. It's amazing. The donations that we get are absolutely just heartfelt, they pour in. It's just a wonderful place to come and check out and donate, and it's a great, great place because they've done wonders here. I'm like, I don't know where I would be right now if this place were not here. So I commend the Downtown Rescue Mission because they have really, really, really changed a lot of lives, and they have definitely changed mine.
This place saves lives. It really does. It saved mine. And again, that's something I hate to say out loud, but it's the truth. You know, it saved my life. It not just saved my life, but it helped save a lot of people from grief in my family, you know, in my son's life, saved my relationships. I mean, the good that comes out of this program and everybody that leaves it, I mean, is monumental.
Let me show you something.
I can't believe he made that shot.
And did you see who was watching?
Allie, what's your address again?
Oh, you can just let me out here.
Hi, Allie.
Hey, Mom.
Hey, Kel. Good game?
I scored a goal.
Since 1975, the Downtown Rescue Mission has been a place with a heart for the homeless. It's one of the largest rescue missions in our state. We care for a large percentage of the homeless population in our community. Our caring staff and volunteers have helped to change lives through the many programs we provide. Over the years, the Downtown Rescue Mission has provided millions of meals, shelter, and counseling for the disadvantaged. We have given away thousands of food boxes and clothing items to comfort the community, while helping thousands of men, women, and children learn the power of recovery through Jesus Christ to help them break that homeless cycle. As we look to the future, the mission is expanding our capacity to meet the need of our city and surrounding areas. Our campus is growing to ensure a safe environment for the homeless and the hurting in our community. With your support, we can increase our effectiveness while building hope for tomorrow for the next 50 years, because hope lives here.
They gave me a new way of life. The Downtown Rescue Mission gave me a new way of life. They rescued me from myself by coming here, because I was just going through hell.
I hope you will support the mission because it is a great place. You know, it is God sent. Without this place, a lot of people would be lost. A lot of people would be dead, you know, and it does save a lot of lives.
I absolutely hope people will support the Downtown Rescue Mission because people, they fall and they don't know where to go, and they come here and they don't even realize that this place is also a program. They just see it as a homeless shelter. I need help, I need food, I need shelter. And they come, and then we have chaplains that go, hey, do you know we have a program? So I hope people that will help support their cause, because their cause isn't just to sell gently used clothes and make money or profit. It is support and sustain.
It is a very, very wonderful place. I think everybody should come and tour it. It's amazing. The donations that we get are absolutely just heartfelt, just they pour in. It's just a wonderful place to come and check out and donate, and it's a great, great place because they've done wonders here. I'm like, I don't know where I would be right now if this place were not here. So I commend the Downtown Rescue Mission because they have really, really, really changed a lot of lives, and they have definitely changed mine.
This place saves lives. It really does. It saved mine. And again, that's something I hate to say out loud, but it's the truth. You know, it saved my life. It not just saved my life, but it helped save a lot of people from grief in my family, you know, in my son's life, saved my relationships. I mean, the good that comes out of this program and everybody that leaves it, I mean, is monumental.
Let me show you something.
I can't believe he made that shot.
And did you see who was watching?
Got her!
Allie, what's your address again?
Oh, you can just let me out here.
Hi, Allie!
Hey, Mom.
Hey, Kel. Good game?
I scored a goal.
So how many of these are you doing?
I don't know. How many have we done, Kemsley? It's been, we're 18 hours into 24 hours.
So wait, okay, I was telling my sister this morning that it was 24 hours.
Yeah.
And it really is 24 hours.
24 hours. 2 o'clock yesterday to 2 o'clock today.
How much coffee are you drinking?
I don't drink coffee. Yeah, you can throw that out. Thanks, man. Sorry.
No, that's okay.
Okay.
I want to keep this roughly a fist.
Okay.
It feels close, but
That's all right.
you guys are rolling.
Oh, we're rolling.
Yeah. So we are heading down the backside of this event. This is the bench event, and I'll say this for you and for all that are out there. It's a 24-hour event that we're doing. I did it back in January with about 15 other rescue missions, and that was kind of the test model to see a national view of what we do. We're with a national association called City Gate Network. And so this day is got 75 rescue missions.
Wow.
That are a part of it, and we're nationwide. We have the hub is in Fresno, California. They're doing all the national broadcasts there, and Huntsville's been on the national broadcast a couple times.
As it should be.
Yeah, and we may be on. They may switch us to when we're having our conversation to that too. But we also are doing local broadcasts, and that's where people can watch us online and they ask questions and comments. And but this is really to bring awareness of issues around homelessness and addiction and mental illness. And we've been just doing interviews, and it's really, again, just me being on a bench has nothing to do with I'm trying to emulate anything. This is really just to bring awareness.
I love it.
And so with us now, just introduce who you are to the community and tell a little bit about what you do.
Sure. I'm Karen Peterson. I am the Director of Development for Wellstone, which has been the community mental health center here since 1970. We have a lot of collaborations throughout the city because we understand that mental illness, addiction, homelessness is not a one agency solution. Yeah. There is not a one agency solution to these problems or this problem or any problem really. Yeah. And so Wellstone has started with about 3 programs: traditional psychiatry, traditional therapy, and then something called day treatment for people with severe mental illness or court-ordered situations. And now we have well over 60. And they range from something called the Academy for 3 to 5-year-olds with behavioral issues who may get, let's say, removed or kicked out of their traditional preschools because they've got these huge, huge emotions. And so they come to the Academy and we work with them, do single, individual therapy, group therapy. And then we've got programs for the teens. We have crisis care, and that's, I think, where our folks come into contact with your folks a lot with the mental illness and addiction. And then, we've got also an addiction treatment center now, and recently opened up a much-needed detox center as well. So basically, we want to connect this community to health and well-being however we can. I do fundraising. However, a lot of fundraising, as you all know, is that awareness building and that relationship bridging.
Sure. So, personally, how long have you been with Wellstone?
I've been with Wellstone over 4 years. It was August 9th, 2021.
Yeah, and you enjoying it there?
I love it. Yeah. I've had the great fortune of being in Huntsville since tail end of 96. Yeah. I came here for a job at Channel 31.
Okay.
Interviewed your father on many occasions.
Yeah.
Also had interviewed Dr. Gary Poirier, who had been the executive director at the mental health center at the time.
Before it was called Wellstone.
Before it was called Wellstone. Yeah. That happened, I believe, in 2017. So my heart's always been there, and, I have personal experiences, family experiences, as we all do, and I've just always felt drawn to this space.
Yeah. So when it comes to the areas of homeless, how many folks does Wellstone see in a year? Do you know what that number might be?
I do. We between Huntsville, Madison County, Coleman. Our numbers may have gone up. I don't have them for fiscal 25 yet. But prior to the pediatric opening, we were at about 12,000 individuals a year.
Wow. And, one of the things that we talk about a lot is, addiction is a big issue for us, but mental health has really become maybe the forefront. It used to be 30% to 40% had some kind of mental illness, but now it's really probably 55% have some kind of major mental illness that come to see us.
Of your folks, okay.
Yeah. So how is it that Wellstone would help somebody like the Downtown Rescue Mission?
So we, like you, nonprofit, you could compare us to Huntsville Hospital as we're not going to turn you away.
Yeah.
We will help everybody we can. There's no inability to, if you have an inability to pay, if you have very limited resources, we will take you. We will care for you. And I think that's especially evident in the Wellstone Emergency Services 24/7 crisis care, where we actually have one of your graduates working with us.
That's awesome.
We get a lot of people in there every year. I think September was one of our biggest months in the adult side, 170 plus.
Wow.
Average length of stay, 3 to 4 years old. And for those of you who don't know what the Crisis Care Center or Wellstone Emergency Services, that is if you're having a mental health emergency or a substance use emergency, instead of going to the ER, which is already burdened, or jail, you can come to Wes and get the help you need in the environment that's appropriate by the specialists who are trained to care for you in a very compassionate, loving way. Of those folks, about 30% are homeless. The other 1 in 5 of us in the big world, or maybe more, have a mental illness of some sort. 1 in 4 of us has a substance use disorder and or a mental illness.
Combined.
So, and so when you think of the 30 or more percent who are unhoused coming in with a crisis, the other people are just like anyone else you'd see in the community with houses. They're engineers, they're lawyers, they're lobbyists, they're former professional athletes, they're college students, they're people who are just struggling to keep their head above water. And you never know. Some people are that paycheck away from homelessness.
So Wellstone for us is a great partner because I've mentioned a couple times back in the 80s, and I was a Reagan fan. I like who Ronald Reagan was, but during his presidency, his administration really, a lot of the mental institutions went away. And it was during his administration, and it was purposeful. They did that on purpose. And what we found across our association is that a lot of the mentally ill, when they were released from those places, they had nowhere to go, and many became homeless. And so, just like with addiction and alcoholism and everything else, a lot of the rescue missions kind of picked up the slack of the ones that were on the street unhoused that were mentally ill. And especially back in the 90s when that really was being impacted, rescue missions really weren't ready for that, because it's a different way that you have to handle somebody that has some mental illness. We're a lot better now because we have case managers and social workers.
And God bless the case managers and the social workers.
Yeah. But, I do think that our government has hindered that. Because I do think there's people out there that need help that probably the government should be involved in. I went out to the West Coast a few years ago, and the mental illness with the homelessness out there is awful. I mean, we have a lot of it here, but the severe mental illness out there is just unbelievable. it makes me sad because there's folks just walking around talking to themselves, haven't showered in months, years maybe, that don't know any different. And there's nobody there to guide them, you know?
Right.
And so, what are your thoughts about the national scene of mental illness and homelessness combined?
Well, I'm not an expert on that topic. You know, I will say just personally, it makes me sad.
Yeah.
You know, we do see people who are unhoused and who may not qualify for Wellstone Emergency Services because we follow the ADMH guidelines, Alabama Department of Mental Health, and you know, that is specifically for mental health crises. Now, I know that we, not me specifically, although I know a number of your team members and love them, but I know our caseworkers and our therapists have connections with yours, and they are able to navigate what is sometimes a very complicated journey and path. But really, I think the relationships between the organizations are so critical. I know there's a team, and I don't know what they're called, but we do have a peer support member of that team who goes out into the homeless camps and you know, touches on the, you know, what can we do for you? You know, I bet you remember Dr. Bill Goodson.
Yep. Yeah.
And he was the first psychiatrist, the first executive director, and you know, he would go out into the homeless camps even back in the 70s. And you know, I think as long as we have people in place who have a heart for people, whether they're unhoused or living at the ledges, you know, I mean, or somewhere in between. As long as we have people in place who care about individuals, no matter who they are, no matter where they come from, whether they've got a bed to sleep in at night or they've got a tent or no tent, maybe they have a bench. You know, I think as long as we have people who care about them and give them the compassion and the love and steer them in the right direction, whether it's Wellstone or Downtown Rescue Mission, First Stop, or, you know, Huntsville Hospital, when the case is, we're gonna be okay, but there's always something more we can do.
Yeah. Do you feel like the government has slacked in that at all, or do you think that they need to back out and we just need to take it on as a community?
That feels loaded, but I don't know if it is. You know, honestly, I don't know. I think there's always a combination. I know that we have had lawmakers who have really supported our efforts on the mental health front and have had provided funding for the work that we do. You know, I don't know. I'm not as well versed as I probably should be in government affairs.
Now, do you guys receive any government funding?
We do. We work with.
Is it by grants? Is that how you?
It's grants. We do grants. You know, we've worked with the State Department of Mental Health. You know, there have been some minor things. You know, I know everyone is uncertain right now with budgets. But yes, we do receive some national funding, some state funding. And, you know, for the crisis care centers, we receive funding from the state, the city of Huntsville, the city of Madison, and Madison County as well.
That's good. Yeah, because we definitely have to take care of our mentally ill. I think that's it's an area that a lot of people don't quite understand because it's not. You know, it's not like having cancer where there's, you know, you have this, you know, certain physical thing that's wrong with your body. When it's mental, people just, oh, just get over yourself, you know. Well, that's not how it works, you know. There's so much more that goes into that.
You're touching on the stigma. It's huge, and it's gotten a lot better. But it's still there.
And a lot of people, because of the stigma, cover up their own. That they probably feel like, hey, maybe I have a problem with this, but they're not going to even admit it because, well, how's that going to react with my job or with my church or whatever, you know? I'm a big proponent of working together, and Jeremy and I've met a few times, He's very pro helping what we do here, because you guys are such experts in that field. Like I said before, missions have to take care of a lot of folks that are homeless and have the mental illness, and sometimes we're just not capable of doing it all on our own. So,
Right.
I know there's teams that come out here on a regular basis, a couple times a week, come to our property. We don't even have to send people there because they're actually the partnership is that great that they come here because they know the folks are here, and so we really appreciate that. Are there any questions that you have for me on the issues around those subjects at all?
So when you do get individuals here, what is your first step when you know that there is a mental illness? Do they have their medication? Do they not have their medication? I mean, that's a tough problem to solve.
Yeah, we have a list of medications, and I don't have it off the top of my head, that are very addictive that we have to really watch here because there becomes a black market. Somebody may have a mental illness and not take their own meds, but they can make $10 a pill by selling to somebody else. So we have to really watch that, but I'm a big proponent of somebody has an imbalance. They need to make sure they're having the meds they need to have. Because I've seen a major difference of somebody that is on their meds and really regulating what's happening in their life compared to when they're not. And it's a completely different person. It's not the same person. And we find that it's more of a struggle if they're not taking their meds for them to find a true path. We're trying to help them here. And of course, we're faith-based, so we're trying to share the gospel with them as well. But it's harder to do that when they're not on their meds because they're having that imbalance. So
well, and one of the one of my favorite programs that we have is something called First Episode Psychosis. 50 years ago, somebody has schizophrenia, their path is very uncertain. Today, we have a program where it's a 2-year program where somebody has their first episode, maybe has a schizophrenia diagnosis, and we have a team of mental health professionals, nurse practitioners, psychiatrists, therapists, case manager, peer support specialists, which are so important to the space. And they basically make sure they're taking their medications, because every time you have another psychotic episode, it is going to bring you further and further from who you are. And so the medication piece is so important. But I think we also need to revisit the stigma part, because you're right, there are so many people who have said, what will people think? And I'm like, they will think that good for you. You are getting the help you needed.
That's right.
That's why we're all here. We're here, you're here, we're here, Wellstone's here to fill a gap, to provide a service, to make life better for this community. And I think we're doing that, and I think more people just need to know what we're doing, get on board with what we're doing, and advocate for our efforts.
And our job, both nonprofits, is to educate the folks to know, hey, it's okay, So what does the future look like for Wellstone? What are you guys looking at doing?
Oh, well, goodness. Jeremy's kind of unstoppable. He has a great mind, and if he sees a gap, he's going to find a way, whether it's through Wellstone or through partners, to fill that gap. We've done a significant gap for crisis care. We are now working to provide, it's through something called CCBHC. Don't ask me what that stands for in the moment.
Listen,
but
this is Huntsville. Everything has initials
everything
of something,
does.
right?
And that is designed to give basically a one-stop shop, because a lot of people, as you know, with serious mental illness probably haven't seen a GP or a family doctor for decades. And so any client who comes in does not have a physician, will have screenings, take care of those, basic physical health needs. So that is the next step. But really just optimizing crisis care, I think strengthening the partnerships with other nonprofits in the community, so we aren't overlapping and duplicating services, because I think that's the power of this community, is with our willingness to collaborate instead of compete.
How many employees are at Wellstone?
Would you believe over 600 now?
600.
Or right about 600.
Wow.
When I started 4 years ago, I can't even remember, but it was maybe 400.
Wow.
And I think more people are talking about mental illness now too, and that's part of why I say, when we say the 1 in 5 of us, 1 in 4 of us, if there's 5 people in a room, I'm going to raise my hand. I grew up with an alcoholic father. He never got the help that he needed. He was an amazing human being, as we know that people with addiction and mental illness can be.
Yep.
And then I followed in his path, and I developed the same disease. I drove up to a treatment center in Nashville on June 21st of 2003, and have been on this incredible journey of recovery and discovery since then. Thank you. But it still took me another 10 years to get mental health and mental illness diagnoses.
Yeah.
And so, I would love to say, sometimes I talk about what it was like then, what it is like now, and it is so much better.
Yeah.
But it's not perfect. Just like you get sick physically. I've gotten COVID 3 times. Sometimes my head goes a little, wonky.
Yeah, and I'm sure with the work that you're doing, because, on the fundraising side, it's rewarding because you've experienced it in your own life to be able to help those folks that are doing that. Talk a little bit about how people can get involved with Wellstone, whether it's financial or if you have events, or talk about that.
So, well, one, for all of us, donations are huge. We're wrapping up our capital campaign for the Be the Rock.
That's why I can't raise the rest of our money. You guys have all the capital. No.
It's funny, and I'm a little delusional sometimes. When I joined, Jeremy had done a feasibility study.
Yeah.
And they said, maybe $2 to $2.5 million you can raise. I came in, I'm like, $10 million, we can raise it all.
Yeah.
Why wouldn't they?
Yeah.
So anyway, I think we're somewhere between 2 and 2.5 million, just like the feasibility, just like the experts said they would. So yes, fundraising is always a big deal. We had a young professionals mental health mixer last night.
Oh, wow.
So look for our Facebook page. We're really trying to engage the younger community, and they are great. Younger generation, they are really great at opening this conversation. We had 2 people share their stories. One was a young man who just had a baby. He's got a great job.
Wow.
He was homeless in Birmingham probably 10 years ago.
Wow.
Then we had another woman she's 33 years old. And when we met her, she said, "Oh my gosh, I love Wellstone. I brought my mom there twice."
Wow.
And so I think just that conversation, talking about it, we have a book club. So we have quarterly book club. And I'm trying to remember if we've had anyone from the Downtown Rescue Mission participate. I can't remember. But we have different quarterly books. If you're interested, come. We have it at different places. The next one is about autism by Dr. Temple Grandin, called Thinking in Pictures, How We All Think Differently.
Yeah.
So those are our big ones. And
so is there a place that somebody could go online?
You're so good at this. Yes, you can. Don't go to our website yet. We're overhauling it. But we are very active on social media. So it's Wellstone, Huntsville, Alabama. And, we are developing more opportunities for volunteering. But really, we just want to have the conversation. Come ask us. Call me. I'm always up for this type of conversation. And anything that'll help us move the needle further in eliminating the stigma. Anybody can wind up here. It is amazing what you see in people in recovery. There have been people in the program who couldn't read or write, and then they get sober, and then they get well, you get sober, you stop drinking or using or whatever you're doing,
Yeah.
and then you've got the clarity to get the help you need, and one thing leads to another, and suddenly
Very rewarding.
you can
isn't
work
it?
toward that independence. Yes, it is extreme, and thank you for everything you guys do at the Downtown Rescue Mission.
We appreciate that. Well, like I said, we can't do it if we don't do it as a community,
Mm-hmm.
right? So when you're talking about your fundraising, what does it take a year for the community, so the community knows how much do you have to raise for it to be successful?
Oh gosh.
Operationally wise.
So more than we've raised. We are doing what we are doing, and we are going to continue doing it. But we provide more than $3.5 million in uncompensated care every year.
So people who can't afford it.
People who can't afford it, and that money doesn't just backfill.
Yeah. It's a lot of money.
It's a lot of money, and so that's on top of building a new crisis care center, and I mentioned the adult side, but we opened about a year ago our very, very first, Madison County's very first extended stay psychiatric unit for children.
Yeah.
And so we had, I think, 67 children in September come through with severe depression, debilitating anxiety, suicidal ideation. These kids are hurting, and we need to address these crises when they're young and let them reset and adjust, and then make sure they have the tools and the resources and the coping skills moving forward, so they don't spiral downward the next time something throws a rock into their life.
Yeah. So, and maybe you didn't want to answer this question, but how much would it cost the community every year to keep
You know what?
going?
I don't know.
Okay.
I'm sorry. Yeah.
No, it's okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was saying, if somebody wanted to go out and write a check for a year for you guys,
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
Well, if they want to write a check, I'll just ask them for a check for $1 million.
There you
I
go.
haven't got one of those since I've been at Wellstone. That would be pretty amazing. Now, we have had extremely generous supporters, but we were starting from scratch. My donor database when I started was a couple of folders with copies of old checks. Dating only back to 2016.
Scary,
So if you donated between 1970 and 2016
We don't
and
know
haven't
you.
and haven't gotten a thank you recently, thank you so much.
That's awesome. Yeah, somebody asked me earlier, aren't you, since you're a nonprofit, our budget's around $11 or $12 million that we have to raise every year. And they said, you're asking for other people to give their information. Well, listen, I think that we live in a great community where people are passionate about loving this community. And I think what you guys do and what we do and some of the other organizations that I've talked to, why not give them the availability to, hey, this is a great organization that you should be investing your money in for donations. Listen, I serve a God that owns the cattle on 1,000 hills. He can supply your needs and our needs, because I know our community has enough to do it, right?
And I think when there's crossover, we likely have many of the same supporters who feel for this section of the community. They have a heart for the unhoused, for the mentally ill, for the addicted. It is an awful place to be when you wake up in the morning and you're like, I'm not going to drink, I'm not going to drink, I'm not going to do this today. And by 4 o'clock, you're falling into that same cycle, and you wonder what's wrong with you. What kind of an idiot are you that you can't just stop? And, for the mentally ill, you can't go to the doctor and take a CAT scan or an X-ray or take your temperature and say, okay, you're sick. It is, like you said earlier, nothing you can see, and there is such stigma. Oh my gosh, the woman who spoke yesterday, she said when she was in high school, she was embarrassed of her mother. She didn't know what was wrong, but she knew she wasn't normal. And we need to get to that place where we're not ashamed of our loved ones who are suffering. We just need to get them the help they need because it's here.
Yeah, and I think our community is, I think what makes our community one of the number one communities that we've seen the last 5 years or so is because there's places like Wellstone and Downtown Rescue Mission that do work together. I met with the mayor a few weeks back and I said, listen, we're going to do whatever it takes to try to meet the needs of this city on the unhoused side and try to be the ones who are helping them get healthy. Because I don't want them being here forever, right? I mean, we're trying to have them go through our program and then graduate and, hey, we love that you were here, but, you know, go out and be successful in life. But I said to the mayor, I said, there's so many great nonprofit organizations that are working together. And that's what I love about this community. I've been in some other communities where I've served the unhoused and homeless, and there's almost a siloing that happens because they're so worried that, well, my kingdom's going to be affected because I'm talking with somebody else, or I'm sharing information about fundraising with somebody else. But my thing is that, listen, this makes this community such a great community, and why not share that information? Because if we're able to make it a stronger community because of it, I think why not just be able to work together and all those kind of things, you know?
Exactly. By working together, we can accomplish so much more. And I think it's really fun sitting here with you after having, seen your father come through here and all of the amazing work he has done and that you are now doing.
Yeah, appreciate that. Yeah, we transferred leadership in 2007, so it's been a while now.
Okay.
But he still comes down and teaches some Bible studies for us.
Oh, so sweet.
Yeah, he's 82, and I think he's going to come out to the bench, if he grants us his, presence today. But yeah, listen, Doc laid a great foundation for really, back in '96, I drove with my dad down here when he first took over, and he was the CEO of the City Mission in Buffalo, which was high tech and very integrated in the city. And when we came down here in '96, Downtown Rescue Mission wasn't really seen in a good light. Not that it was a bad organization, but a lot of people had kind of pushed it off to the side, and they had like 6 directors in 7 years, and he came in and really made a solid foundation. And then when I took over, that foundation was so easy to build on because he had built such a great foundation. So appreciate you saying something about Doc. Yeah, he's still my buddy for sure.
Yeah, I saw that at the last event, at the luncheon.
Yeah.
That was a great event. I missed the evening one, but you guys did a great job.
Well, it was exciting to have that. 50 years is a big time for us. And crazy thing is, and I hate to say this because it makes me feel old, but I've been here 26 of those 50 years. So, you know.
Well, and I just realized you and your dad came to Huntsville the same time my husband and I did. Probably a little earlier. We were right after Christmas in December of '96.
Yeah. I moved to Nashville for a couple of years. I worked at a rescue mission there for a few years, and then when he was thinking about retiring and stuff, he had the board interview me and hired me down here.
Ah, that's how you got here. Okay.
Yeah. And but I've been in the South since '96, so it's been a good long time. Where are you from originally?
Minneapolis.
I noticed there's not much accent. Southern accent. I'm from Buffalo, New York originally.
Okay.
So they keep having these northern folks come down, right?
Well, and then going back to the the homelessness. That was I lived part of what got my heart pulled in this direction was I grew up 8 blocks from where George Floyd was killed.
Wow.
And that was on my bus line, and it was in an area where there were a lot of unhoused individuals, and so, you can move away, but your heart, Minneapolis will always have a piece of my heart.
It's funny you say that because I just drove back on Tuesday from Buffalo. I took my kids up there to see a Bills game.
Oh.
And we lost,
I'm
unfortunately.
sorry.
But yeah, but it was fun because, it's still, that's where I was born. And so
Yeah.
it's hometown. And we go back once in a while. But this is our home and we love this area. And, me being the CEO of the mission for a long time now, it's a passion for me, not just to help the unhoused and the people that are in addiction or that are mentally ill, but I do it because I love this community. I want this
So
community to be
great.
great, And I think that because of that, because of what happens at your place and the other nonprofits I talk to, is why this community is so great. I really do. And why not, when you're so in love with the community, why wouldn't you want to make it better?
Mhm.
And that's why I don't really mind sharing. Like,
Mhm.
hey, give to Wellstone, give to Downtown Rescue, give to His Way and some of the other
Right,
agencies
right.
that we've talked to, because listen, if people invest in these nonprofits, it's going to just continue to make this community even better.
The first time I experienced that, my first nonprofit job after being in the news was at the YMCA.
Oh yeah.
And there was a man, we lost him some years ago to cancer, but Steve Brown with Available Plastics.
Uh-huh.
And
he was a donor here too.
Yes, so generous.
Yeah.
And he said, "It's not mine. It's not my money. I'm stewarding what God has given me." And that was the first time I saw that heart in philanthropy in this community, and I have seen it time and time again since. So many people, whether they've sold companies or whatever, when they have these resources, or if they have lesser resources and they give what they can, because they want to do exactly what we're talking about. Strengthen this community, strengthen the organizations that are serving our most vulnerable. Because if they're going to get better, we're all going to get better.
That's right. I agree. Anything you'd like to tell the audience out there, or anything that's been on your mind about any of these issues?
I would just say you're not alone.
Yeah.
Clearly, whether the problem is mental illness, addiction, a lack of housing and support, you've got us.
Yeah. Find help.
Find help.
Yeah, reach
988 if you've got a crisis. It's all of us. We're all here for you.
Yeah. Well, I will be praying for your organization.
Thank
and
you.
I love the partnership. We're going to continue on having
That's great.
Great partnership. And so thank you for coming out today and having a conversation on the bench
Well,
about some of these issues.
thank you for having me. It
Thank
was
you
so
much.
great to see you and
Yeah.
spend this time together.
Yeah, appreciate it. Thank you so much. And if you're out there and you want to come down and have a conversation with us on the bench, we're at 1400 Evangel Drive, the mission's main campus. Or if you'd like to make a comment, we're going to have a comment time where we're answering questions. If you make a comment or ask a question on our comment section. And so we'd love for you to be part of the conversation. Thank you so much.
All
Thank you.
right.
Appreciate
Thank
it very
you.
much.
It was a pleasure.
Yeah.
This is a great idea. Oh, it doesn't move.
I can't believe he made that shot.
And did you see who was watching?
Allie, what's your address again?
Oh, you can just let me out here.
Hi, Allie.
Hey, Mom.
Hey, Cal. Good game?
I scored a goal.
Since 1975, the Downtown Rescue Mission has been a place with a heart for the homeless. As one of the largest rescue missions in our state, we care for a large percentage of the homeless population in our community. Our caring staff and volunteers have helped to change lives through the many programs we provide. Over the years, the Downtown Rescue Mission has provided millions of meals, shelter, and counseling for the disadvantaged. We have given away thousands of food boxes and clothing items to comfort the community, while helping thousands of men, women, and children learn the power of recovery through Jesus Christ to help them break that homeless cycle. As we look to the future, the mission is expanding our capacity to meet the need of our city and surrounding areas. Our campus is growing to ensure a safe environment for the homeless and the hurting in our community. With your support, we can increase our effectiveness while building hope for tomorrow for the next 50 years, because hope lives here.
They gave me a new way of life. The Downtown Rescue Mission gave me a new way of life. They rescued me from myself by coming here, because I was just going through hell.
I hope you will support the mission because it is a great place. You know, it is God sent. Without this place, a lot of people would be lost. A lot of people would be dead, you know, and it does save a lot of lives.
I absolutely hope people will support the Downtown Rescue Mission because people, they fall and they don't know where to go, and they come here and they don't even realize that this place is also a program. They just see it as a homeless shelter. I need help, I need food, I need shelter. And they come, and then we have chaplains that go, hey, do you know we have a program? So I hope people that will help support their cause, because their cause isn't just to sell gently used clothes and make money or profit. It is support and sustain.
It is a very, very wonderful place. I think everybody should come and tour it. It's amazing. The donations that we get are absolutely just heartfelt, they pour in. It's just a wonderful place to come and check out and donate, and it's a great, great place because they've done wonders here. I'm like, I don't know where I would be right now if this place were not here. So I commend the Downtown Rescue Mission because they have really, really, really changed a lot of lives, and they have definitely changed mine.
This place saves lives. It really does. It saved mine. And again, it's something I hate to say out loud, but it's the truth. You know, it saved my life. It not just saved my life, but it helped save a lot of people from grief in my family, you know, in my son's life, saved my relationships. I mean, the good that comes out of this program and everybody that leaves it, I mean, is monumental.
Let me show you something.
I can't believe he made that shot.
And did you see who was watching?
Got her!
Allie, what's your address again?
Oh, you can just let me out here.
Hi, Allie!
Hey, Mom.
Hey, Kel. Good game?
I scored a goal.
Since 1975, the Downtown Rescue Mission has been a place with a heart for the homeless. It's one of the largest rescue missions in our state. We care for a large percentage of the homeless population in our community. Our caring staff and volunteers have helped to change lives through the many programs we provide. Over the years, the Downtown Rescue Mission has provided millions of meals, shelter, and counseling for the disadvantaged. We have given away thousands of food boxes and clothing items to comfort the community, while helping thousands of men, women, and children learn the power of recovery through Jesus Christ to help them break that homeless cycle. As we look to the future, the mission is expanding our capacity to meet the need of our city and surrounding areas. Our campus is growing to ensure a safe environment for the homeless and the hurting in our community. With your support, we can increase our effectiveness while building hope for tomorrow for the next 50 years, because hope lives here.
They gave me a new way of life. The Downtown Rescue Mission gave me a new way of life. They rescued me from myself by coming here, because I was just going through hell.
I hope you will support the mission because it is a great place. You know, it is God sent. Without this place, a lot of people would be lost. A lot of people would be dead, you know, and it does save a lot of lives.
I absolutely hope people will support the Downtown Rescue Mission because people, they fall and they don't know where to go, and they come here and they don't even realize that this place is also a program. They just see it as a homeless shelter. I need help, I need food, I need shelter. And they come, and then we have chaplains that go, hey, do you know we have a program? So I hope people that will help support their cause, because their cause isn't just to sell gently used clothes and make money or profit. It is support and sustain.
It is a very, very wonderful place. I think everybody should come and tour it. It's amazing. The donations that we get are absolutely just heartfelt, they pour in. It's just a wonderful place to come and check out and donate, and it's a great, great place because they've done wonders here. I'm like, I don't know where I would be right now if this place were not here. So I commend the Downtown Rescue Mission because they have really, really, really changed a lot of lives, and they have definitely changed mine.
This place saves lives. It really does. It saved mine. And again, it's something I hate to say out loud, but it's the truth. You know, it saved my life. It not just saved my life, but it helped save a lot of people from grief in my family, you know, in my son's life, saved my relationships. I mean, the good that comes out of this program and everybody that leaves it, I mean, is monumental.
Wait, let me show you something.
I can't believe he made that shot.
And did you see who was watching?
Got her!
Allie, what's your address again?
Oh, you can just let me out here.
Hi, Allie!
Hey, Mom.
Hey, kiddo. Good game?
I scored a goal.
Since 1975, the Downtown Rescue Mission has been a place with a heart for the homeless. It's one of the largest rescue missions in our state. We care for a large percentage of the homeless population in our community. Our caring staff and volunteers have helped to change lives through the many programs we provide. Over the years, the Downtown Rescue Mission has provided millions of meals, shelter, and counseling for the disadvantaged. We have given away thousands of food boxes and clothing items to comfort the community, while helping thousands of men, women, and children learn the power of recovery through Jesus Christ to help them break that homeless cycle. As we look to the future, the mission is expanding our capacity to meet the need of our city and surrounding areas. Our campus is growing to ensure a safe environment for the homeless and the hurting in our community. With your support, we can increase our effectiveness while building hope for tomorrow for the next 50 years, because hope lives here.
They gave me a new way of life. The Downtown Rescue Mission gave me a new way of life. They rescued me from myself by coming here, because I was just going through hell.
I hope you will support the mission because it is a great place. You know, it is God sent. Without this place, a lot of people would be lost. A lot of people would be dead, you know, and it does save a lot of lives.
I absolutely hope people will support the Downtown Rescue Mission because people, they fall and they don't know where to go, and they come here and they don't even realize that this place is also a program. They just see it as a homeless shelter. I need help, I need food, I need shelter. And they come, and then we have chaplains that go, hey, do you know we have a program? So I hope people that will help support their cause, because their cause isn't just to sell gently used clothes and make money or profit. It is support and sustain.
It is a very, very wonderful place. I think everybody should come and tour it. It's amazing. The donations that we get are absolutely just heartfelt, just they pour in. It's just a wonderful place to come and check out and donate, and it's a great, great place because they've done wonders here. I'm like, I don't know where I would be right now if this place were not here. So I commend the Downtown Rescue Mission because they have really, really, really changed a lot of lives, and they have definitely changed mine.
This place saves lives. It really does. It saved mine. And again, it's something I hate to say out loud, but it's the truth. You know, it saved my life. It not just saved my life, but it helped save a lot of people from grief in my family, you know, in my son's life, saved my relationships. I mean,
So you think we're on, JW?
It comes out of this program, and
usually he'll get us a signal here. Yeah, the window's open, so he should be able to. I think we're live.
All right. Caught me eating a cookie, JW.
Better you than me.
So, JW, since I am time infringed right now, I can't really concentrate on how much time do I have left?
Let's see. Well, you got till 2 o'clock this afternoon.
Yeah, what time is it now?
So it is 9-ish, 9:30, something like that.
Mhm.
Yeah. So wow.
We're on the backside,
We're on
brother.
the backside of it. Yep.
So this is JW. Tell who you are, JW.
So I have the privilege of being the VP of Development for the mission, and it's a blessing to be able to work in that capacity with the staff and to really move within what God's doing for us every day, and kind of have a pulse on our donors and relationships and the revenue that comes in through those relationships. And yeah, it's been a real incredible ride so far.
You and I talk often, and one of the things I love about you is you could go do something somewhere else, probably make more money than here. And but you do this and you talk about it a lot because you love it and you want to be here for the rest of your career.
Yeah.
Why is that?
Well, after, coming from the corporate side of things and the marketing end of, working for big organizations, pharmaceutical companies and Harley Davidson, and, that engine, that retail engine is great, but it'll burn you out. And the refreshing part of ministry wrapped into what we do is that you get to see the success stories. And it gives you a revitalization of your purpose every day, as long as you keep yourself grounded. And that to me is way better than just showing up a job that you're not passionate about.
Yeah. So I know you're very passionate about that we share Jesus Christ.
Mm-hmm.
But one of the other things you and I talk about is that we get to see on a daily basis miracles that happen in people's lives. Mm-hmm. We walk up and down the halls and we'll see a guy that first comes to the program and then 12 months later he looks like a different person.
Yeah.
And it's really because God's taking control of his life. And talk about that a little bit and how that really affects you as, just your Christian sense, but also as an employee at the mission.
Sure. Well, like when I first started, we were doing the monthly newsletters, and the testimonies would pop out, and I, get to be able to develop those newsletters with you guys, and the stories are dramatic. The testimony behind the lives that are changed has power in it, and I tell the team all the time. I said, "There's power in your testimony. We just got to share it, right?" And then we had the opportunity to build the podcast, Stories of Hope, off of the platform of all of those stories that are coming out of the recovery program that we have, right? And how those individuals dramatically change over that 12-month period. We got our truck. One of our
our thrift store trucks is leaving. Yeah. So those who are wanting to donate, it's on its way.
Here it goes. There goes that truck. You'll see it around town.
That's right.
They're in Philadelphia, where I come from. There used to be a news truck and a popular news station that would go, "There goes that news van." So we need to adopt that and go,
That's
there
awesome.
goes that donation truck.
Yeah.
But so those stories they're impactful, and how we're able to use that platform and allow them to share their story on a personal level and be able to reach so many people on that, Stories of Hope. It's reassuring to me also to be in the production part of it, to listen, but also to see all the people that are linking up with these stories as we go into, it's simulcasted and it's on Apple and Spotify and all these different things, and the opportunity that these individuals get to share that testimony and potentially change someone's life through it is amazing.
Yeah. So I know you love working here, but the mission also impacted your life in another way. You and I have had conversations about how homelessness has impacted my family in some ways, and addiction has impacted your family. If you want to talk about that just for a second.
Well, sure, yeah. I mean, one of the ways that helps keep you grounded to what we do here is, I have a nephew that struggles, with addiction and is on the other end of it. Hopefully, my brother and I are hoping that he has finally connected the dots and found his value and his worth, right? And that's what we've been preaching for years, but it doesn't do anything until that person owns it for themselves.
Yeah.
Right. So, and that's the thing that we see here time and time again is like someone will come in, you could want them to do the 12-month program and to really assimilate to it, but they have to want it themselves.
Yeah.
And so my nephew had the opportunity to come through the program, still fell back into patterns and stuff like that. And it didn't work for him, right? But so then he went back with my brother, and
California.
California, yep, or all the way on the other side there, and is now coming off of addiction, and really trying to connect the dots to get a job, do next steps, and that's the thing is like even small steps forward are still steps forward.
Yeah.
And that's what we're trying to share here on a daily basis is like, don't get so anxious about what's ahead of you 5 steps forward. Just take the one first step.
Yeah.
And then let it lead to the next one. And that's where my nephew is, and that's where my family is. And it's not only restoration for the individual, like Kai, it's the restoration for the family. Because we're trying hard, and we're on his team to really push him for what we know he's a very talented individual, could be an incredible part of the community, and eventually, have a relationship and have a family and all those things that follow once you start doing things the way that God wants you to do things.
Yeah. So this is our second time doing a bench event, and what are your impressions of what happens here?
Well, I hope that what comes out of this is real awareness to the real questions that trigger solutions that help us as individuals, because we're steeped in it. Sometimes we have blinders on certain areas. Sometimes those blinders need to be taken off by other individuals bringing attention to other areas. The conversation is not just to have the conversation. The conversation's to help have solutions attached to it so that we do the best for our community as individuals and then as a group, because we're all striving to come together, and there's a lot of power in us coming together. But this time, it wasn't, we say last year, but it was February of this year, but it feels like a whole year, right? And we were freezing last year.
It was
11
freezing
degrees
cold.
or something?
Yeah, it was 11 degrees.
Yeah, and I just remember this being a little different.
Yeah,
with
and
layers.
And the other thing is that we need to thank them again, but these nice seats that we're sitting on, which this bench is not the most comfortable bench. It might be if you're sitting on it for 10, 15 minutes.
I don't have the layers.
But
the bone is right there.
Listen, like you said, I'm at 18 hours or something like that, 19 hours. After 19 hours of sitting around on this bench, I am so thankful for these Academy Sports donated chairs.
Yeah, Academy Sports.
And that was awesome. You gave them a call and they said, hey, listen, we'll just go ahead and donate those to your cause. And I want to thank them.
Yep, right there off Parkway.
Because helping my tush out for the last 18 hours, 24 hours to come. Listen, I am thankful for that for sure.
Yeah, we don't need any sciatic nerves.
No.
Triggering.
Or whatever nerve that is back there. But so I want to thank them too. As you think about all that we do for those who are in need, there is the portion of fundraising that we do, and you're a big part of that. Since you've taken over about a year ago, being the director of that whole department, what do you feel about this community and how they support the mission?
I can't say enough to how generous, going back to one of the stories I was listening to with Murray, Kimsley's dad, and he said generosity. I can't stress enough how generous this community is, and how much of a community partner the companies, the churches, the donors themselves link up with our cause. And I just want to say, from not only from my heart, but from the mission's perspective, we are so thankful, because I know it seems like a cliche statement, but we can't do what we do without them. And it is so unbelievably humbling every time you see how they rally when we have the pantry needs, and when we have donations that we're requesting, and when our stores are getting hit from storms. It's like they show up. They show up all the time.
It is. This is a cliche saying too. They always say it takes a community, but it does.
It does, yeah.
And one of the things that you and I deal with is there's government funding out there that we probably could go get, but a lot of times there's such red tape that we wouldn't be able to do some of the things we do where we are a faith-based organization if we accepted some of that funding. So we really depend almost 100% on our community to fund the $11 to $12 million budget that we have here. And it's just amazing because I think what makes this community always in the top 5, even number 1, best communities to live in, is because we have folks out there that are very willing to give to agencies like us.
Absolutely. Yeah, no, I can't agree with you more. I come from the north and wasn't really involved in a lot of the nonprofit up there, but it was an eye-opener for me to see what happens here. I mean, that's kind of why we call our tours I Had No Idea.
Yeah.
Because when you come take a tour and you see what's happening on campus, that helps you understand why we have the thrift stores and why we do that, because this is what matters. The lives that are being changed here on campus make such a difference.
Yeah, you know, I had about 5 years ago, I had a donor who said, I read every one of your newsletters. I love your newsletters. And I was like, oh, that's great. And I said, I was speaking at their Sunday school class. And so I went over all the things the mission does. And the same person came up to me afterward and said, I didn't know you guys did all that stuff. I said, well, wait a second. You've been reading our newsletter for all these years.
Yeah.
But I think what you and I talk about all the time is that you see it firsthand.
Yeah. It makes
that's
it real.
That's what makes it real. That's
makes
what
it real and tangible.
Yeah, there's an impact there.
Yep.
Because, wow, I didn't know that you guys gave away almost 1,000 turkeys during Thanksgiving time. I didn't know that you gave away food boxes to people that come to the mission, you know, on a regular basis. I didn't know you guys served 450,000 meals last year. You know, I didn't know that your beds were slept in almost 120,000 times.
Yeah, it's shocking to some people when we take them on a tour and we show them all the different components together, because some people might know 1 or 2 of the facets that we do, but they don't know everything that happens here. And when you take it in, it's a little overwhelming.
Yeah.
There's a lot happening on the campus, which we have to thank God for.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And you know, like I mentioned to Karen in the episode before, a lot of the work we do is that we partner with others too.
Yeah.
I think about the K-Tex and you
Kids
know,
to
His
Love.
Way,
Yep.
and you know, those who are out there kind of doing what we do, or just a little bit different. But man, we definitely love the resources that are in this town.
And sharing the resources to make them stronger so that we're stronger. It all works together. Yep.
So, you know, I didn't know tour, right? How do people get to go on that?
So the easiest way to go on a tour is you can either call us or you can go to the website and go into the volunteer tab and then come in. You know, receiving a phone call, we can gladly do it that way too. And, you know, you can call the mission directly and ask for myself, Jonathan, and we'll set you up on a tour. We'll schedule it and we'll host you, and we'll, you know, and once a month we do a I Had No Idea tour with a lunch attached to it. So if you're interested in getting a group of individuals that want to learn, it's fun that way. We can, you know, it's more interactive, and then they can have a lunch together and you can ask questions. There's a nice question and answer afterwards.
And we serve good food here.
Yeah, yeah.
Well, we're well practiced after 450,000 meals, right?
Two big kitchens and all those meals.
So you're also over the volunteer department. If somebody wants to volunteer here, how would they do that?
They can go to Volunteer Hub on the website, and all of the opportunities for volunteering are listed on there and calendared out. You can sign up for the time and the schedule, or you can do again. You know, I like to go back to the old school way, and they can call into and ask for Ashley Hayes, and she will get you on the calendar so that if you are technically not up to par on some of that stuff, don't let that be a hindrance. We just want you to have the volunteer spirit and come here and volunteer.
Now, my interviews for the last 18 plus hours have been a lot of other agencies in town, and even though this is our bench event, I've allowed them to talk about how they can give financially to their organizations, because I really do feel that the community we live in has the means to support many nonprofits. And that at the end of the day, God's going to supply our needs, right?
Absolutely, yeah.
But you're the development guy, so why don't you put out there, if somebody did want to give, how would they do that here at the Mission?
So that's our a shameless plug, right?
Yep.
It's Downtown Rescue Mission.
I get to do that once in a while.
Oh, yeah, and I think it's good, and God's okay with it.
Yeah.
DowntownRescueMission.org is our key. It'll bring you into the homepage of our website where you have opportunities, whether you want to give recurring monthly or you want to do a one-time donation, or if you're looking to do DAFT or crypto, we have all those options, and they're all laid out right there for you as soon as you get onto the homepage. And then also right there, the tab for touring is there as well. So it'll navigate you through giving, and then giving your time and all that as well. Yep.
Do we take stock gifts?
We do.
Yeah.
Yep.
Do we take crypto?
Crypto, DAFT, and stock.
Do we take cash?
Well, we do, yeah.
JW, we take it all, don't we?
We take it all, yeah.
So, but
old-fashioned checks.
Yeah, somewhat joking, but it does take finances. We have about 150 employees, and you know, there's a lot that happens here for the community, and with a $12 million budget, you know, we do need the finances to run what we do. We also have a capital campaign going on. Talk about that a little bit.
So about, I guess, 4 months ago, we stepped out in faith. We had a donor that offered up a large donation with the effort of us moving forward with breaking ground.
Yeah.
So we broke ground 4 months ago, and it is expanding the Owens house another 13,000 square feet, correct?
Yep.
Which will allow us to double our capacity.
Yep.
And so right now we are in the midst of raising money to finish that project. So if you have a desire or an urge to, if God's leading you to give, you can come take a tour and see the transparency. We'll walk you around the area that is being developed, and you can give as well on the homepage. It's the Hope Capital Campaign, that tab, and it'll be directly funneled into the capital campaign and the expansion efforts.
Yeah.
Yep.
And, you know, there's more to the capital campaign, like a med center and, you know, housing for the future and that kind of thing. But interesting thing is 7 years ago, we built a women and children's facility, brand new, double the size we thought we were going to need, separate building from our main building that we have. And we're only 7 years past, and we were having to sleep people on the ground, moms and kids, and that's not something I want to do. Now, here's the thing. I'm not going to tell anybody they can't come.
Nope.
Everybody's going to be able, we'll find a place for you to be, because I want them to at least be safe and warm.
Yeah.
But this is going to double our capacity. Over 230 women and children will be able to stay there. And, you know...
and continue to grow into the other phases of our capital campaign.
I'm sure that once we open this new wing that we've got, that we'll probably fill up then too.
I would think. Community's growing.
And that's okay. But it was amazing how quickly we filled up double the space that we first built. You know, when we built it in 2018.
Within 6 months, right?
Yeah, within 6 months it was full, and we were like, well, we built this for way bigger than we thought we were going to need. And I wouldn't be surprised once we had this expansion.
Probably
I'll give you an example. So our women's emergency shelter, we built it for 56 women. Well, before, when we had them in the main building here, we only had like 22 beds. Or 22 capacity.
Capacity, yeah.
So we went to 56. We're like, man, we're definitely going to make this. Is going to be huge, you know. And now with this new expansion, we're going to make that to be 120 to 130 beds for women.
Yep.
Just for emergency shelter, which I never would have fathomed we'd have that much, and that's not even including the moms and kids, which is going to add another, I believe, 10 moms and 25 kids that can come to the
God's
mission.
in control.
Yeah,
Yep.
and it's amazing to see how he works. You
Yeah.
know, and really the donor that helped us out with that gave the gift. Even before we were ready to start the capital campaign, but said, "Hey, I see you need this," and boy, she knew, and I think God
It was
really
a good
knew.
springboard.
But
Yeah.
God really knew
Yep.
that we needed it quicker than we even thought.
Yep.
Because
And I believe
we
that's
were
being
full
inten-
so quickly after
Yeah,
that.
that's being in sync with the community,
Yeah.
and God knows that what we need.
The other thing with the capital campaign is if you're really interested in coming down and seeing what we've got going on, we think that's the best way to make that investment into what the building project is. That's the phase we're in right now with the capital campaign, is taking those donors who are have the capacity to be able to give, and giving them a tour of our facilities to show them really how this could impact our community.
Yeah, and the expansion efforts, because we have 3 phases of that capital campaign, and we're in the first phase, but really the next 2 phases are integral to rounding out, like the med clinic and things like that, which are already underway, but just need some more resources.
Yeah.
Right?
That's right.
Yep.
Yeah. So, as you have been at the mission over 3 years now, right?
Yeah.
When you're thinking of the national picture of homelessness and the issues that are with it, what comes to mind for you? Is there anything that you'd like to tell the community out there as we're doing this national bench event?
Sure. Well, I mean, I always gravitate back to what God can do, because he can do way more through us and maximize our efforts. And so, the homeless community has, like you shared the stat of mental illness, but I'm sorry, that's limiting God.
Yeah.
And a mental illness can be brought on by many different facets, but it can all be healed.
Yeah.
And God is he is the healer. He's a great physician.
Yeah.
And I believe that we hold the keys to that healing for our community.
Yeah.
And as much as it is a big burden, it also is a blessing.
Yeah.
And so I just believe that if we could have the people come through our facility, God will take hold of them, start to heal things in their life, and they'll see restoration.
Yeah. Yeah. It's amazing to see what God can do. And, you and I have to raise a lot of funds, and it's amazing to see God prick the hearts of those who want to support us too.
Transparency is the key.
And listen, we're audited every year, and we have a firm that's a really well-known firm, big firm, BMSS, that comes in and really, does a scour to take a look and see that we're doing the things the right way, and that we're saying that we're doing what we're doing with the money that we're
Above
bringing
reproach,
in.
and everything's allocated properly, and that's what we want. We want to be that's why the tour is so effective, because we're so transparent with what we're doing here and how the funds are being handled and donations are being, used properly, so that we can maximize the efforts of God, right? That's the goal, is that the resource of the kingdom is being utilized and represented properly here.
And we even go beyond the audit. We even have ECFA who oversees us, and that's a group that Billy Graham put together a long time ago, really famous in the Christian nonprofit world. ECFA, it oversees churches and other Christian nonprofits, and they're above and beyond an audit to make sure that we're doing what we're supposed to
And
be
all
doing.
those icons to those, different companies are all on the bottom of our website. So if you wanted to see who we're affiliated with and how transparent we're trying to be, that's all there and represented.
Yeah. You have any questions for me, JW?
Just one. How much do you have left in the tank?
I could take a nap right now. But, with the lively conversation I've had with you, I'm going to keep going.
That's good.
Yeah, we've got more interviews to come, and I'm excited about those as well. We've had a lot. In fact, I'm so tired. I can't remember how many interviews I've had.
You've had a lot of good conversation.
I'm happy my voice is still here, but somebody took my cough drops. I had my cough drops somewhere here, and they took them away.
We'll have to go on a hunt for those.
So I'm going to need to get a cough drop here because I've got to get some Mentos or something in my throat.
All right, sounds good.
Well, brother, I appreciate you. Love what you do at the mission, and I know you and I love to see how this community supports what we do.
Amen.
It's inspiring, and it really shows, I think, God's willingness to support something that I think He calls us to do, and that's to help those who are in need.
That's exactly it.
Yeah.
Thank you again for having me.
Yeah, man. Appreciate
All
you,
right.
brother.
Look, you're getting the spots worn out.
Can't believe he made that shot.
And did you see who was watching?
Got her!
Allie, what's your address again?
Oh, you can just let me out here.
Bye, Allie.
Hey, Mom.
Hey, Cal. Good game?
I scored a goal.
Since 1975, the Downtown Rescue Mission has been a place with a heart for the homeless. As one of the largest rescue missions in our state, we care for a large percentage of the homeless population in our community. Our caring staff and volunteers have helped to change lives through the many programs we provide. Over the years, the Downtown Rescue Mission has provided millions of meals, shelter, and counseling for the disadvantaged. We have given away thousands of food boxes and clothing items to comfort the community, while helping thousands of men, women, and children learn the power of recovery through Jesus Christ to help them break that homeless cycle. As we look to the future, the mission is expanding our capacity to meet the need of our city and surrounding areas. Our campus is growing to ensure a safe environment for the homeless and the hurting in our community. With your support, we can increase our effectiveness while building hope for tomorrow for the next 50 years, because hope lives here.
gave me a new way of life. The Downtown Rescue Mission gave me a new way of life. They rescued me from myself by coming here, because I was just going through hell.
I hope you will support the mission because it is a great place. You know, it is God sent. Without this place, a lot of people would be lost. A lot of people would be dead, you know, and it does save a lot of lives.
I absolutely hope people will support the Downtown Rescue Mission because people, they fall and they don't know where to go, and they come here and they don't even realize that this place is also a program. They just see it as a homeless shelter. I need help, I need food, I need shelter. And they come, and then we have chaplains that go, hey, do you know we have a program? So I hope people that will help support their cause, because their cause isn't just to sell gently used clothes and make money or profit. It is support and sustain.
It is a very, very wonderful place. I think everybody should come and tour it. It's amazing. The donations that we get are absolutely just heartfelt, they pour in. It's just a wonderful place to come and check out and donate, and it's a great, great place because they've done wonders here. I'm like, I don't know where I would be right now if this place were not here. So I commend the Downtown Rescue Mission because they have really, really, really changed a lot of lives, and they have definitely changed mine.
This place saves lives. It really does. It saved mine. And again, that's something I hate to say out loud, but it's the truth. You know, it saved my life. It not just saved my life, but it helped save a lot of people from grief in my family, you know, in my son's life, saved my relationships. I mean, the good that comes out of this program and everybody that leaves it, I mean, is monumental.
Let me show you something.
I can't believe he made that shot.
And did you see who was watching?
Got her!
Allie, what's your address again?
Oh, you can just let me out here.
Hi, Allie!
Hey, Mom.
Hey, Kel. Good game?
I scored a goal.
Since 1975, the Downtown Rescue Mission has been a place with a heart. So tell the folks out there, because we're being live streamed right now, what your name is.
My name's Kim Stallsworth.
Okay, Kim. And how old are you, Kim?
I'm 63.
63. So tell me a little bit about who you are.
I'm from Denver. I've been here most of my life. I have 2 children. I have 14 great-grandchildren.
Wow.
And 5 grandchildren.
Wow, that's awesome.
But they've all got their own lives, and
yeah,
I don't interfere with them.
Yeah. So you're at the mission.
I'm at the mission.
Yeah.
I deal with the homeless on the street. I do overdose rescues on the street. I give them Narcan, do CPR on them, wait for the police and paramedics to come.
And do you stay in Our Lady's emergency shelter?
I stay at the women's side.
Yeah.
It's a blessing for me.
Sure.
It's safer here than it is in there. It's hard. It's not easy because we have so many different personalities.
Yeah.
But it is a blessing.
Well, we're trying to build some more room for you guys back there.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's a mess right now.
Yeah, I know it's a
but
mess.
all construction, whether it's on your home or here, it's a mess.
Yeah, I hate there's a mess, but when it's done, we should be able to double the size that we currently have.
Yeah.
So that'll help.
That'll make it a whole lot better.
Oh, yeah. So tell me a little bit about your life and how you came to be at the mission.
I've always taken in kids that didn't have family members. Their parents were alcoholics, drug addicts, or in prison. A little girl lost her father that I helped raise. He passed away of cancer. She told me she had his house. Asked me if I moved in, she would help me with it. I'm a lung patient. Come to find out, it was not true. It was a rental scam. So it took everything from me. Her uncle got out of prison, come stayed at the house for 2 weeks and had me put out. So it was all a scam, and I lost everything.
Wow.
So at 2 o'clock in the morning, he called the police. The police put me out, and he got to keep everything I had. And it was in 5 Points.
Wow.
And they had me walk from 5 Points to here.
So when they came in, they locked you out and you just didn't have anything anymore?
They said I was squatting.
Wow. And how did you hear about the mission?
I like the mission.
No, how did you hear about us, though?
Just through the grapevine. I didn't have nowhere to go. It was late at night. I was by myself.
Yeah.
Just kind of walking through the streets, trying to figure out what to do.
Yeah.
And there's not really nowhere else to go. It's not safe on the streets.
Yeah. And so once you found here, did they take you in right away?
They did.
Yeah.
I was terrified. Worked. All the women are. You know, that you walk in, you got 60 other women looking at you, trying to size you up.
Had you ever been homeless before?
One time before.
Yeah.
I lived in a tent, and I ended up getting an apartment. But I gave that apartment up for this house.
Yeah.
So that ended me up like this.
And how long ago did you come to the mission?
About 3 years.
Yeah. So you've been here 3 years, and what is it that the mission does to help you?
Does help me?
Yeah, how does the mission help you?
For one, it keeps me safe.
Yeah.
Out on the streets, you get robbed a lot. Last year I was robbed. It was a strong-armed robbery. He fractured the side of my face. He got $7 off of me. It was 8:30 in the morning, so it doesn't matter if it's daylight or not. You're just not safe out. Nowadays, people are just crazy. All the drugs and everybody's hurting for money. They're just trying to make it.
Yeah.
And a lot of them won't come in here because they don't like the rules, or there's so many people they can't handle them.
Yeah.
But, you know, like the men's side has so many people in it. They just can't handle it.
Yeah. So you talk about you feel safe. So when you come in, there's a security guard gate out front.
There's a security guard out there.
Yeah.
If you need them up front or in the dorms, they're there. They can call them.
And when you walk back to the women's building, they have to buzz you in and everything, right? It's for you
They
to get
buzz you in.
Yeah.
They check you, check your medicine. Be sure you don't have no metal on you.
Yeah.
They have the wand. They wand you in.
Yeah. And
Be
that's
sure you
to make
don't have
sure
no
you're
knives or
safe.
guns. Yeah.
Yeah. And does that make you feel safer?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Of course, anybody could always slip something in, but they do that in jail or prison.
Yeah.
You know, nothing's 100%, no matter where you go.
Yeah. So when you're here, how are the meals?
They're okay.
Yeah.
They're okay. A lot of it's on donations.
Yeah.
You know, and that's okay because everybody should understand it's run on donations. That's how we eat. The more donations we get, the better off we are.
Yeah.
You know.
If you knew somebody that was Kim from 20 years ago, what would you tell Kim today? You back 20 years ago, what would you tell Kim?
Not to get the house.
Yeah.
Not to make the same mistake.
Yeah. And you said that you help people out in the community that are having problems with drugs. How do you do that?
I give them resources of where they can go to eat. Like First Stop, Rosa Sharon.
Yeah.
A lot of them don't know about those places. Their church up here feeds breakfast on Saturday mornings.
Yeah.
You know, stuff like, because some of them go days without eating.
So you feel like you're an advocate for the homeless sometimes?
I try to be.
Yeah.
I give them somebody to talk to because a lot of the addicts and alcoholics, people are more afraid of them than anybody.
Yeah.
And anything. But they don't understand. A lot of them have problems that they just don't know how to deal with. And that's how they cope, is by medicating themselves.
Yeah. So Miss Kim is over the emergency shelter over there. Does she treat you good?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Does she care for you?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Her and I aggravate each other all the time.
Yeah, yeah.
I tell her I want my service animal.
That's right. But do you feel like that our staff here cares for you?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
They're real good for us.
Good.
And all the women, once you get fit in up there and all the women accept you, it's like a small family. All the women kind of stand by each other. When one's crying, we're all kind of around each other, supporting each other.
Yeah.
Of course, like everywhere, they have their little cliques. You know how women get. They have their little groups. But that's all women.
Are you saying women are cliquey?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Have you not ever noticed that? They have their little gossip field.
Well, I'm a man, so we can't talk about it.
Yeah. You can do the same thing. You
That's
know that.
that's right. That's right. So, if there was somebody out in our community right now that was desperately in need of help, maybe they're in Tent City or maybe they're just a homeless lady, what would you tell them about Downtown Rescue Mission?
I try to get them to come in here.
Yeah.
I have a son on the street. I try to get him to come in here.
Yeah.
And he just can't handle it.
Yeah.
And I worry about him. He's been hit in the face. He's had a gun held to his head. I worry about him a lot. He goes out there and he's in the bandos. People's tried to rob him. But he has mental health issues. And he can't handle all the men, all the commotion and everything. So I try to get him to come in, but a lot of them, they just cannot handle them.
Yeah. So.
And I can understand it.
Yeah.
Not necessarily the rules, but it's just they can't handle all the pressure.
Yeah. Yeah. The mission has a program too, right?
Yeah.
Have you ever thought about getting in the program?
Yeah. Kim says I can't do it.
Can't do it? How come they won't get you in the program?
Because of my health.
Oh, what's wrong with your health?
I have lung problems.
You have a what?
I have lung problems.
Oh, lung problems. Okay. Yeah. But if you could get in, you would get in the program?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think the program help a lot of the women here.
Yeah. You
but
see
I
it
think
helps a
that
lot?
too depends on how much they want the help.
Yeah.
You have to want it to get it.
That's true. That's true. So you have any questions for me at all?
No.
No?
I've been here so long, I just about know everything.
Are you the mayor back there, are you saying?
No, I help Kim in the back desk.
Yeah, I'm saying
Not now that I
you're
have a
like the
broke
mayor,
jaw.
right? Yeah.
I got my jaw broke 2 weeks ago back there.
Oh, no.
But, so now I'm on leave right now.
Yeah.
But.
You have the brightest blue eyes I think I've ever
thank
seen.
you.
You do. You have some really blue eyes.
But I'd rather be out here.
Yeah.
When I got my jaw broke, my son says, I want you out here with me. I don't feel comfortable with you out there.
Yeah.
And I said, I'm safe in there. He said, and that's why you have a broke jaw.
Yeah.
I said, well, I'm still safer in there than I am out here on the street.
Yeah. Well, we want to protect you too. If you gave any advice to the mission on things that we could do better, what would that be?
I really don't know, because we're a wet shelter, and you're not going to be able to stop anybody from coming in like that anyway.
Yeah.
And they're gonna, if they want to get something in, they're going to get something in.
Yeah.
One way or the other. So I think y'all are doing everything you could possibly do, because people's going to do what people's going to do.
Yeah.
And if there's a problem, y'all handle it as soon as you find out there's a problem.
Yeah. Well, I'm so sorry about the construction mess, but just bear with it for a couple more months.
We know.
And I promise it's going to be way better.
Like I said, even if it's your house, you have problems with construction,
Yeah.
though, so it doesn't matter.
That's right. That's right.
You have mechanic work done, you have problems with it, so it doesn't matter what it is.
Well, I thank you for being an advocate for the homeless while you're out there.
Oh, it's no problem.
And
I just hate to see anybody go without anything.
Yeah, and I'm so happy that you're able to stay with us and be in a place that's safe.
And I'm trying to get out, but rent's so expensive. It's like $1,000 for a studio now, and you have to make 3 times that.
It's crazy, and that's a lot of money.
Yeah, and space camp's coming in. It's going to make it that much worse.
Yeah. Do you get Social Security or anything?
Yeah.
Do you?
And I don't make as much as people on SSI because they went straight for Social Security because I worked so much.
Yeah.
So when I got sick at 37, they went straight for my Social Security.
Wow.
So I don't make 3 times the amount of that.
Yeah.
And I really don't want in housing because I like my son to be able to come with me.
Yeah.
Because of his problems. I don't want to leave him on the street.
Yeah. And you also know the reason we do this is because we believe in Jesus Christ and we share him. And
100%.
you know about Jesus Christ?
Yeah, and I know that's who walks with me every day.
That's amen to that.
When I go in those bandos by myself at night looking for overdose patients, I know who
you're
who
praying
I got
to him,
beside.
right? Yeah. Well,
When I get beat in the head like last year, that's who walked with me.
Do me a favor and be safe while you're out there. Okay?
I am every day.
Yeah. Because I want to make sure Kim's safe, that you feel
I am.
safe and that you're...
But I also know whatever happens is what's supposed to happen. That's
Yeah.
what God wants is supposed to happen.
Yeah.
That's what He has laid planned for me.
Well, Kim, thank you for coming and talking to me today.
Oh, anytime.
And we love you, and I hope you know that your stay here as long as you need to, and get yourself back into what you want to do. And I'm glad that you have Jesus in your life.
I appreciate you having me talk.
Yeah, thank you so much.
I'm going to go choke your wife.
Yeah.
I tried everything. She said, no, my husband's a big boy. He can handle himself.
Yeah. Well, tell Miss Kim I said hi because I've not seen her for 24 hours because I've been here.
I told her, look, I got the broke jaw and you got the vacation. Something happened here.
That's right. That's right. Well, thank you, hon. Appreciate you. Thanks for coming out and talking, too.
You too.
God bless you, hon.
Check out my kids.
Let me show you something.
I can't believe he made that shot.
And did you see who was watching?
Got her!
Allie, what's your address again?
Oh, you can just let me out here.
Hi, Allie!
Hey, Mom.
Hey, kiddo. Good game?
I scored a goal.
Since 1975, the Downtown Rescue Mission has been a place with a heart for the homeless. As one of the largest rescue missions in our state, we care for a large percentage of the homeless population in our community. Our caring staff and volunteers have helped to change lives through the many programs we provide. Over the years, the Downtown Rescue Mission has provided millions of meals, shelter, and counseling for the disadvantaged. We have given away thousands of food boxes and clothing items to comfort the community, while helping thousands of men, women, and children learn the power of recovery through Jesus Christ to help them break that homeless cycle. As we look to the future, the mission is expanding our capacity to meet the need of our city and surrounding areas. Our campus is growing to ensure a safe environment for the homeless and the hurting in our community. With your support, we can increase our effectiveness while building hope for tomorrow for the next 50 years, because hope lives here.
They gave me a new way of life. The Downtown Rescue Mission gave me a new way of life. They rescued me from myself by coming here, because I was just going through hell.
I hope you will support the mission because it is a great place. You know, it is God sent. Without this place, a lot of people would be lost. A lot of people would be dead, you know, and it does save a lot of lives.
I absolutely hope people will support the Downtown Rescue Mission because people, they fall and they don't know where to go, and they come here and they don't even realize that this place is also a program. They just see it as a homeless shelter. I need help, I need food, I need shelter. And they come, and then we have chaplains that go, hey, do you know we have a program? So I hope people that will help support their cause, because their cause isn't just to sell gently used clothes and make money or profit. It is support and sustain.
It is a very, very wonderful place. I think everybody should come and tour it. It's amazing. The donations that we get are absolutely just heartfelt, they pour in. It's just a wonderful place to come and check out and donate, and it's a great, great place because they've done wonders here. I'm like, I don't know where I would be right now if this place were not here. So I commend the Downtown Rescue Mission because they have really, really, really changed a lot of lives, and they have definitely changed mine.
This place saves lives. It really does. It saved mine. And again, that's something I hate to say out loud, but it's the truth. You know, it saved my life. It not just saved my life, but it helped save a lot of people from grief in my family, you know, in my son's life, saved my relationships. I mean, the good that comes out of this program and everybody that leaves it, I mean, is monumental.
Let me show you something.
I can't believe he made that shot.
And did you see who was watching?
Allie, what's your address again?
Oh, you can just let me out here.
Hi, Allie.
Hey, Mom.
Hey, Kel. Good game?
I scored a goal.
Since 1975, the Downtown Rescue Mission has been a place with a heart for the homeless. As one of the largest rescue missions in our state, we care for a large percentage of the homeless population in our community. Our caring staff and volunteers have helped to change lives through the many programs we provide. Over the years, the Downtown Rescue Mission has provided millions of meals, shelter, and counseling for the disadvantaged. We have given away thousands of food boxes and clothing items to comfort the community, while helping thousands of men, women, and children learn the power of recovery through Jesus Christ to help them break that homeless cycle. As we look to the future, the mission is expanding our capacity to meet the need of our city and surrounding areas. Our campus is growing to ensure a safe environment for the homeless and the hurting in our community. With your support, we can increase our effectiveness while building hope for tomorrow for the next 50 years, because hope lives here.
They gave me a new way of life. The Downtown Rescue Mission gave me a new way of life. They rescued me from myself by coming here, because I was just going through hell.
I hope you will support the mission because it is a great place. You know, it is God sent. Without this place, a lot of people would be lost. A lot of people would be dead, you know, and it does save a lot of lives.
I absolutely hope people will support the Downtown Rescue Mission because people, they fall and they don't know where to go, and they come here and they don't even realize that this place is also a program. They just see it as a homeless shelter. I need help, I need food, I need shelter. And they come, and then we have chaplains that go, hey, do you know we have a program? So I hope people that will help support their cause, because their cause isn't just to sell gently used clothes and make money or profit. It is support and sustain.
It is a very, very wonderful place. I think everybody should come and tour it. It's amazing. The donations that we get are absolutely just heartfelt, they pour in. It's just a wonderful place to come and check out and donate, and it's a great, great place because they've done wonders here. I'm like, I don't know where I would be right now if this place were not here. So I commend the Downtown Rescue Mission because they have really, really, really changed a lot of lives, and they have definitely changed mine.
This place saves lives. It really does. It saved mine. And again, that's something I hate to say out loud, but it's the truth. You know, it saved my life. It not just saved my life, but it helped save a lot of people from grief in my family, you know, in my son's life, saved my relationships. I mean, the good that comes out of this program and everybody that leaves it, I mean, is monumental.
Let me show you something.
I can't believe he made that shot.
And did you see who was watching?
Got her! Allie, what's your address again?
Oh, you can just let me out here.
Hi, Allie.
Hey, Mom.
Hey, Kel. Good game?
I scored a goal.
It's warm.
Well, I have two special guests with me that I know fairly well. Some know him as Frickin' Frack. Some know him as Blondie and Red Raider.
Just get to the point.
Pull the mic a little closer to you, by the way. But these are my daughters, Mary Lee on the end and Kristen in the middle. And they're 17 and almost 15 on Sunday. And excited that they came out. They were, I know, praying for their dad and a little worried about their dad for a 24-hour sitting on the bench. And so these are my daughters, and they have been raised in the world of those who are unhoused and addicted, and been around the mission since they were babies. In fact, they were born, and about a week after each of them was born, I had them in my office in a little bassinet because they came with me to work. I know you guys remember that real well. Now, this is supposed to be where you guys talk too. You know?
You've just been talking. You haven't asked us anything.
Yeah. All right. So, as you can tell, they're 17 and 15 with their conversations with me. But so, girls, let me ask you, what do you think that your dad does?
You're CEO of a homeless shelter.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is that all we do is homeless shelter?
No.
You feed mouths, and every day, every morning, every afternoon, every mid-afternoon, you put roofs over people's heads, and you help them and lead them to the Lord.
Oh wait, and not only that, you don't only renew their physical, you renew their spiritual.
Yep. And you guys know a lot of the guys and girls that are in the program, right?
Mm-hmm.
And with you growing up around the mission, tell maybe kids out there your age, your experience, is it scary to walk down the mission hallways?
No.
Not really, no.
Talk about what you feel when you walk around the mission.
You just feel a sense of community because everyone's had their hardships, everyone had their struggles, and then you take a look around and everybody uses that as a bonding, and they carry each other, and it's like a huge family. And I work at a thrift store here, and there's program men that work there, and they don't call it their home, they call it their house, because that's where they live right now, and they have a family there.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That's awesome. So when I was growing up, excuse me, my voice is starting to go after 24 hours. But when I grew up around mission folks when I was younger, one of the things I always thought is, well, these are just regular people that just had something happen in their life. What do you guys think about that?
That's true. That's 100% true. They're no different from me and you. They just had something happen. The world hit them hard, and they needed something to come back from.
Yeah.
So, Mary Lee, you get to work with some of the guys who have been through the program and some of the girls. How is it to work with those folks?
It's great.
Yeah?
They're hilarious. I love them. I work with, so I'm a cashier at one of the thrift stores, and I work with this guy named Jordan. And he's great. He's a hard worker. He's very quick, and so he gets the job done. He puts out all the production at speed of light. And he's just a really nice guy. And then the two other guys recently came in. Barry and another guy. I don't remember his name because they're still new, but they're great. They're always very friendly when I walk in. They don't treat me any differently than they would anybody else. They're just they're very kind, and some of them are super hilarious.
Yeah.
They make my day, so it's really nice to be able to talk with them and be able to have a personal relationship with some of the people part of the program.
So, Kristen, what is really the ultimate goal of what the mission's here for?
The ultimate goal is to get fallen people off of the ground and pick them back up on their feet and show them to the Lord so they can all go to heaven one day, and we will all know each other. and we all praise the Lord together.
That's very true. And why is that so important that we share Jesus with them?
It's important to share Jesus with everybody, even if they're not poor, because you want them to go where you're going eventually, and you know that they're going to be led the right way in life, and they'll be put back on their feet with the Lord, and if they pray about it, they will.
Yeah. What is the you guys have done volunteering here in the past, and talk about some of the things you've done volunteer-wise.
So, since I can remember, we, as a family, the three of us, have done the turkey giveaway. It's a family tradition every year. It doesn't matter the circumstances. We always do the turkey giveaway. And we're always out here from, 2-3 hours handing out turkeys in the cold. And it's built up our immunity for the cold over the years. That's one thing, but it's just a fun thing we do. And then
Do your hands get cold from the turkeys?
Oh yeah,
And you like basically you're getting a workout in because all the turkeys weigh more than 10 pounds.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. They usually weigh, 15, 20? What's the biggest turkey you guys remember?
20? I saw it 35 pound, 31?
30, I think it was 31.
Yeah, it was crazy.
That's a
it was
big
it was a butterball.
Yeah.
It's always the butterballs.
What were you going to say? Somebody was going to say something there.
We do the turkey one, that's the big one. But then we always go to the customer appreciations and volunteer there, but now that I'm working at one of the thrift stores, I haven't been able to go.
Well, just so you know, you're supposed to volunteer. You don't get paid for it this time.
Yeah, no, yeah.
Oh gosh.
But yeah, at my store today, there's a customer appreciation. It's going to be really weird for me not being outside volunteering with you because you're going to be stuck here. But
I'm not stuck.
Bro.
So I'll just tell everybody I'm on the bench for 24 hours. And my oldest daughter is texting me saying, "Oh, you're not going to be cooking at the customer appreciation today?"
The one time
What's
it's at
wrong
my
with
store. The one time it's at my store, right? He has to do this. But yeah, it's going to be weird for me not being outside and having to be behind the register for hours today.
Yeah,
It's going to be different.
It'll be jamming for sure.
Oh yeah, it will be.
And tell them, just in case they want to go out there to be at the event, they have hamburgers and hot dogs for free.
Mm-hmm.
And cake and popcorn.
And the store's 50% off, the entire store. So come out and buy some stuff from us. We'll be doing door prizes.
What store are you at?
I'm at the Madison thrift store. So it's I don't know where the address is. I don't know what road it's on.
It's located right in between the new Publix and the new Kroger.
And it's right by Dublin.
Kroger.
Yep.
So come out and just watch out for the stampede when you get there because everyone's going to be there.
And you guys know why we do the customer appreciation. Why do we do the customer appreciation, Kristen?
To appreciate customers, but it's like...
Oh, that was pretty good.
Like, oh my gosh. Like, to put it in my own words, it's like appreciating everyone who's put their money into what we do as a mission and giving to the homeless. And I think that customer appreciation is fun, and I love volunteering at it, and I love giving out sodas and drinks to everybody because that's always my job every year.
Yeah.
If I go to one.
Well, that's awesome. So, man, I'm starting to lose my voice after all this. But, so what do your friends think about what your dad does?
Well, I talked to them about it a little bit, and they don't see the full picture of what you do. Like, they just... Mary Lee's dad is the CEO of a rescue mission. Like, they're just like, it's a homeless shelter. But the friends that actually care, that want me to tell them more about it, I tell them the full thing. It's like, it's not just a homeless shelter. We're trying to renew people. We're trying to get them on the right path.
Yeah.
And we're not doing it just to get them back, back in the world. We're trying to get them so they can spread the gospel.
So if you're on the live feed that goes nationwide, what would you tell people across the nation about people that are homeless?
Homeless people are no different from me and you. They don't need to be treated the way that they're treated. They have hopes and dreams as well, and so help them out the best you can and help them lead them to the right path, because they're just like you and me.
If you saw a homeless person that was on the street corner, what would you girls tell them to do?
If he
come here?
Yeah, I would ask him to come here.
I mean,
first.
I wouldn't. I mean, I'd get someone to drive him over because I don't have a license.
Yeah, you're not going to drive because you're not. We want the person to get here alive.
Okay,
Yeah.
Dad. Okay.
Yeah, I would probably recommend them here, and if they rejected my recommendation, then I would just wish them the best.
Yeah. So we we took a couple mission trips this year, and one of them was to Guatemala, and we went to the city dump that one day, and we saw people that were really poor, that were at the dump just to scout. They were looking for food or even items they might be able to sell, and didn't get paid for it at all. They just were there. Remember that?
Mm-hmm.
And you remember how bad it
It
smelled?
was terrible.
And there was big, huge birds flying around, and dogs that were wild dogs barking. And you remember all that?
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know if it impacted you, but I remember thinking, wow, we deal with the homeless in the United States, and how much better off is somebody that's at the Downtown Rescue Mission than somebody that's at the dump in Guatemala.
Homeless people in America are rich.
Yeah.
Compared to the people in Guatemala.
Yeah.
The dump was just, it was such a reality for me. It was like, some people live there.
Yeah.
They live in that.
There was a little baby that was in one
There
of
was
the
a
little huts
baby.
there. Yeah.
And their huts are made out of anything they find in the dump. So it's tin, wood, plastic, anything that they can find, they make their house out of. And they live there in that terrible condition where they're always burning stuff. So they're always burning plastics, and there's microplastics in the air, and it's smell like you walk out and you're sick for the rest of the day.
Yeah.
And we were only there for what, 30 minutes?
Yeah. And they burn it constantly.
Constantly.
We were in our mission house, and you could see across the city, and all you saw is this smoke coming up in the middle of the city from the dump all the time.
Yeah.
But those people are there, and even the poor people look at the people that are at the dump and say they're the poorest, And but I also remember building the houses, and we would build these tin roof houses that were only 12 by 12, and you remember how excited these folks were about getting a house?
These little houses that we built were no bigger than a shed people would have in their backyard.
Yeah,
to
and
put
the
tools
sad
in.
part is that it would be for a family of 12, and they're just sharing a little shed together, but they look more grateful, like they just won $1 million.
Do you remember
the
fireworks?
Yeah.
No, they love fireworks.
They love fireworks.
And oh my gosh, I was not ready for the first time I made a house. They were like, be ready for the fireworks. And they just threw them on the ground and it just cracked everywhere. I was so scared the first time
Because we would pray over the houses.
And I think the one little kid was about 4 years old that lit the fireworks. Do you remember that little kid?
He was so funny.
And I was like, man, I wouldn't let my kids light fireworks now. I couldn't believe
No, they love it. They love fireworks.
Yeah.
They're constantly doing fireworks.
But that was the celebration. We
Yeah.
would dedicate the house, and they'd blow off all these firecrackers and everything else, and they were jumping around and have balloons. And
they would laugh at us because us Americans would get scared.
Yeah.
And they would all giggle at us.
They're used to stuff like that. They're big firework people.
They love fireworks.
So if there was 2 girls out there your age, what would you tell them?
In Guatemala?
No, about helping at the Downtown Rescue Mission, or if they were to volunteer, or what to think about the Downtown Rescue Mission.
You got that?
No, I don't know.
Well, you have to say the question again, because
what would you tell your friends? Like when you're talking to your friends, what do you tell them about the Downtown Rescue Mission?
Not to be scared, because a lot of people that so we usually sometimes have practice here, and we were like, yeah, we're gonna have practice at the mission. They're like, oh, what if this and this happens?
Oh yeah.
I just tell them they are the same. They're grown adults. They know how to mature themselves around you. They're not worried about you. They're more worried about them and getting food and praising the Lord more. They're just, and the fun part is you can every time I go in the hallway, you see at least one of them walking around with a Bible. It's just like, I don't know why you'd be scared to come here. It's like one of the safest places I've been because I've grown up here my whole life, and I used to run around here as a little kid, and I wouldn't be hurt. I would probably hurt myself falling, but that's the only way I'd get hurt from here.
Before we turned the gym into a shelter where the men stayed, we would have practice there. And the gym at this place is nice because it used to be Westminster's old campus, and so they've kept taking good care of this gym. I would remember we did, like when I was in middle school, my AAU team rented out the Mission.
Yeah.
And they were laughing at it and they were putting it down.
Yeah.
And like the gym is like a transition between buildings at that time. And so people would be walking in there while we were practicing, but they would walk in and walk out and get to where they were going. And I just remember all my friends laughing at them and laughing at what they looked like and laughing at all the conditions they had. And it hurt.
Yeah, sad. So one of the things we talked about a lot is that there's moms with kids here. When you guys see kids that are here homeless, what do you think?
It's sad.
Yeah.
I know that half of the moms in the mom hall have children, and they have to, they go to school here because we provide a school for them to go to, but they call this place their home because after school they come here. They get dropped off here, and their moms take care of them here. They get food here, and half of them, it's just sad because they all live here and they don't know when they're ever going to get out. They may live here until they're 18.
Yeah. It's sad, but it's also a safe place that maybe they didn't have before, right?
Yeah.
So it's sad for us because we know that they're at a homeless shelter, but it's a really nice place compared to maybe where they were before.
Yeah.
Yeah. Anything else you guys want to say about what you know about your friends who were once homeless? They're not homeless now, but once they were homeless, and now you have friends that were homeless people.
I don't usually, give them the title that they're my homeless friends.
Right. That's exactly what I was asking for.
They're just another group of people I'm friends with.
Friend,
yeah. I don't want to put a title on my friends.
Yeah.
And I don't see their struggles as something that dictate their value.
Yeah.
So
for the grace of God, we might be in that same situation. Right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Well, girls, I am so happy you revived me at you come at about 10:30.
Yeah.
It's 11 o'clock. I've got 3 hours left, and hopefully I have enough energy now that you came that I can push through.
You got it.
And now that you're going to buy me lunch, I especially will be able to push through.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
I'm leaving her with you, though.
Well, I have somebody coming up to talk to me next, but I want to thank you girls for coming, and thank you for supporting the mission through the years with volunteering. And I know you both have given donations in the past, too.
Mm-hmm.
And, appreciate that Mary Lee works at one of our thrift stores and all of her hard work. And so thank you guys for coming and visiting your dad on the 24 hours. If it's 3 hours left, so it's my 21st hour. So you guys came in my 21st hour to keep me awake.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. We got you.
Yeah. Well, girls, thank you so much.
You're
Appreciate
welcome.
it very much.
I just said that.
What do you want to eat?
Hold on a second.
Wait, let me show you something.
I can't believe he made that shot.
And did you see who was watching?
Got her!
Allie, what's your address again?
Oh, you can just let me out here.
Hi, Allie!
Hey, Mom.
Hey, Cal. Good game?
I scored a goal.
not a stunt or anything. It's just for me about bringing awareness. If it raises more money, that's great. If it brings awareness, that's really what the purpose is. And some of my emphasis is really, and I love what my daughters and I were just talking about, is that homeless people are regular people. You know, it's just they had something bad happen in their life, but they're still God's creation, and we love them just the same, whether they were homeless or not. And so I think that's been a good, and that's really what I've been trying to portray to the folks out there nationally and locally, that you know, there's some people that look down their nose at homeless folks, and we probably shouldn't be doing that. You know, I want to see those folks get healthy and back on their feet and have Christ in their life, and, you know, live a great life.
So how many missions nationwide are participating?
So last year when we did this, there was 14, and we were part of the inaugural group. This year, 75.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. And we're hoping by next year we can get that to 150. In our association, there's about 350 rescue missions. And so we're really hoping that at least half will try to come along and do it.
Does any nationwide organization collect them all and catalog them so that people can go back and watch them?
Yeah, we're part of Citygate.
Right.
And so Citygate is the hub for this. There's a rescue mission in Fresno that is the epicenter for the whole thing. They're the ones that are taking care of the technical part. But Citygate is running it on their Facebook pages and on their website and all that. So they have the live, the national feed. And we've been on it a couple times. There's a couple interviews that have gone live to the national from us. So it's exciting that Huntsville is a big part of that.
You know, the size of Huntsville compared to some other communities, how does our size of our mission and the number of people that we serve compare to comparable cities? I mean, we couldn't compare to New York, Los Angeles, Chicago, or people like that, I would imagine.
Yeah, there's some that are bigger cities that we compare to.
Really?
But we are large for our size city of the size mission we are. I would say we're with the growth of Huntsville, we're more a medium-sized city now in the demographics of what we're doing. You know, with us taking care of almost 400 people a night, we're expanding to be upwards of 600. And I'm sure you've been around with me long enough to know that our facilities will probably fill up pretty quickly after we open the new expansion. And then budget-wise, we're in the top group. You know, they do a segment of $1 million or less and $5 million or less, and then 10 million and more, and we're in that extra large mission status. So I've said it many times during the last 21 hours that I think what makes Huntsville great is having a place like this that we can take care of the folks that have fallen through the cracks in our society, and that the city doesn't really have to worry about it. They depend on us to be a part of that. You know, having the good city that we are, and that we rank high every year with all those magazines that we're in. And I also said that we have such a supportive community because we don't receive any government funding, that, you know, they're very philanthropic in our community, which has been awesome.
It always strikes me that if you travel to other communities, Atlanta comes to mind. My daughter lives that way. The visibility of the homeless population is not what it is elsewhere in Huntsville.
Yeah.
You just don't see.
I agree.
Unless you go to, you know, certain parts of town.
Yeah.
So what will you do tomorrow? Now that 24 hours sitting on this bench, is tomorrow a recovery day?
Yeah, and Fred, I'll tell you, the crazy thing is I just got back from Buffalo on Tuesday, and I drove there, so this is compiled with that. I was already tired, so I will probably go home by 3 o'clock this afternoon and be in bed. And I'm not much for sleeping long anyway, but hopefully I'll be able to sleep through the night, because it's a, you know, I think it's great that we do this for the awareness, but it's a long period.
Oh yeah. Yeah. For sure.
Yeah. But yeah, it's you've been with this Fred Coffey, by the way, who has been on the board of directors of the mission on and off for how many years now? Do you remember when you first came on?
Not really. A long time ago.
Yeah.
It was
early 2000s,
it was before
right?
this facility.
Yeah.
Still over at the other facility, and I guess it was a year or two over there, so you can do the math. I'm not sure how long.
So you've been around the mission for, I would say, 20 plus years, probably.
Probably so.
How have you seen any difference in how the mission has grown to meet the needs of the community?
Well, certainly the facilities have expanded, but I think more important than that, the acceptance within the community of the Downtown Rescue Mission, both for the public at large as well as governmental officials. I mean, I think the mission has the full support of our local government.
I do too.
And I think they understand and appreciate the positive impact that the mission makes on this community.
Yeah.
And I say this all the time, in the absence of this mission, things would be much different in Huntsville, Alabama.
Yeah.
So I think that's a plus.
Yeah. So you were here when we had the transition from the old campus to the new.
Mm-hmm.
It's that old NIMBY principle, right? Not in my backyard. But one of the things I think we've done, and we've been here 15 years now, is that we've shown that we can be a good neighbor.
Right.
And listen, truth be known, if I had a business, I wouldn't want the mission by it either. But when we came over, one of the things we said is that we were going to make sure that we were going to be a good neighbor by supporting the businesses that are local, and we've done that. And, we also made sure this campus was a secure place, and, I think we've done that. And we've actually, some of the stats I've seen is since the mission's been here, crime has actually gone down in this neighborhood. So, so hopefully we can keep that going.
Well, I mean, it's a situation where, as you say all the time, and others, people really don't know what the mission is, what it does, what it can do.
Yeah.
And they have a completely wrong concept of what the Downtown Rescue Mission is. Maybe based on, culture and movies, or maybe other cities they've lived in. But, this mission is different, in my opinion. But I think Huntsville's different.
I do too. I think so. Yeah. And like I said before, when I talk to the mayor, I tell him all the time, I think the success of the city really is all facets, and even the rescue mission. Mm-hmm. Because I think that the city growth plan probably would have still gone forward. But how nice is it to have a place that, like you said, you barely see homeless like other cities. You see them all over the place. Yeah. When I was talking to the mayor, he said that their guesstimate right now is there's about 2,000 homeless in Huntsville, and we would take care of a quarter of those just here. And probably more than that, because last year we had about 3,000 individuals come through our doors, separate individuals that stayed here at the mission. So we're taking care of a lot of folks.
Well, when you look at the statistics, how many people that avail themselves of the mission are actually local versus recent local?
Yeah, I think right now we're 45% local and 55% that are not local.
Okay.
So, and you and I have had this conversation before, but we've put out notifications to other cities like Birmingham and Nashville, and a lot of times their hospitals will just drop people off here because they know we're a good mission and we do a good job. But we've put out, documents of understanding that, listen, you can't just drop somebody off here. So we're trying to curb that a little bit. But last week I had to call up Mobile because they had sent somebody all the way from Mobile from the hospital down there.
Wow. And
dropped them off at our front door and weren't able to take care of themselves. And I said, listen, this is something that we have already agreed to, but the other thing is that some of the people that are coming here that are not originally from here are looking for jobs, because this is, highly sought after for the job market, because there's so many jobs moving in here. But they come here and sometimes they don't get that job, and they spend their last dollar to get here, and then where do they go? They end up at the mission.
Well, has the composition of the folks that avail themselves of the mission changed over the years? I know sometimes we talk about, a number of veterans, and the age population has changed. Do you see that continue to change, or pretty static?
It ebbs and flows, but definitely over the last 20 years, we've seen more women and children. And the age of, the average age is about 28 to 30 is what we see here at the mission. And a lot of that is the last 10 to 15 years, we've seen a real epidemic with the drugs. That it used to take a guy 25, 30 years to be a hard alcoholic, to lose his house, lose his family. It took a long time for that addiction, a lot of times, to affect his life, because a lot of times an alcoholic can live with being an alcoholic for a long time. But the drugs that are around today are so addictive that it could take one time and they're immediately hooked. And within 6 months, their family's given up and they don't know what else to do. So we have 18, 19-year-old guys here, girls that come in because their families just don't know what else to do. And so that has lowered our age. But I see a coming where that's going to start going back up again. And we've even talked about having elder care at some point, because we're starting to see some that, whether they were in prison or they served in the military, that may not have benefits to be able to have like a Medicare to put them in a long-term living or something like that. That we may have to take up that moniker as well, to take care of the elder that are homeless.
I probably should know the answer to this, but I don't think I do. When you have folks that need health care or hospital care or so forth, is that an expense that the mission bears, or do the local healthcare providers sort of work with you to provide some free services or discounted services?
Yeah, if we have emergencies, HEMSI comes, and then they do that, because they try to charge whatever insurance or that the folks have, if they have Medicare or Medicaid. But the ambulance and all that is free if they are homeless, and then when they take them to Huntsville Hospital, that's all free. So it's a cost on our system. But we're working with the hospital currently, all the hospitals locally, and then some individual doctors to set up. We already have a smaller version of this, but to have a med clinic that would be a free med clinic here, not just for the folks that stay with us, but also the people that are in our community that may be low income. And boy, the hospital seems really happy about that, because I know the number I got is it costs between $5,000 and $10,000 for somebody just to stay overnight at the emergency room. And so some of the guys just go in there with sniffles and like, I want a bed, is what they're really going for. And so that might cost $5,000 just for them to go and lay down in that bed for the night.
Right.
So the hospital is like, hey, listen, we'd love for you to have that clinic, so that we may be able to, take away some of those expenses.
How about non-English speaking folks? Is that become an issue?
We have some, but it's not as much as I know Nashville has a real influx of that right now. But it seems like the non-English is not as much here yet.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because I know the hospital has, full-time interpreters and translators, and the frequency of them being called to the situation is increased. You would think it'd be decreasing over time, but it's increasing. Probably again because Huntsville's drawing people to it.
I'll tell you where we do see that, though, is at our thrift stores. We have a lot of Spanish-speaking people that come and shop at our thrift stores, which is great, But we don't see that as much here.
Okay, interesting.
But we do have bilingual staff members, so we do have it just in case.
Well, good luck on the next several hours.
Thank you, brother. Appreciate you stopping down.
You can rest for the rest of the day.
Yeah.
And the weekend.
You guys will get me off the rest of the day?
You can head on home.
Yeah. Well, I appreciate you and all the service that you've done through the years. And, I know time is an important thing for folks, and you giving up of your time, and you do that for us legally too sometimes. We really do appreciate that, and it's been a blessing for us.
Just a small amount of help.
Yeah.
That's what it's about.
Well, we appreciate you. Thank you, brother.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Take care.
Thanks for stopping by.
Allie, what's your address again?
Oh, you can just let me out here.
Hi, Allie.
Hey, Mom.
Hey, Kel. Good game?
I scored a goal.
Since 1975, the Downtown Rescue Mission has been a place with a heart for the homeless. As one of the largest rescue missions in our state, we care for a large percentage of the homeless population in our community. Our caring staff and volunteers have helped to change lives through the many programs we provide. Over the years, the Downtown Rescue Mission has provided millions of meals, shelter, and counseling for the disadvantaged. We have given away thousands of food boxes and clothing items to comfort the community, while helping thousands of men, women, and children learn the power of recovery through Jesus Christ to help them break that homeless cycle. As we look to the future, the mission is expanding our capacity to meet the need of our city and surrounding areas. Our campus is growing to ensure a safe environment for the homeless and the hurting in our community. With your support, we can increase our effectiveness while building hope for tomorrow for the next 50 years, because hope lives here.
They gave me a new way of life. The Downtown Rescue Mission gave me a new way of life. They rescued me from myself by coming here, because I was just going through hell.
I hope you will support the mission because it is a great place. You know, it is God sent. Without this place, a lot of people would be lost. A lot of people would be dead, you know, and it does save a lot of lives.
I absolutely hope people will support the Downtown Rescue Mission because people, they fall and they don't know where to go, and they come here and they don't even realize that this place is also a program. They just see it as a homeless shelter. I need help, I need food, I need shelter. And they come, and then we have chaplains that go, hey, do you know we have a program? So I hope people that will help support their cause, because their cause isn't just to sell gently used clothes and make money or profit. It is support and sustain.
It is a very, very wonderful place. I think everybody should come and tour it. It's amazing. The donations that we get are absolutely just heartfelt, they pour in. It's just a wonderful place to come and check out and donate, and it's a great place because they've done wonders here. I'm like, I don't know where I would be right now if this place were not here. So I commend the Downtown Rescue Mission because they have really changed a lot of lives, and they have definitely changed mine.
This place saves lives. It really does. It saved mine. And again, that's something I hate to say out loud, but it's the truth. You know, it saved my life. It not just saved my life, but it helped save a lot of people from grief in my family, you know, in my son's life, saved my relationships. I mean, the good that comes out of this program and everybody that leaves it, I mean, is monumental.
Let me show you something.
I can't believe he made that shot.
And did you see who was watching?
Allie, what's your address again?
Oh, you can just let me out here.
Hi, Allie.
Hey, Mom.
Hey, Kel. Good game?
I scored a goal.
All right. So this is Brittany, and what we've been doing. So I don't know if you know what all is going on today. But this is a 24-hour event where I'm sitting on a bench having conversations about homelessness and addiction and mental illness and politics behind it, and all that goes with what we think about with those who are unhoused.
Right.
And for me, it's really about bringing awareness and making sure that people in our community, and now it's gone nationwide, know what's happening and really ways that we can help or things that we could do better. And so that's the conversation we're having today. And how I start out with every person that comes in, if you just tell who you are and just a little bit about yourself and what you do.
Yes, so my name is Brittany Cameron. I work at Family Services Center. I am the HMIS, which is the Homeless Management Information Systems Director. And we track homelessness in Morgan, Madison, and Limestone County, which are the 3 counties in our continuum of care. FSC, which is Family Services Center, we are the HMIS lead in the City of Huntsville Community Development. They are our lead agency. And so I've been working
Just real quick before you go on.
Sure.
Explain to folks what HMIS means.
Yeah, HMIS, the Homeless Management Information System. So we track homelessness. We track shelter stays. We track those who are unsheltered. We track those who are at risk of becoming homeless and might need rental assistance. And the goal is to do a coordinated entry with them After doing the coordinated entry, we refer. So we either can refer to the Downtown Rescue Mission, Owens House, Salvation Army. We can refer to agencies that might have financial assistance to help with rent or utilities to prevent them from becoming homeless.
Yeah.
And so it's a lot of referrals, case management as well, just making sure we're seeing people from start to finish, referring to the family shelters such as New Futures. We do a lot of their coordinated entries and refer to them just to make sure that no one is falling through the gaps.
Yeah.
Yep.
And HMIS is really like the master system. It's nationwide, right?
It's nationwide. So it's what our continuums and the continuums in Alabama and the lower panhandle of Florida are using, which is HMIS.
Yeah. Talk a little bit about what you do with family services.
Yeah. So with family services, like I said, myself and my coworker, Shanice Hicks, we both work with the HMIS system, but we also do outreach in the community. So we're here, I come with the Huntsville Outreach Initiative. We talk to individuals regarding housing. We do referrals, of course. We do outreach at the downtown, not downtown, but South Derrick Camp.
Mm-hmm.
We do outreach there, work with other agencies as well that work with those who are sheltered and unsheltered, work with the school systems under their McKinney-Vento Act with children who are homeless and in need of a place to stay. We get referrals from Department of Human Resources at times, trying to identify hotel stays and different housing for people that are in need.
Yeah. So what does a day look like for Brittany?
Oh, man. A day for Brittany. It's never the same.
Yeah.
It's never the same.
It never is in this kind of business.
It's not, and that's okay.
Yeah.
Some days can be challenging, but at the end of the day, I'm grateful.
Yeah.
I'm grateful that God has put me in position to help on a larger scale. I know that I've been in social services for 16 years. I don't know what other career I could have chosen. It's a desire that I have. It's a gift. I can empathize for those who are in need, and it makes you think. You have to think outside the box. It's critical thinking when it comes, because you're dealing with people's lives.
Yeah.
You're dealing with the elderly, you're dealing with disabled, you're dealing with children, families, those who might have substance abuse or mental health.
What are the emotions? Excuse me, I'm sorry.
No, you're good.
What are the emotions that you go through on a daily basis? I mean, is it a wide gamut because of who you're working with? Sometimes you're frustrated, sometimes angry, sometimes sad. I mean, do you deal with all that?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Sometimes happy.
Yeah.
Sometimes glad.
Lots happy, right?
Lots of happy.
Yeah.
And lots of sads at times too.
Yeah.
I think the one of the things that I had to learn throughout this time is self-determination, and people do have the right for self-determination, and a lot of times as service providers, we want to see what we feel like the outcome should be for that individual.
Yeah.
And that's not what it's about.
Yeah.
You know, and so self-determination can make you sad sometimes when it comes to people we serve. Seeing families who are displaced and having very limited resources on where they can go is frustrating.
Yeah.
It's frustrating. But then you have those moments where people get into affordable housing. And so, you know, the likelihood of them returning to homelessness is less because they're in a position where they can afford where they're staying.
Yeah.
So those type of things make you happy. But you see it all. You have clients who, you know, may have addiction issues and pass away. And then you think about the others that are around them and how they feel.
Yeah.
You know?
So, is Huntsville still an area that there's a crisis for low-income housing?
Absolutely.
Yeah. It's tough, isn't it?
Absolutely. It's tough everywhere.
Yeah. What do you think the solution is for that?
Community, banding together, working together. It's going to take more than just agencies. It's going to take community members being intentional. We have to be strategic. We have to work together. We have to collaborate. Churches. If we all come together, I always say from the movie Drumline, one band, one sound. If we come together, but we have to get out of self, because a lot of times, and even in social services, you know, we have so many different social service agencies that do such great work, but we can do so much more if we work together. It's not about the quantity of the agencies.
Yeah.
It's the quality of what we put out. And if we all are on the same page about our mission, which is always centered around individuals or families, I know we could do some really great work.
How do we fund it?
How do we fund it?
Yeah.
Community members going in their pockets, fundraising.
So
right now, there is a lack of.
So you think
resources.
stay away from government and just let's do it ourselves?
No, I say we need all streams.
Yeah.
But right now, the government funding is not there as it was even last year or 5 or 10 years ago. But the need is still there. So we can't wait to see, okay, are we going to get this grant? The need is still there. So we can't sit and wait. We have to be proactive. We have to work.
Yeah.
We have to be intentional.
One of the things that we're in the middle of a capital campaign. We're expanding our women's facility that we just built 7 years ago. And then we're doing stuff with our men's facility too. But it still today shocks me that I'm having to build onto a building I just built, right?
Right.
But it shows a need, right?
Absolutely.
And so, but one of the things that's the last part of our capital campaign, as the funding comes in, we're going to do it, is we're going to do a big transitional housing.
Good.
And because what happens is we're finding that our folks, when they graduate a program, there's nothing to go to. And so, not that it's nothing, but it takes a long time once you get your name in the system,
It can
right?
be hard.
So, what we're wanting to do is, not that it's going to be permanent, but maybe it's 2-3 years that they're going to be in that apartment-like situation. The mission's free up until that point, but we'll have a low rent that they'll pay, way cheaper than they would have to pay going out and paying $1,200 for
market,
rent,
right.
So that's something it's on the horizon. So keep that in your prayers, because we're really hoping that this capital campaign can be successful enough that we can do that.
Right.
So, like, we think about local, but nationwide, what are your thoughts on, like the homeless situation? Like last night, the stat I heard is about 800,000 people were homeless or on the streets. What do you think that needs to be done nationally?
I think nationally, first we have to start with local, okay?
Yeah.
So once community members are aware around the nation, once they're aware of the homeless situation, and a lot of people think that homelessness is just people who are, on the streets, sleeping outside. They don't think about families. They don't think about children. They don't think about, other people who at times they wouldn't think are homeless, people that are at risk of homeless, families that are sharing a one-bedroom apartment, and it might be 3 families staying there.
Yeah.
But they're staying because that's all they can afford, and it's a roof over their head.
Yeah.
I think that the word needs to get out there locally and nationally that there is a need, and we do need to work together. And everyone that's homeless is not on drugs.
Yeah.
Everyone that's homeless does not have some, mental health. It could definitely come from being in a place where you don't know where you're going to lay your head.
Yeah.
Food is of an abundance, but a place to stay. If you don't know where you're sleeping at night, you're not worried about taking your medicine. You're not worried about your health. You're worried about where am I going to sleep. And then to add a family or a child, it's a need that we have. And a lot of times, no city or state wants to put homelessness on a pedestal, right?
Yeah.
Because it's not a good look.
No.
It's not about the look, though.
Yeah.
It's about the reality. And the reality is, until we do something different and work together, we're going to be in the same situation, if not worse.
Yeah. So we have a video that plays in between when I have a bathroom break or something. And it's a video, it's about a minute long, that shows a daughter playing a soccer game. And when she's done with the soccer game, her friend says, "Hey, goodbye." And she walks, she doesn't drop her off at her house because she's like, "Oh, just drop me off at the corner." And then she walks 100 yards to the car that's parked where her and her mom are staying.
Right.
She's still going to school. She looks like she's a regular girl. And that's the story that we hear all the time, that we have all the time, that somebody's living in their car, or a mom that's living in a bad situation because she just wants a roof over her kid's head. Right? I mean, that's part of the reason why when we opened our facility, within 6 months, it was full. because these folks came almost out of the woodwork, right? Because they're in situations they didn't want to be in.
Right.
And they're like, here's a safe place I can go.
Right.
Right.
And they're coming from places too that don't have shelters.
Yeah.
A lot of the surrounding areas don't have local shelters, so they're coming here.
Yeah.
Because they will have somewhere to stay.
That's one of the things that is our goal, and I know you're over a few counties, but one of our future goals, it'll have to be past this capital campaign, and hopefully I won't have gray hair by the time that's all done. But we're wanting to do like satellite ministries where we'll put like a night center where it would serve breakfast and maybe a dinner. And then if they want to come into our program and do that like in Decatur and Athens and Florence and Scottsboro, because they all have homeless there and don't have any facilities to help take care of it, right? And then if they want to get in our program, bring them back over here. You know, so that's one of the ideas we're having to really try to help. I've worked with the pastors group out in Athens, and boy, they really like to do something. You just can't get the commitment from the churches because you got to have somebody help support it, you know? And so that is our goal in the next 5 to 10 years, is start having some of those satellite, because Huntsville is not just growing, North Alabama is growing.
Absolutely.
You know, and I want to be maybe on the front lines of that to help out with those communities too.
Are you all going to be doing anything as far as permanent housing? Because transitional housing is amazing.
Yeah.
It is. And a lot of people need it because they face different barriers such as evictions.
Yeah.
That will give them time to, you know, a lot of places it's 3 years eviction on your record. So if the transitional program is for 3 years, that will give them time for that eviction to go off.
Yeah.
That they can get into permanent housing, affordable housing. But case management is a huge part of transitional housing, though.
Yeah.
So we can't just put, and I don't know what you all's intent is in regards to case management, but with transitional housing, giving people a lower income, but not giving them the tools that they need to be self-sufficient after that program is over.
Yeah.
You know, that could be a detriment.
Yeah.
To them.
Well, how we already have some of it set up. We already have a graduate program, is what we call it. And the graduate program has a director that does the finances with them. They're dealing with job security. They're dealing with, hey, you still got your car, you got your license. Are you paying off all your fines? How is it with your credit? You know, and so we already have that. We just need to add the housing part to it now too. And like I said, we may have that transitional housing be like a 3 to 4 year program. We already do have some permanent housing, and we don't talk about it like this, but we have some elder homeless that are here with us that probably will never leave. We know that. We don't talk about it as permanent, but we know that we're never going to see them go probably. They're in their 70s, and there's no family, and they don't have anywhere else to go. We are their family. They'll probably just be here.
And you know, and I'm not sure if you're aware of this or not, but Family Services Center, we just worked with a gentleman from here. We have a couple that have stayed here that we were able to get housed in senior housing.
I love that.
And he's a veteran, you know, and not everyone wants to leave. And that's another thing. That's that self-determination, right? So not everyone is comfortable with leaving, which we understand. However, I think one of the bigger things too is when someone does have an income and they don't have the accountability of paying bills, that's not really fair to them. Because it's like, okay, I'm not going to ever leave because I don't have any responsibilities. That needs to happen. If they have an income or can work towards getting an income, that's only right. It helps them. It helps the community.
I agree.
You know what I mean?
So you've been around this, you said almost 16 years? Yeah.
Well, 16 years actually,
Yeah. What are some of the deficits that we have in our community, maybe besides the housing portion? Are there any deficits that you see with dealing with the addicted or the homeless or the mentally ill that you see?
Yeah. I think as far as mental illness, Wellstone does a great job. Their mobile crisis unit is amazing. They are expanding. They do great work. The resources are there, but a lot of times with mental illness, if someone doesn't know or doesn't feel like they might have, you know, something going on, depression, anxiety, whatever the case may be, they're not seeking a treatment for it because they don't see it as an issue. I think that as a community, that lack of building rapport and just genuinely having a conversation.
Yeah.
Like this.
Yeah.
We're having a conversation.
That's right.
Right? So
It's not
sometimes
hard to talk, right?
Huh?
It's not hard to talk.
It's not.
Yeah.
But be genuine.
Yeah.
You know, and that's the thing. And people
And,
understand
yeah, be
real.
honest about
Be
it. Yeah.
honest.
And I always say go into it without feeling like you're going to get your feelings hurt, right?
Right.
Because how can you get anything accomplished if there are things that are missing or that you're not doing as a organization right? It's okay to hear that.
Right.
Right.
Right. And I'm glad you said that because
Now you're going to tell me what we're doing wrong. No.
listen, I told the young lady when she asked me about it, I said, well, I'm going to keep it real. She was like, well, yeah, we want you to. I was like,
Yeah.
because if I can, I won't do it at all.
Yeah.
Because I want to keep it real. You all do great work.
Oh, thank you.
You do. I mean, the Miss Sean,
Yeah.
Bubba, Justin, y'all do great work here. I would love to see more case management.
Yeah.
When it comes to getting people permanently housed. Like out of Owen's house, which of course is you all's women's and children's shelter, in the past month, we've had, and I say we because we're a community,
Yeah.
we've had at least 3 families to go over to a local housing authority, you know?
Yeah.
And that's a great thing because
is
the
great.
likelihood for them returning,
Yeah.
you know, it all comes down to community.
Yeah.
It all comes down to commitment. It all comes down to knowing that it could be you.
Yeah.
Knowing that it could be me. It all comes down to knowing that no one is better than anyone else. I'm not better than you. You're not better than me.
Amen.
Anybody on the streets, same thing.
You probably are better than me.
No,
Just-
I'm not. I'm
yeah,
telling you.
You probably are.
I
Just say it.
promise you. I promise you. But we have to keep it real with each
yeah.
other, be personable, and know that it could be our family. I have
Yeah.
a family member who, you know, has some substance abuse issues and is homeless.
Yeah.
It's not that he doesn't have family. Love him to death.
Yeah.
But it's only so much you can do. Still be there for him when you can, but enabling is a real thing. And now that a lot of the older generation is passing on, it's like now you have that sibling, and the other siblings are like, we're not going to do what mama and daddy put up with for all those years.
Yep.
And that's a lot of the reality that we're seeing now.
Yeah. It's probably not surprising to you, but, you know, here I'm the CEO of a major homeless shelter and programs and stuff. And I have a sibling that was homeless at one time. And, you know, I don't think people realize how close it could come. I had a network. She was up in Pennsylvania where I was able to get her into a shelter and help her and her young kids because I knew the guy and he could get them in quickly, you know. But if it's not touched you, thank God that it's not touched you. But if it has, then there's a better understanding of where people come from,
Right.
you know.
And if it hasn't, it may not,
Yeah.
but just know it could.
Yeah, that's right.
It could. What changed my heart, it was about 16 years ago when I first got into this field, and I judged a family. I saw their tag. They were here in Huntsville. Saw their tag was 52, so I knew it was Decatur.
Yep.
And the guy was working on the car, and I asked the lady, I said, y'all are good? And she was like, she looked at him, and I'm like, oh, they're sketchy. They're sketchy. They're doing something they shouldn't be doing.
Yep.
So she said, well, we were just trying to see, you know, the lady was supposed to get us some food. I said, okay, well, I can bring you some back. And then she said, or we really just need a hotel. I'm like, well, no, I can't do that. But I told her about the different shelters and gave her went to the grocery store, got her some food, sandwiches and stuff. It was on a Sunday. Gave her my card, told her to call me next day. Did not think she was going to call me. I'm like, it's okay.
Yeah.
I did it because it was the right thing to do. She called me and asked her how they got into the situation where they were homeless and their child passed away due to crib death.
Wow.
And they used the money to pay for the funeral expenses.
Wow.
And that humbled me so much. And I thank
Breaks my
God.
heart.
I thank God that he showed me, like, Brittany, you never know somebody's story. You never know somebody's situation.
Yeah.
It's people in here right now. It could be staff members. You never know what people are going through.
That's
And
right.
who are we to judge?
I agree.
You know?
Yeah. You know, I was mentioning almost 20 hours ago now, but, you know, I've been in this for long enough, over 30 years with 3 different rescue missions. And I've had people that have been authorities in the community come and say, listen, you know, yeah, they're going to come to you. You feed them. It's like dogs. They just keep coming. You want to get me frustrated a little bit,
Right.
right? I mean, you start talking down about people.
Right.
No, I feed them because there's a need.
Right.
And then the need is going to be filled by we feed them, but also we get to share the gospel with them. And that's the reason why we're here. But, you know, that kind of stuff frustrates me. And that's why I want to have these conversations. Like, listen, if it's not impacted your family or your life, be thankful, because
Right.
there's a lot of families out there
Absolutely.
that have had some kind of touch with addiction or with homelessness or with mental illness, that, you know, it's more families than not.
Absolutely.
You know? So I asked this of the people that work in the industry some, what is your least favorite thing that you have to do?
Tell someone that I haven't identified a resource for them yet.
Yeah. And it's frustrating.
It's
yeah.
very frustrating.
Yeah.
It's
and,
very
And they have a
frustrating.
need.
They have a need.
Yeah.
And to tell someone that you don't have a resource is so hard, because they're already down.
Yeah.
Like, one of the things that we do not do at FSC, we're not just going to give a paper with a bunch of different listings of resources, especially without calling those resources ourselves to make sure that the resource is up to date, the resource has funding.
Yeah.
You don't want to send someone that's already down to a place that might just kick them even further and not even realize it.
Yeah.
You know?
And then you really destroy them.
That's it.
Yeah. So any questions you have for me?
Yeah. So really the biggest questions are around case management.
Yeah.
Is there going to be an increase in case management with the families that you all serve? And even with the individuals, like on the men's side and women's side? Hey.
Yeah, it's a goal. Justin puts in he wants 40 case managers every year, and so I always add one or two. You know,
Okay.
It's about funding, right?
Yeah.
So the biggest thing for us is once we get past this capital campaign, I really do think that's going to be the emphasis, that we have more case managers. I'll give you an instance. So we have 3 ladies that run our women's facility right now. One is over the program, then we have one that's over the moms and kids, and then one that's over our emergency services. Boy, we could use about 5 or 6 more staff now, and we're not even expanded yet, you know. And so that's going to be the first need, and then we'll move it over to the men's side as well.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. So we definitely, anytime we get calls from you all, we're coming. If it's something we could do to help with case management, we're coming.
Yeah.
Because we have to work together, and so
Yeah.
when y'all call, I'm like, Shanice, let's go.
Yeah.
Let's see what the need is, you know. Another question is, as far as working or partnering with other social service agencies in the community as it relates to housing, what does that look like for you guys?
We try to use the resources that are out there right now until we get our transitional housing. Now, we already have some, but ours is full all the time, like everybody else. So we try to, I let our case managers reach out as much as we can to use the resources that we have. And again, we have roadblocks that happen for us, not because it's meant, but because there's not anything available. So what we do is, on our side, we say, listen, you stay with us longer until we can find something there's a resource for you to go. Because most of the time, unless it's somebody that's been here and is abusing our system, we have plenty of time that they can come and stay with us until they need to find something.
Got you. So when it comes to resources and getting the word out there as far as resources, this really isn't so much a question, but an opportunity that I'm going to try to take, if you allow, to show where the needs are from what I see on the housing aspect. Funding, fundraisers, those things are needed right now. There are very, very limited resources with rental assistance. And because of that, we're having an increase in evictions. Because of the increase in evictions, we're having more people that aren't able to go to more affordable housing because they have a current eviction on their record. That's where the transitional housing is great for. But then we also have to think, a lot of people don't know, but if you owe a housing authority, a public housing authority anywhere, until that balance is paid off, even if it was 10 years ago, if you have a $500 balance from 10 years ago, you're not able to lease up at any housing authority until that balance is paid.
Wow.
One of the young ladies that was here had a prior living situation at a public housing in another county. She shared that unit with someone else, but she was on the lease. Although she wasn't head on the lease because she was an adult on the lease, the funds, she owed money.
Yeah.
She was approved for a local housing authority, but she had to have the money paid. thankfully, I was sitting on a panel with the city of Huntsville, some of the people through one of their programs, and they raised the money within like an hour.
Wow.
Raised over $500
That's
right
awesome.
then.
Yeah.
And we were able, and she's leased up.
Yeah.
Her and her 2 kids are now in their place. We did a referral through a hand up with furniture, and they're in. But I think just if the word can get out there, there are barriers that are keeping people from being able to even get into shelter, not just housing. Boys that are 13, 12 and up, you know, we can't come here. We understand that.
Yeah.
But what do we do in the interim?
Yeah.
You know?
We're working on that too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What do we do in the interim? Because it's happening a lot. I got a call last week from DHR. Father has children. Father with children, though.
Yeah.
They're not over 13, but he's a father with children.
Yeah.
The children were at risk of going into foster care because they had no place to go, and all he had was his vehicle.
So our goal with this campaign is to get at least 60 units.
Okay.
And have between 5 and 10 of those be family-specific units.
Good.
So what would happen for us is we would not bring them into emergency shelter or our program. If it's an intact family, we put them right into housing.
Great.
So everybody else that would be a single or a mom with children, I want them to go through the program and graduate, and then we'll have the long-term house or the transition housing. But if it's family units, that's one of our plans, is to make sure that we have about 5 to 10 units that we'll be able to do that with.
Awesome.
So hopefully that will alleviate some of it, because we're having more and more families come here all the time.
Absolutely.
Yeah, intact families, like mom and dad.
Right.
And one of the things I hate, but we've had to do, and we have a separate women's facility, a separate men's facility, so the man comes here and the mom and kids go over there. It's not, I don't want to break up a family.
Right.
They're already struggling.
Right.
Right. So that's our goal, is once we get that, the units of 60, and the real plan, just so you know, is I want to see if we can start buying some of these Section 8 houses up there. Right, but we bought the one in the corner, and then I'd like to buy the rest of the row down the street. That's my goal, because then it's right connected to our campus. If they want to walk down and get a meal still here, they can.
Right.
Or if they want to be self-sufficient, they can do that too. So that's our goal. That's what we're hoping
awesome.
to do. Yeah.
And then last thing for me, doing you all's capital campaign, if you could just think about, a lot of times, especially with grant funding, it's so restricted.
Yeah.
So it's only so much you could do as far as rental assistance, financial assistance, and all of that. So if some of those funds could possibly be tied to things that we might not know that's going to come, like purchasing a birth certificate, so a family can come over to Owen's house, or assisting with getting license and registration, so a mom can park on campus here with her children. Funds to, if they owe a public housing authority, funds to pay that off, because the likelihood of them returning to this same situation will be less.
Yeah.
Because now they're in a unit that is affordable, regardless of what happened in the past. For them. So.
Yeah, and you and I may want to sit down with Justin and have a further conversation on that, because we may be able to set aside a fund right now that would help with some of that.
Okay.
But I would want to make sure there's parameters set
Absolutely.
on it. Like, are they staying with us, or are they potential people to stay with us?
Right.
Because you know how it is. If you open up something like that, it becomes free for all the whole community.
Right.
That fund will go away quick.
Absolutely.
So I think let's have a conversation more about that,
Absolutely.
you, Justin, and I, because I think that's a great question. And it might be something we could fund now, because I don't think it would be multiple thousands of dollars too much that we couldn't put in our budget currently.
Awesome.
Yeah.
That would be great, because it is a need, and it's a growing need. But yeah, and thank you for having me. You all really do great work. When I tell you, Aaron, like, everyone just does great work, and the partnership, I've seen an increase. Like, I haven't been to Downtown Rescue Mission this much in all my years of social service. I've been with Family Services Center for a year.
Yeah.
And I've been here more now, but the culture is different. It seems like the intentions are different.
Yeah.
And that's appreciated.
Yeah.
I appreciate that. The community appreciates that.
I appreciate what you do, and if my staff ever buck you, just let me know.
They are
Give me a
awesome.
call.
They're awesome. They are. They're awesome.
Yeah. Well, listen. Anything else that you'd like to tell the community, or we're on? We may be on the national broadcast. Anything you want to say nationally, or?
Absolutely. Treat people how you want to be treated. One band, one sound. Build rapport. Talk to your brother or sister. Brother or sister, I'm not talking about race. I'm talking about your fellow man, your fellow woman. Talk to them. Get to know them. Keep in contact. Give grace.
Yeah.
Give grace. Give grace.
I feel a sermon coming on.
Man.
Come on.
When I tell you, like,
I mean,
this is so many people that don't get a chance, and we have to do better.
Yeah,
we have
I
to do
agree.
better as a community.
I agree.
Give grace.
Yeah.
That's it.
Love you, sister.
I
Thank
love
you for
you too.
coming.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, and listen, anything we can ever do, let's have that conversation after too.
Will do.
Let's get with Justin maybe next week or the week after we can talk.
Sounds good.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate you. Thank you for coming out today. I know your time means a lot.
No, you're good. I'm off on Friday, so.
I can't believe he made that shot.
And did you see who was watching?
Allie, what's your address again?
Oh, you can just let me out here.
Hi, Allie.
Hey, Mom.
Hey, Cal. Good game?
I scored a goal.
Since 1975, the Downtown Rescue Mission has been a place with a heart for the homeless. As one of the largest rescue missions in our state, we care for a large percentage of the homeless population in our community. Our caring staff and volunteers have helped to change lives through the many programs we provide. Over the years, the Downtown Rescue Mission has provided millions of meals, shelter, and counseling for the disadvantaged. We have given away thousands of food boxes and clothing items to comfort the community, while helping thousands of men, women, and children learn the power of recovery through Jesus Christ to help them break that homeless cycle. As we look to the future, the mission is expanding our capacity to meet the need of our city and surrounding areas. Our campus is growing to ensure a safe environment for the homeless and the hurting in our community. With your support, we can increase our effectiveness while building hope for tomorrow for the next 50 years. Because hope lives here.
They gave me a new way of life. The Downtown Rescue Mission gave me a new way of life. They rescued me from myself by coming here, because I was just going through hell.
I hope you will support the mission because it is a great place. You know, it is God sent. Without this place, a lot of people would be lost. A lot of people would be dead, you know, and it does save a lot of lives.
I absolutely hope people will support the Downtown Rescue Mission because people, they fall and they don't know where to go, and they come here and they don't even realize that this place is also a program. They just see it as a homeless shelter. I need help, I need food, I need shelter. And they come, and then we have chaplains that go, hey, do you know we have a program? So I hope people that will help support their cause, because their cause isn't just to sell gently used clothes and make money or profit. It is support and sustain.
It is a very, very wonderful place. I think everybody should come and tour it. It's amazing. The donations that we get are absolutely just heartfelt, they pour in. It's just a wonderful place to come and check out and donate, and it's a great, great place because they've done wonders here. I'm like, I don't know where I would be right now if this place were not here. So I commend the Downtown Rescue Mission because they have really, really, really changed a lot of lives, and they have definitely changed mine.
This place saves lives. It really does. It saved mine. And again, that's something I hate to say out loud, but it's the truth. You know, it saved my life. It not just saved my life, but it helped save a lot of people from grief in my family, you know, in my son's life, saved my relationships. I mean, the good that comes out of this program and everybody that leaves it, I mean, is monumental.
Wait, let me show you something.
I can't believe he made that shot.
And did you see who was watching?
Allie, what's your address again?
Oh, you can just let me out here.
Hi, Allie.
Hey, Mom.
Hey, kiddo. Good game?
I scored a goal.
All right, so they gave me a chance to have 2 bites out of my sandwich. And I've got my friend Aaron here. Aaron, I've been having everybody introduce themselves. Tell the people who you are, maybe how old you are, and what you do here at the mission.
My name is Aaron Shively. I'm one of the chaplains with the Men's Emergency Services. I'm 37. I've worked here for almost 2 years now, pretty close.
Yep. And what does it mean to be a chaplain at the Downtown Rescue Mission?
Well, basically we're just looking after the guys that are in our emergency shelter. First thing we do is we try to meet with every single one of them when they come in and just ask them their story, basically what happened in their life to get them here to be homeless, and we share the gospel with them, pray with them, find out what their plans and goals are, how we can help them accomplish those goals. And maybe they need clothes, maybe whatever they need. Maybe they need help filling out job applications or getting signed up for their Social Security or whatever it might be. Try to get them to a caseworker. Try to get them over to other nonprofits like Natch to help them find a cheaper place to live. Just anything we can do to help them.
Or try to get them in the program.
Or and that's the other big part of our job is we're kind of the mediator between the emergency shelter side and the men's Christian program side. So like if a guy's struggling with drug addiction or life controlling issues like that, then we would interview them and then suggest them as a good candidate to the program.
Yeah, so good thing for you is a lot of the guys talk to me and say, man, that Aaron, he definitely loves on me.
That's
and
cool.
I appreciate that from you because you have a real sense of helping those that are sometimes hardest to help, and I see you walk down the hall with them, and most of the time, I see you asking them questions and just friendly things that you're saying to them, and listen, that takes a heart because one of the things I warn folks that work in that side of the mission is it's easy to become callous. Because we're hearing all these tough stories and they're not always the easiest people to work with, and you may get cursed out sometimes. And so what is it about you and what you feel about this that you're that kind?
I mean, that's awesome that people are saying that. I appreciate that. For me, I think it's just the Lord, really. It's just God working in my heart and giving me a love for these guys, and just recognizing it could be my family member, it could be my grandfather, it could be my dad, it could be my brother, it could be anybody I know and love that could be homeless too, and I would want someone to treat them with love and respect, So I think that's probably most of it.
And once you start doing it, it's not hard to do, is it?
No, it's really rewarding actually.
Yeah.
And then you also see the fruits of this place, and that really is encouraging. I mean, I was at First Bible Church. We had a booth there for their missions conference, and anyways, I spoke at a Bible study that they have there every day at the church. I'd spoke there for like 30 minutes, and when I looked out in the Bible study, there was like 8 of our program guys dressed in suits and ties that are like there every single week at this Bible study.
That's awesome.
And it's like, I got emotional when I was up there because it's just like, I remember when those guys came into the shelter, just a mess in their life, just broken, on drugs and all that. And now I see them all dressed in ties, like serving the Lord at a Bible study. Yeah. So that's
awesome.
Pretty awesome.
Yeah. Well, part of the reason Aaron's out here, he's not here to give his testimony. He's here to read some things that have been asked online or comments that have been online, and so this is my golf swing to you to
Sounds good.
I'm laying it up to you.
There's some really good questions in here too. So what are we supposed to do with the underage homeless population?
Well, the only folks that we are not able to take care of here are 12-year-old boys to about 17-year-old boys, and the reason that is it'd be hard to have a 12-year-old boy or a 13-year-old boy or a 14-year-old boy with a 14 or 15-year-old girl in the same facility. So right now we just can't take that age range of 4. Everybody else we can take, every age we can take, but we also have plans to help with that. So part of our current capital campaign, the end of the capital campaign, the last phase is to buy more transitional housing. And I'd like to have 5+ units that we would have as family units. That if there was a young boy, or if there was a husband with kids or an intact family, that we could take them and put them in that. They wouldn't even have to come to ES. They would just go right to that.
So we'd have like separate transitional housing for them. That's a great idea. And that's really the second question was
and
just
let me ask
what
you
options.
This. In your position, are you seeing more men with kids?
Since I've worked here, I've only seen it happen one time. And there is another ministry called Lincoln Village, I believe is what it's called. And so that's where we ended up sending them to.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I know there's a need for the moms with a 14-year-old boy.
Yes.
And it breaks my heart, but at the same time, I also, I was 14 and 15 one time, and having a girl there that same age would not be probably the best thing for us.
No, definitely not.
You know?
Yeah. And that was the second question, like what options do they have if they're under the age of 18? And you kind of went over that.
Yep. And listen, girls, we take any age, and then boys, we take 12 or under, and then 17 and older, or 18 and older.
Yep. How do we make sure kids have fun and memorable holiday experiences and birthday experiences while they're at the Downtown Rescue Mission?
So we have everything from Easter parties to birthday parties to Christmas parties that are specific just for the kids that are with us at that time. So there's something going on almost every month. And during the summer, we do a big event where we usually have water slides and everything else that is our 4th of July event. We do a fall festival where we're not doing it this year because we're under construction, but we usually have where churches come and they'll have trunk or treats, or we'll do a big thing in our gym if it's a windy or rainy night where the kids can go and get candy and have jumpies and all that kind of stuff.
Yep.
So we do try to make it, not that it's entertainment all the time, but we want it to be fun for the kids, that they are not thinking, hey, I'm just homeless. Let me tell you a quick story, though, and I've told this yesterday, and I think it rings true, though. We're really private about the kids and the moms that stay here.
Yep.
And a few years back, we had one of our directors of a division went over to one of the elementary schools. And it was one of the elementary schools. And we have a real great relationship with the Huntsville City Schools, that they come and pick up the kids directly at our campus. They pick them up first thing in the morning and drop them off last at night. And that's so that the other kids on the bus don't know who's homeless.
Yeah, I thought that was awesome. I heard that too.
But this lady went over and was giving a presentation about the mission, and she's walking down the school hallway. And you know how hallways are long, and this one kid she sees kind of in the light come running down, and about 5 of his friends are running with him. And all she hears is, Miss Lisa, Miss Lisa, Miss Lisa. And he finally gets up to her. And we're very private about this. She goes, hey, how you doing? Shh, kind of, you know. And he goes, oh, no, this is my friend, Miss Lisa. And let me tell you something. I live at the Downtown Rescue Mission. I love that place. It's a wonderful place. So after all the things that we were doing to make sure it was private and everything else, he didn't care. It was maybe the best place he had ever lived because he thought it was a wonderful place. Yeah. Now, it breaks my heart because I don't want kids to be here, but I love that kids are here because I know we're going to take care of them.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And we give them like all their school supplies and backpacks and any clothes they need.
They don't go
shoes.
for want here, that's for sure.
Yeah, they get really well taken care of. The moms do as well.
Oh, yeah.
Why are people hanging outside your facility on the street? Good question.
Well, that's a sore subject for me because we have a great relationship with the Huntsville police. Yeah. They come really quickly. They take care of things for us on our campus. The sidewalk that's out in front of us, first off, has a bus stop that I wish they would move because people congregate there and say, well, I'm just at the bus stop. And if you look at other bus stops around town, there's a lot of times that people just use that area to congregate. Yep. They're not even getting on the bus. Not just here, but everywhere. So that's a congregation area. And then, so when they don't get on the bus, you know, we've called the police before, and the police come and say, well, listen, they have the right to stay there.
Yeah.
And I would say that 60%, maybe more, of the people that are out there never come into the mission. Most of the people that are out there are folks that are either dealing drugs,
yes,
or prostitution, or things they shouldn't be doing because they feel like they've got a resource here in the mission. We try to monitor as much as we can, but it's not our property and it's public property. So supposedly the executive order that Donald Trump passed or had go through about 2 months ago, addresses this a little bit, that municipalities and cities can come in and say, listen, you can't be there.
Yeah.
Either you're a nuisance or and listen, when they're laying across the sidewalk and it impedes traffic from walking up or down, or they're congregating so you can't get past, that should give the right for the police to say it's time to move on. So that's like I said, a subject that for me, I'm working on all the time. I've talked to the mayor about it. I've talked to a couple of the city councilmen, and they're in agreement. They'd like to help us, and until that executive order came in. So we're going to try to educate the police officers and maybe even our district captain to say, listen, there is a new order that has been put in place that you legally can tell them to move on.
Yeah.
In fact, last week when I had gone out of town, I got a note from my operations director, and she said that one of her security guards was out there, and the police were actually pushing them off the property across the street and said, hey, go in front of the mission because that's where you can be.
Yeah.
Holy cow. So I'm on a trip, and my dander gets a little, I'm a little frustrated by that. So.
Well, and we've been, just to add to it, we've been trying to really crack down on that as chaplains and security. And I'll go out there in the morning, and I know most of the people that are just hanging around, and they could easily just come in here and be sleeping in here, but they're choosing to sleep out there because they have freedom to do drugs and drink and do all kinds of dumb things. And so I've been recognizing them and telling them they can't sleep there anymore. They got to come in and sleep in the mission. So, because it makes it look like we're not letting them in the mission, but they could totally come in. They're just choosing not to.
And during the day, we'll have a couple hundred guys and women that stay here all day. And we have courtyards and smoking areas, and we have day rooms where there's TVs that the guys can come and the women can come and stay. We never push people out the door, but this is also not prison.
Yep.
So if somebody eats their breakfast and wants to go out for the day, that's up to them. And, that's part of, how it's one of the things that's an aggravation for me. So we are working on that subject.
All right. This next question is, why the need for a large capital campaign when you already have a pretty big campus?
So when your campus is big, but it's full, and we're the major source for all, I would say we take care of 80% of most of the homeless that want to go to shelter.
Yeah, and all of Alabama pretty much, too.
In North Alabama, yep. And so our women's facility that we built 7 years ago, we built to be twice the size that we thought we were going to need. And when we opened it, within 6 to 8 months, it was completely full.
Yeah.
We had capacity on our old campus of about 20 women and a few moms and kids. We built it to have a program that had that many people, and then our overnight was about 60 women, and then our moms and kids area had enough for 15, 16 moms and about 40 kids. Well, we're having moms and kids have to sleep on the ground, or we're having ladies sleep on the ground. That's not what we're here for. Now, we're not going to tell anybody that they can't come.
Yeah.
But that showed us that there was a need for growth. So, the major part of our capital campaign is to expand a facility that we just built 7 years ago, because we're going to double the size of it again.
Yeah, and our waiting list is huge to
so
get in the program.
Our total capacity for the women's side is going to be about 230 people that we'll be able to take care of, moms and kids and women. So
that's great.
That's the reason why. And then part of the capital campaign is also that we're building a med center, so we can have a free clinic here all the time, instead of just twice a month that we currently have a partnership with Huntsville Hospital. But we would like to have a med clinic that maybe a few times a week that people from the community and people from the mission can use. And it will be really a community resource.
Yeah.
And that's part of the capital campaign. Then the last part of the campaign is that we're really trying to get some more transitional housing, because it is so expensive in Huntsville to buy an apartment or to rent an apartment. So we'll have some cheap rental units that people can rent from us that will be some transitional housing once they graduate our program, that they can, continue on being with us, but be more like an apartment situation.
See, that's great. I didn't even know about that. That's such a great thing. And a lot of people don't realize that when our students graduate our men's program or our women's program, we have graduate housing on property too. We have houses, we have dorm rooms. So there's people that have graduated our program that are productive members of society, working a job, going to school, whatever they're doing, and they're living on campus still after that.
Yeah.
So it's a big campus with a lot of stuff going on. And Huntsville is like one of the fastest growing cities in America right now.
So
too,
we don't do capital campaigns just for the heck of it because they're hard.
Yeah.
And we already have to raise a lot of money just to operate the facility. So to build something too is over and above that. And it takes a lot of my time and effort. So when we do these things and I go to the board to try to have these voted in, there's a lot of prayer and a lot of, examination of what actually needs to be done to make sure that we're doing the right thing. Because we're not going to do things just to raise money. Yeah. We're doing it to put the money into value that we're going to take care of more people or help more people or do more things for the community. That's really what we're trying to do.
Absolutely. It says, is homelessness caused more by personal choices or societal failure?
Yes.
Both, yeah.
I think I think that a lot of homelessness issues are individual choices, whether bad choices or bad things that have happened in their lives. But some of that is based in some societal things that happen. Like if there's a guy who is 20% of our population, 15 to 20% of our population are veterans that have served overseas. Mm-hmm. And they come to us and sometimes have PTSD. And we're the ones that have picked up the slack where the government has failed them. Here's these guys that have gone out and, they've defended our freedoms. Whether you like the war or not, they've gone and fought. It's not up to them, right?
Yep.
But then they come back and they have all these things that they're dealing with and they get hooked on drugs or something to try to say, boy, I really didn't do what I did, or, try to cover up for some of the PTSD stuff that they've done. Or they just have mental issues, not even drugs or alcohol. And they come to us and like, listen, I've got to figure out something. I'm about ready to kill myself.
Mm-hmm.
We're the ones that are picking up the slack, not the government. And it really should be somebody in the government that's taking care of the people that have defended our country.
Yeah, I agree with everything you said. And the other thing is, too, is a lot of them, these veterans that have PTSD and all kinds of mental health issues, they don't know where to start.
Yeah.
They're on drugs, they're on the streets. They don't realize that there's people there that can help them. They don't know how to fill out any of their important documents they need. They don't have their DD-214s. They don't have their IDs a lot of times. So they're basically starting at square zero, and that's kind of where we come in and try to help them.
Well, and I'll go to another group, too, the moms and kids. Sure, there's some choices there, but there's a lack of housing in Huntsville. Mm-hmm. And so sometimes they come to us because there's not anywhere to go. They have to come to us. Some of the single women that are with us, they've been beaten and abused. Would I rather them be there or with us where, it's a housing unit that are able to be safe and secure. So there are some that it's a choice, but there's also some that come because it's a necessity. They need the safety and security and the feeding that we have here.
Yeah.
And I'm happy about that they come here because you know what? We get to share Jesus with them.
Absolutely. Yeah, I agree. The last question is, why do cities spend more on managing homelessness than preventing it? That's a good question.
So, I have conversations with some of the city council and some of the members, and then with the mayor a few times just this year. And they all know that I'm not a big fan of Tent City, and I'm not a big fan of some of the actions that we do for homeless. I think that our society and our community has to get away from enabling people by giving them a tent and putting them on a slab over in an area that nobody else goes, the derrick area. Maybe they're out of the way, but we're not helping those folks. We're just helping them continue with the lifestyle that maybe they want to be in. I think if we stop some of that, and we stop going out and giving food to everybody that's out on the street, maybe that would push them to places like the Downtown Rescue Mission, where we're seeing success in our program that 74% of the people that go through our program and finish the program are successful 3 to 4 years after they've been out of the program.
Mm-hmm.
So I'd rather them come here where we're healing lives instead of them staying out on the street. I don't want anybody on the street.
Yep.
And there are some that are there because they don't have anywhere else to go. Like, we can't take sex offenders here because we have women and children here. But there needs to be some place for them to go.
Yeah.
Right? And so, you know, I'm not a big fan of some of the things that we have going on, because I think that at the end of the day, the word I use is enabling. And that's something that we talk about here at the mission too. We do 5-year plans, and we have business things that we're talking about and new programs we're talking about. And we always go over and say, hey, listen, are the things that we're currently doing enabling people to stay with what they're doing? So we have an emergency shelter, and there's a real fine line of, there's some guys that have been there a long time. Are we enabling that guy? Well, that's why we have case managers that are back there to help them say, hey, listen, you've been with us 3 years now, or 2 years now, or whatever it is. Maybe it's time to go out and find yourself an apartment. You know, let me help you get your Social Security. Let me help you get disability, or whatever it is that you need, so that you can be on your own, that you don't have to rely on the resources of the Downtown Rescue Mission.
Yep. Sometimes there's a fine line between enabling, and helping.
Yep.
So there's no more questions, but I had a thought about the 70% you were talking about. It doesn't mean that when they graduate our program, they're not going to have trouble. Some of them do end up having relapses and stuff, and sometimes that's part of recovery.
Yep.
But what they learn here is they learn the tools. They learn how to have a relationship with Jesus Christ, how to apply the Bible to their life, and so that when they do make mistakes, they know they can turn to the Lord for forgiveness, and they can repent and get back up again and keep going. And that's why you're talking about years later.
Yeah.
You're seeing this success years later.
Yeah, and sometimes it'll take 2-3 times going through the program before it actually hits them, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Sometimes they go through the program and they're kind of half in it, and finally they get sick and tired of being sick and tired, and they're like, man, I got to buckle down to do this.
Yeah.
And that's the time that it takes effect in their life, because it's not forced. They have to want what we're teaching.
They have to.
Right? If they don't want it, it's not going to be successful when they leave. But we know the ones that take it and use it as a success, when they go from here, they're successful in life.
Right.
Yeah.
And when you're saying that, like, if we want it more than them, that's like the hardest thing about our job, is not wanting it more than them. They have to want it.
What are the questions you have for me? From you?
From me?
Yeah.
I mean, this pretty much covered everything I can think of right now.
You don't have any personal questions?
I can't think of any off the top of my head.
So let me ask you this.
Okay.
You work with some of the hardest guys.
Yes.
What's the hardest part of your job?
Well, it'd probably be the first thing I said just now about wanting it more than they do. Like, I want it so bad for some of these guys, especially the young guys that are not really wanting to get it together yet. They're fine with just staying in overnight and using drugs and still making those bad choices. And I could just see the potential in them, because we've seen so many graduate the program. So that's difficult. And then mental health is a huge struggle. Guys that just don't want to take their mental health medication.
Yeah.
I'm sure there's people out there who could relate to that.
How many men? And just a guesstimate for you, what do you think the percentage of mentally ill in the men's overnight area is?
Man, if it was just me guessing, at least half of them.
Yeah.
At least.
Yeah. And that's some kind of major mental illness, is what you're saying?
Yeah. And some of the drugs that are around nowadays are just really powerful, and who knows what's in them, and they're actually causing people to have mental health issues that maybe didn't have them before. We'll see someone come here and not want to change, and they seem fine, they still seem coherent, and then they leave for a while and they come back, and the next time they come back, they're completely gone.
Yeah. So if Aaron was the CEO of the mission, what would you do different?
I think one thing I've been thinking about is I would focus on graduate stuff a little bit more, just because we're running out of space a lot of times. That's always an issue here, having enough space for everybody.
Yeah.
I would like to see more action, as far as like, all right, you've graduated the program now. What's next for you? Accountability, meeting with them weekly, seeing what they're doing. Are they saving money? Are they doing the things they're supposed to be doing? Are they accomplishing the goals that they had after they graduated the program? Are they plugged into a church? Kind of like one of those type of deals.
Yeah. Well, Michael Raines is supposed to be doing some of that, so.
Yeah, he does do that. Yeah. But
we need more.
We need more of it. Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Yeah. Anything else that you would do different?
I mean, this place is ran very well. We have a great staff. I was thinking about this the other day. There must just be a lot of people that are in prayer for the Downtown Rescue Mission, because it's just a wonderful place to work. There's not a single person that I work around that doesn't truly love God and love the Lord and want to help people.
Yeah.
And that's just the truth. So I'm really thankful for this place.
Where do you see the mission in 10 to 15 years?
I see it growing quite a bit, because Huntsville's growing. It's an up-and-coming place, and there's always going to be a need. I see this place expanding even more. It's like the Matthew principle, right? It's like when you take what God gives you and you do good with it,
Yeah.
God gives you even more.
Yeah.
And that's what I see with this, with the Downtown Rescue Mission.
Yeah. Anything that you would not do that we're currently doing?
No, I can't think of anything that I wouldn't do. No, I think we're helping everybody we can.
And is there anything that you've seen at other rescue missions or other ministries that you think would be a better model for us?
I mean, I haven't been around a lot of rescue missions. I worked for a teen challenge for a long time, but that's strictly just a program. There's no homeless shelter there or anything. So this has been my real only experience with it. Some things that I think we could implement and do a better job at is maybe for overnight having some kind of a work program for the guys that maybe aren't strung out on drugs or anything and they don't have mental health issues. Maybe they're going through a divorce and they just don't have anywhere to stay and they have a job, and maybe figuring out a way to put them in a different situation where they can maybe sleep different hours if they need to. Doing something like that, which I know is in the works. We're wanting to do something like that anyways. We just got to have the space and the staff to do it. So
that's good. On a national level, is there anything politically that you think our government needs to do to help with the homeless problem?
Well, I mean, you talked about the executive order that Trump implemented, where it's more cracking down on homelessness. It's not a war against homeless people like you hear said so much, because
have you read it?
I have not read it. I've just heard somebody, like I've heard different podcasts talk about what's in it, pretty much, and it's just like. It's just not allowing guys to just live in a park anymore and just or live on the streets in front of businesses. It's like you can't do that anymore. You have to go get help. There's plenty of places for these guys to go to get help. They're just choosing not to. So we're just enabling the problem, like you already talked about earlier.
Yeah, I took a couple trips out the West Coast, and I mentioned some of those stories, but one of them was to San Diego for a conference, and I had my family out there with me that time, and I was driving around, and we were in middle-class neighborhoods where there was tents down the middle median. And,
in elementary schools.
And I'm thinking, here's these houses that are middle class that are $1 million homes out in California. And every day you got to come out and there's homeless tents down the middle. Now, that's not really what our society is supposed to be. That's my thought. I think we're, again, enabling people to be able to do things by, just doing whatever they want. And that's not what our society, it's okay to have some rules.
Yes.
We have rules here. People can't come in and put a needle in their arm or drink alcohol while they're on our campus, right?
No. Zero tolerance for drugs.
And if they're caught, what happens?
They have to go.
Yeah.
And that's good. That keeps everybody safe.
Yeah.
We have to do that. We can't just let people do whatever they want here.
That's right.
Yeah.
Any other questions or comments that you have?
No, not at the time.
Okay.
I just appreciate all you do.
Yeah,
appreciate the
you
Downtown
too.
Rescue Mission. Yep.
Pray that I can drive home okay after 20. Well, I'll actually be up about 30-something hours, so keep me in prayer.
For sure. Been praying for you. Yeah. Get some sleep.
Thank you. Thank you for doing the questions for us, too. And those all came from online?
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's cool. If you still have any questions, you can put them on our any of the portals that we're using. And if you'd still like to come down, we got about an hour left. If you'd like to come down to 1400 Evangel Drive to have a conversation on the bench, we have our next guest coming forward. And so stick with us, and we'll go right into our next conversation. Hey, how you doing, Pastor? Good to see you.
You too. Thank you for letting me come.
Yeah. So how we've been doing this is everybody that I interview, they'll introduce themselves. Just so you know, the format, this is for those folks out there, this is a 24-hour event where I've been on the bench. You're hitting me at about 22 hours, so if I say anything stupid, just slap me real quick. I'll wake right back up. A little bit grueling, but it's really to bring awareness to issues around homelessness, addiction, mental illness, and even the politics behind it sometimes, So go ahead and introduce yourself and tell us who you are.
Hello, everyone.
I'll bring that right up to you. There we go. Yeah, right there.
Hello, everyone. I'm Reverend Arthur Washington. I'm the pastor of St. Mark AME Church down in Birmingham.
Yeah.
And so reason I came, I'm in school at Memphis Theological Seminary, and I'm in evangelism. And so we had a project, and we were asked to see if we could, volunteer.
Yeah.
And then also at the same time be able to interview the the person in charge.
Sure.
And so I get a lot of stuff from the rescue mission to the house. So I was actually out at a conference, and I was like, let me see if I can call. And so that's why I'm here today. And then plus, that's always been a soft spot in my heart.
Yeah.
So because my grandmother, she worked with the Salvation Army back in Indiana, back in Gary, Indiana, and she did like 30 years.
Wow.
And so that's how I've seen, my soft heart, coming from my grandmother.
That's awesome.
And so, and so I thought this would be, a great opportunity.
Yeah.
So
ask away.
All right. So
well, let me ask you first.
Yes.
What are your thoughts on homelessness?
It's now that I'm a veteran of serving for 25 years, I look at it twofold. One could be because of past, and then some could be due to certain situation that may have occurred that caused you, to be in it. Because I'm always under the belief that a lot of us are probably a paycheck away from being in that situation.
But for the grace of God.
Yeah, but God.
Yeah.
And so I look at that. Maybe someone has fell into hard times.
Yep.
Someone has grown up in that situation. A lot of them may deal with mental illness, drug addiction. And I hear that a lot because my wife, she's a mental health counselor. And so, we kind of, talk about, those types of, issues and then seeing them.
Yeah.
And so, and what has, I think, gotten my attention over the last maybe 20 more plus years is to see how a lot of our military, have gone into that situation.
Yeah.
And so, it and it is, but I'm always reminded, and then being in school, it reminded me of, to the least of these.
Yeah.
And so we're supposed, that's still our neighbor. We're supposed to still go out and, look after our neighbors, and have some type of interaction.
So let me ask you this. So when it says to the least of these, does that mean if they stink, we don't help them?
No.
Does it mean if they're a different color, we don't help them? If they're from a different nation, does it mean we don't help them? There's no preference there. There's nothing around that says, oh, we only can help this one or this, or only the ones that want help, right? No, it says help the least of these.
The least of these,
right?
yeah. And that's how I've always been.
Yeah.
Even, from being little, I see somebody, hey, if I have something to help, I will.
Yeah.
And I always pray that, when I do go out somewhere, if I'm able to see somebody, if I have something, guess what? I do my best to try to help.
Yeah, that's awesome. Well, thank you for your heart. What questions do you have for me?
Well, question I wanted to ask. So there's 4 areas that I'm kind of looking at.
Okay.
One is what's going on, why is it going on, and what ought to be going on, and then how might we respond. And so you being here, at the Downtown Rescue Mission, what was the driving force for you to be here?
My personal story?
Yeah.
Okay. So there was a couple things that happened when I was a young, 10 to 14 years old time period. My dad was a Baptist minister up in Buffalo, New York, and there's not many Baptist churches up in New York, right? So that's a real Southern thing. So, but our church was about 2 blocks away from the mission that's in Buffalo.
Okay.
And so our church was very sports minded. So we had basketball teams, and we had volleyball teams, and softball teams, and bowling teams. And so these guys made that were from the mission program would use our church as their home base. Yeah. And so I grew up with always 10, 15 guys that were program guys from the mission. I played ball with them.
Yeah.
I'm out on the court and you're sweating with the guys. I mean, there's a brotherhood there that happens, right?
Yeah.
And I was a big kid at 14, and I saw them as my brothers, right? Because I didn't care what their background was. Yeah. And so already, it was good training for me. I saw them as God's creation that maybe just fell in hard times. I didn't care. Not that I didn't care their hard times, but I knew where they were now, and they were my friend.
Yeah.
Excuse me. Then I got my license when I was 16.
Okay.
And at that time, my dad had transitioned from being the pastor of the church to being the mission director.
Okay.
And that's a whole story unto itself. That's a real God thing.
Yeah.
Because he thought he'd be a Baptist minister his whole life. And I went down one day after I just gotten my license. I'm 16 years old. And I go down to visit my dad. And I'm going down. I'm like, yeah, it's before cell phones. So I'm going to surprise him when I get there.
Yeah.
And I get there and I'm thinking, it's 11 o'clock. He'll take me out for lunch. And, I'm a big kid. I'm all excited about him taking me out for lunch. Yeah, I get there and he takes me out to the mission lunch.
Yeah.
We go to the mess hall,
Yeah.
right? So a little disappointed. But actually that day changed my life forever because as I'm sitting there with my dad, I look up and in the staff ate in the same mess hall that the guys from our emergency shelters did. And a line of guys was coming in for their meal. And a couple guys in was this young blonde-headed guy, curly blonde-headed guy. And I use the name Joe. That's not his name, but Joe was standing in line, and I was like, Dad, I know that guy. Now, I grew up in the suburbs, 12 miles outside of Buffalo.
Yeah.
Nice neighborhood, middle class. I knew about the mission because I grew up with it, but the kids out that were hanging out with me, out playing football and stuff, they had no idea.
Yeah.
So I was a sports guy, and this guy was too. He went to my high school, and he was about 2 years ahead of me. He played soccer. I played football. And so he's about 18 years old, maybe 19, and I'm 16. And my dad's like, you don't know him. And I said, yeah, that's Joe. And I went over, and my dad said, go talk to Joe. And I said, okay. So I went and talked to him, and I said, Joe. And he remembered me, and he's like, I said, what are you doing here at the mission? You're only 18 or 19. And he said, well, it started when I was early teens. He said, I went and I started drinking with my buddies, some of the other soccer players.
Yeah.
And then it went from that to I started smoking pot.
Yeah.
And then it wasn't just on weekends. I started having to do it every day.
Yeah.
And he said, I started to get kind of bored of that, and I started getting in some other drugs, took some pills, and I started getting some hardcore stuff. And I think he told me that his drug that he finally got in was heroin. And so he's 19 years old and had been strung out already for a year or 6 months after graduation. And his family didn't know what else to do with him and said, hey, listen, you need to go to the mission. We're not going to take care of you anymore. And so I don't know what happened to Joe after I talked to him. I never saw him at the mission again.
Yeah.
But that changed my life forever because I said, if Joe could be here, a guy that grew up a couple of blocks away from me, same high school, sports kid, everybody loved him, ended up at the mission when he's a young teenager. Why couldn't that happen to me? And I was like, I want to dedicate my life to do things to help a guy like Joe.
Yep. That's good. So, and this can kind of lead into, so that was like the, I want to say, I guess like the burning passion for you to lead to where you're at now.
Yeah.
And so here, now that you're here, and
let me say this, I've worked at 3 rescue missions.
Gotcha.
So
Okay.
I started in Buffalo, New York. I
Okay.
worked with my dad for a while. Then
Okay.
I worked in Nashville rescue mission for about 3 years. And then towards when my dad was getting to, he had moved down here in 96, and the board was starting to say, hey, there might be a transition. They didn't think it might be me at first, but they said, let's hire him down here to help his dad raise money and things. And so about 4 or 5 years later, they started talking about, hey, what would a transition for him retiring look like? Maybe we hire Keith. And so that's how the process went. I took over after my dad down here after being at a couple other missions.
So now that you're here, and you've been here for how long?
I'm in my 26th year.
Wow. Okay. 26 years.
You thought it was older than that, right?
No, not at all. So when we look at the question, what's going on now? Now you have a lot of, is it just men? Is it just women? Is it children?
Yeah, we have this facility here that's just men.
Okay.
And then right behind us, this is 18-acre campus. Behind
Okay.
here, we have a brand new facility we built 7 years ago
Okay.
for women and children.
Okay.
And we are currently in a capital campaign to expand that building.
Okay.
We built it to be double the size that we thought we needed.
Okay.
And within 6 months, it was full. And so now we're doubling it again.
Okay.
And I won't be surprised if it's full after 6 months.
Okay.
But we're going to have about a capacity over there of 220, 230. And our capacity on the men's side somewhere around 400.
Okay. Passive women and children.
And currently we sleep, because we're not done with the expansion, currently we sleep about 400 a night.
Okay. And that's just, is that the men or
Men's
is that
and women.
Men and women, okay. Okay.
And it's not just emergency shelter. We also have programs as well. So we have a year-long program.
Okay.
And between the men and women, we have upwards of 100 people that are in that, 80 to 100 that are in that program ongoing. So about 40%, 30 to 40% of our population are in programs, and then the other are emergency shelter people that we're known as an open door mission, so they can come and go.
Okay.
But we'll take anybody. If you're addicted or if you're alcoholic, if you're drunk today, we'll take you in because I don't want you on the street.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
Am I talking too much for
No,
you?
no, no,
Okay.
no. You actually, that's fine. So year-long program, said about 80 to 100, and then 30 to 40% of the program are, since it's an open door mission, you deal with drug, alcohol,
Yeah.
etc. Okay, got it. Okay. So, and then you kind of answered. Portion of what I heard was that, especially you said, if there's someone who's who's an alcoholic, today, and they come by, you take them because, one, you don't want them,
Yeah.
on the street.
I'd rather them be here.
Gotcha. Okay.
And who better can take care of them than people that are trained to do it?
Yep.
Right?
Yep.
Our goal is to get them not to be drunk.
Gotcha. Okay.
And really the emphasis here is all the services and the programs we provide, it's about sharing Jesus Christ.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Yep. Services. Sharing Christ. Okay. Has there your staff? How many do you have on staff?
I have between 140 and 150 staff.
Okay.
Now, part of that is we have 6 thrift stores as well.
Okay.
So about 75 to 80 of those are from our thrift stores.
Mm-hmm.
And then the rest would be our in-campus.
Okay. Thrift. Okay. And the rest is campus. Okay. Okay. So the people that you come would probably fit that description that we talked about, the least of these, whether they're black, white, Hispanic, doesn't matter. But if they make their way here, then this is a safe haven for them.
And we're an open door mission.
Gotcha.
So, there are some missions that drug test you when you come in or take, do a breathalyzer. We don't do that.
Okay.
And the reason is I grew up in Buffalo, New York, and we have brutal winters up there.
Yeah.
And so why would I want somebody to be stuck out in the street?
Yeah.
Right? I think the same thing here. It gets 100 degrees. I don't want somebody out in the street.
Yeah.
It gets down 20, 15 degrees here. I don't want somebody out in the street.
No. Okay. Yeah. Sounds almost like no one left behind. We want to make sure we take care of everybody. Okay.
No one left behind.
Yeah. Okay. Have you ever asked yourself the question, what ought to be going on? Has there ever been like a situation where you've had to, being here, where you've had to pause and kind of regroup, restructure, maybe make the focus, of the mission, even more stronger? Maybe, some things aren't, adding up. Has there ever been any moments like that?
We do assessments to make sure that we're not enabling.
Okay.
We have 3 to 5 year plans, so
Okay.
most of those are about growth.
Okay.
But we also do an analysis to see if things are working,
Okay.
or if we're giving services that maybe somebody else is. So about 8 years ago, we used to do this is just an example.
Okay.
We used to do a community outreach that was we'd have 400 or 500 kids come here for Christmas, and we give out big bags of toys and have a magic show or whatever, and pizza, and we have a big gym here that they would have this big event in. And we found that, there was 6, 7 other groups doing it. And it cost us a lot of money. Not that money was the thing, but and it took a lot of my staff's time. And we were like, listen, we are replicating services that somebody else is doing. The Marines are giving away bikes, and somebody else is doing this, and we were finding that some of the families were double dipping.
Yeah.
Now, I'm okay with that if they're poor families anyway.
Yeah.
Don't get me wrong.
Yeah.
But for us, it was like, is that really our focus? Do we need to be doing that? So we backed off of that. We do other things for the kids too. But that was one area that we pulled back because we were like, listen, I think that we're something we're doing above and beyond that we don't need to do. So there has been some of that, but most of our focus has been how do we Huntsville is booming and growing so fast. How do we keep up with the growth? And so that's my promise to the mayor and the city councils is, our expansion is a big part of that we're adding space because we know Huntsville's growing so fast.
Not only with, are there any churches in the areas that come and support?
Yeah, financially we have quite a few churches that support, but they combined give about 3% of our budget.
Okay.
It's the people that go to the churches that give to us.
Got it. Okay.
And but the churches are. We have some really good churches that bring big volunteer groups.
Okay.
And so, we don't receive any federal or state local funding. So really about 90% of our income comes in through individuals.
Okay.
And we know most of those go to those churches.
Yeah.
Yeah. And our budget's somewhere around 11 to 12 million.
Okay. Let me ask this. As far as if you were to look at, say, socially, is it more, would you say that that you see a mixture of blacks, African American, Hispanics, whites, maybe Asians, your makeup?
Yeah, I just got we do a monthly data sheet, and last month I believe it was 40% black, 55% white, somewhere 2 or 3% Hispanic.
Okay.
And I think there was a percent or two of Asian in there.
Okay. Okay.
But that's usually Asian is very low.
Yeah.
There's some other missions I know that Hispanic's a lot higher.
Yeah.
But our mixture is mostly black-white.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Yep. Have you, with your program, those who have come through, those who have been blessed to benefit from coming here, have you seen some where they have just, good Lord just blessed them so much to where they've made that turnaround and then they've come back and helped here?
40% of the people that work here were once in our program.
Okay.
So a lot at our thrift stores. Some of them are managers and district managers now. I've got one lady that's been with us like 12 years.
Okay.
And She worked her way up from being a part-time clothes sorter all the way up to being a district manager at our stores, and she went through our program.
Good, good.
I have a couple guys who are our case managers that we paid for Christian counseling, and they were once in our program, and now they're some of our best counselors.
Oh man,
yeah,
that's awesome.
So we do have a lot.
Good.
Our whole IT division was in our program. Our whole maintenance division was in our program, and they all are. We pay them fair wages, you know. I mean, they're doing well now.
Yeah. That is awesome. It's always good to see that turnaround that you're able to, you know, make an impact.
I think though this, and I warn this. I've been around this work a long time, and I mentioned it to sometimes some of the younger CEOs that are doing missions. Just watch, because you want them to be called, but you don't want to abuse them either. And what I mean by that is, they are so in love sometimes with the mission that helped them get out of their situation that we can, as ministries, misuse that to put them in positions they shouldn't be in, you know. And I don't know how better to say that, but you don't want them to be in that kind of situation.
Yeah. So you always want to make sure that your intentions for them is always the best.
And you want to make sure that they're in the right role, right? I mean, maybe it's somebody that's a great chef and they want to be a case manager. Listen, brother, you need to go out and be a chef, you know?
Yeah.
And we love you, and come back and volunteer sometime.
Oh, yeah.
But you don't have to work here to show us your love. We know you love us.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
And I say that, and 40% of my staff are from here. Yeah.
Love doesn't have to be here. Just volunteer. Yep. Okay. Yeah. See, I think I'm on my. See my last one. So, if someone was to ask you, how might you respond to, you know, to everything? If you could put it in a, you know, just a nutshell. They come back, and then your response, you know, as a mission, you know, when everyone else has, you know, turned them away, you're that one bright spot, or as I say, you're that lifeline.
Yeah. The thing about Huntsville is there's some really smaller agencies that do some things.
Yeah.
But Downtown Rescue Mission's kind of the big game in town.
Okay.
So if we say no, it's tough, because where else are they going to go?
Yeah.
You know, in Beeham, they've got 4 or 5 rescue missions, right? A whole women's facility that's separate. You know, Brother Brian and Jimmy Hale, and you know, even if they went to Bessemer and saw the Foundry, you know, those are big organizations.
Yeah.
So they have a little bit to pick and choose from.
Yeah.
Salvation Army here does some.
Yeah.
But they've been closed. They close on and off. So we've seen the residuals of that.
Yeah.
So we are trying to always be that person, as long as they fit. And let me just state this right.
Okay.
Since we have moms and kids here, we can't take sex offenders.
Yeah.
So that's one group. Other than that, we're an open door mission.
Gotcha.
That all can come. And we want to be the person, the organization that is welcoming with open arms. You may smell like poop.
Yep.
You may have pee on you.
Yep.
And we're still going to hug on you.
Yep.
And my staff know that if that's not what they're wanting to do, that they're probably not. This is not the place to work.
Yeah.
Because you know, for somebody to be called to work here, it's tough.
Yeah.
You know, you have your heart broken.
Yeah.
You know, you don't want to become callous because you've heard every story under the book.
Yeah. Yeah.
And we still need to show the love of Jesus to each one.
Well, I think that's it. But thank you so much.
Awesome, brother.
I appreciate.
Yeah, I appreciate you.
Very. I'm sitting here like, you know, trying not to get emotional.
Yeah.
I appreciate you, brother. Yeah, it's rough, but hey, God bless you.
Love
Thank you so much.
Yeah, I appreciate you
All
preaching.
right. Thank you. Take care.
You got me through to the last hour.
All righty.
I only got 1 hour to go.
Hey, that'll work.
Yeah. Since 1975, the Downtown Rescue Mission has been a place with a heart for the homeless. As one of the largest rescue missions in our state, we care for a large percentage of the homeless population in our community. Our caring staff and volunteers have helped to change lives through the many programs we provide. Over the years, the Downtown Rescue Mission has provided millions of meals, shelter, and counseling for the disadvantaged. We have given away thousands of food boxes and clothing items to comfort the community, while helping thousands of men, women, and children learn the power of recovery through Jesus Christ to help them break that homeless cycle. As we look to the future, the mission is expanding our capacity to meet the need of our city and surrounding areas. Our campus is growing to ensure a safe environment for the homeless and the hurting in our community. With your support, we can increase our effectiveness while building hope for tomorrow for the next 50 years, because hope lives here.
They gave me a new way of life. The Downtown Rescue Mission gave me a new way of life. They rescued me from myself by coming here, because I was just going through hell.
I hope you will support the mission because it is a great place. You know, it is God sent. Without this place, a lot of people would be lost. A lot of people would be dead, you know, and it does save a lot of lives.
I absolutely hope people will support the Downtown Rescue Mission because people, they fall and they don't know where to go, and they come here and they don't even realize that this place is also a program. They just see it as a homeless shelter. I need help, I need food, I need shelter, and they come, and then we have chaplains that go, hey, do you know we have a program? So I hope people that will help support their cause, because their cause isn't just to sell gently used clothes and make money or profit. It is support and sustain.
It is a very, very wonderful place. I think everybody should come and tour it. It's amazing. The donations that we get are absolutely just heartfelt, they pour in. It's just a wonderful place to come and check out and donate, and it's a great, great place because they've done wonders here. I'm like, I don't know where I would be right now if this place were not here. So I commend the Downtown Rescue Mission because they have really, really, really changed a lot of lives, and they have definitely changed mine.
This place saves lives. It really does. It saved mine. And again, that's something I hate to say out loud, but it's the truth. You know, it saved my life. It not just saved my life, but it helped save a lot of people from grief in my family, you know, in my son's life, saved my relationships. I mean, the good that comes out of this program and everybody that leaves it, I mean, is monumental.
Let me show you something.
I can't believe he made that shot.
And did you see who was watching?
Allie, what's your address again?
Oh, you can just let me out here.
Hi, Allie.
Hey, Mom.
Hey, kiddo. Good game?
I scored a goal.
Since 1975, the Downtown Rescue Mission has been a place with a heart for the homeless. As one of the largest rescue missions in our state, we care for a large percentage of the homeless population in our community. Our caring staff and volunteers have helped to change lives through the many programs we provide. Over the years, the Downtown Rescue Mission has provided millions of meals, shelter, and counseling for the disadvantaged. We have given away thousands of food boxes and clothing items to comfort the community, while helping thousands of men, women, and children learn the power of recovery through Jesus Christ to help them break that homeless cycle. As we look to the future, the mission is expanding our capacity to meet the need of our city and surrounding areas. Our campus is growing to ensure a safe environment for the homeless and the hurting in our community. With your support, we can increase our effectiveness while building hope for tomorrow for the next 50 years, because hope lives here.
They gave me a new way of life. Downtown Rescue Mission gave me a new way of life. They rescued me from myself by coming here, because I was just going through hell.
I hope you will support the mission because it is a great place. You know, it is God sent. Without this place, a lot of people would be lost. A lot of people would be dead, you know, and it does save a lot of lives.
I absolutely hope people will support the Downtown Rescue Mission because people, they fall and they don't know where to go, and they come here and they don't even realize that this place is also a program. They just see it as a homeless shelter. I need help, I need food, I need shelter. And they come, and then we have chaplains that go, hey, do you know we have a program? So I hope people that will help support their cause, because their cause isn't just to sell gently used clothes and make money or profit. It is support and sustain.
It is a very, very wonderful place. I think everybody should come and tour it. It's amazing. The donations that we get are absolutely just heartfelt, they pour in. It's just a wonderful place to come and check out and donate, and it's a great, great place because they've done wonders here. I'm like, I don't know where I would be right now if this place were not here. So I commend the Downtown Rescue Mission because they have really, really, really changed a lot of lives, and they have definitely changed mine.
This place saves lives. It really does. It saved mine. And again, that's something I hate to say out loud, but it's the truth. You know, it saved my life. It not just saved my life, but it helped save a lot of people from grief in my family, you know, in my son's life, saved my relationships. I mean, the good that comes out of this program and everybody that leaves it, I mean, is monumental.
Let me show you something.
I can't believe he made that shot.
And did you see who was watching?
Allie, what's your address again?
Oh, you can just let me out here.
Hi, Allie.
Hey, Mom.
Hey, Cal. Good game?
I scored a goal.
Since 1975, the Downtown Rescue Mission has been a place with a heart for the homeless. As one of the largest rescue missions in our state, we care for a large percentage of the homeless population in our community. Our caring staff and volunteers have helped to change lives through the many programs we provide. Over the years, the Downtown Rescue Mission has provided millions of meals, shelter, and counseling for the disadvantaged. We have given away thousands of food boxes and clothing items to comfort the community, while helping thousands of men, women, and children learn the power of recovery through Jesus Christ to help them break that homeless cycle. As we look to the future, the mission is expanding our capacity to meet the need of our city and surrounding areas. Our campus is growing to ensure a safe environment for the homeless and the hurting in our community. With your support, we can increase our effectiveness while building hope for tomorrow for the next 50 years, because hope lives here.
They gave me a new way of life. The Downtown Rescue Mission gave me a new way of life. They rescued me from myself by coming here, because I was just going through hell.
I hope you will support the mission because it is a great place. You know, it is God sent. Without this place, a lot of people would be lost. A lot of people would be dead, you know, and it does save a lot of lives.
I absolutely hope people will support the Downtown Rescue Mission because people, they fall and they don't know where to go, and they come here and they don't even realize that this place is also a program. They just see it as a homeless shelter. I need help, I need food, I need shelter. And they come, and then we have chaplains that go, hey, do you know we have a program? So I hope people that will help support their cause, because their cause isn't just to sell gently used clothes and make money or profit on it. It is support and sustain.
It is a very, very wonderful place. I think everybody should come and tour it. It's amazing. The donations that we get are absolutely just heartfelt, they pour in. It's just a wonderful place to come and check out and donate, and it's a great, great place because they've done wonders here. I'm like, I don't know where I would be right now if this place were not here. So I commend the Downtown Rescue Mission because they have really, really, really changed a lot of lives, and they have definitely changed mine.
This place saves lives. It really does. It saved mine. And again, that's something I hate to say out loud, but it's the truth. You know, it saved my life. It not just saved my life, but it helped save a lot of people from grief in my family, you know, in my son's life, saved my relationships. I mean, the good that comes out of this program and everybody that leaves it, I mean, is monumental.
Let me show you something.
I can't believe he made that shot.
And did you see who was watching?
Got her!
Allie, what's your address again?
Oh, you can just let me out here.
Hi, Allie!
Hey, Mom.
Hey, kiddo. Good game?
I scored a goal.
Well, my brother Kimsley.
Yes, sir.
23 hours and 15 minutes. 20 minutes. 22 minutes. Maybe, oh, no.
Let's get precise.
Yeah. Were you dreading this at all?
No. I mean, obviously the sleep deprivation,
Yeah.
I wasn't super thrilled about, but I'm always excited to hear, because we're in it every day.
Yeah.
We live it, we see it, we feel it. I'm always fascinated to hear other people's perspectives.
Yeah.
And especially to see people, so many of the guests were so awesome, but to see someone like Rika McCoy, who's
Yeah.
just such a caring soul and,
Yeah.
and puts her time, effort, and resources where her mouth is. It's so refreshing to see that. Especially for days when I'm feeling a little bogged down and like, ah, man, do other people care what we do?
Yeah.
And then I get to feel so refreshed from seeing that now and get to see what God's doing in people's lives.
And Rika's testimony for the Lord.
Wow.
Shines through so hard. I mean, it's so awesome that somebody that was raised somewhat in India, you know, her family comes here and her mom's still, you know, I forget what's the religion that they were, but you know, she's still a religion from India, and Rika becomes a Christian because at the age of 28 or so, she finds the Lord. It's amazing, you know, and it shows you the power of God, right? I mean, that Jesus Christ can shine through to anybody, and it's been awesome to see the testimonies, the different perspectives on some of the ministries that, you know, and other nonprofits that do what they do. Let me ask you this, though. So January 22nd, 2025, about 2-3 days before, I'm looking at the weather forecast, and the guy says, hey, Huntsville will be the coldest it will be all year. There is a polar vortex coming down from Canada. It is coming from the Arctic. And I think I came in the next day and I said, did you see the weather forecast? And you were like, yep. And we were out here and it was 11 degrees.
Oh, yeah.
And last night, I think it might have gotten down to 55. So that's 40 degrees difference or so.
At its coldest.
It's a lot better this year.
Oh, yeah. I would not want to do it quite that way again, and even though, as we discussed, there's power in that, and I'm glad we did. I'm glad we did it once. I don't necessarily know that I'd like to go below 25 if we come out in the cold again. I'm glad that you're a New York guy, and I spent enough time in Colorado, or else I think it would have been worse.
Well, I was telling Kimsley earlier, I said the jacket that I wore for that has all these singe marks on the back of it that have these tiny little pinholes because the burn barrel we had, all the sparks kept coming up on my back, and I didn't know about it. And so I've saved that jacket just as kind of remembrance of that event, but I won't be able to wear that jacket anymore.
Yeah, my hoodie the same way. I have singe marks in it, and I washed it once and the smell still stayed. Yeah. I said, you know what, I'm going to leave it that way as kind of a shrine to that achievement. It's
Listen,
fine.
all the clothes I had on still smell like smoke from that. Yeah. Any other interviews besides Rika's that really meant something to you?
Man, I mean, every time I hear Adam Donovan talk about his story and get to watch the transformation, not just because he's a friend of mine, because I see the impact he's able to have on, in particular, the men's lives here.
Yeah.
And I think about the work and the road that he traveled. And when you see a picture of him pre the program and pre really understanding how to repurpose his life for the Lord.
Yeah.
What a work to see and a continuous transformation of he's still hungry, he's still eager. And so his story, I think, would have crippled a lot of people. Yeah. And it just shows the power of God working in someone's life. So, I mean, for me, that one always gets me.
And just to be the guy that, you know, Adam wants me to be, I know he's dating somebody now, but he is single. So if there's any girls out there that are good Christian girls, listen, I hope he's doing good with his dating scene.
Lauren, that didn't happen.
Yeah, we're trying to get him married off at one of these days. But same thing with Kimsley. We want Kimsley single too.
That is true.
Right.
I'm actually truly single, so that works.
So stand up for us real quick. No, I'm just kidding.
I'd ask you the same question though. Who do you think was really impactful for you?
You know, I thought that Tom from Saving Way had some really good points. You know, he came in and he was like at 11 o'clock at night, I think. And he was talking about some of the things they do and the struggles they have. I thought I thought the testimony from the one lady where she talked about being sex trafficked.
Onika. That's what I was going to say next. I mean, I
Just,
don't cry often.
Yeah.
But I had a couple of tears there, and just to
And
man.
you know, I was what else do you say? I was apologizing to her, and she said it's not your fault, but you feel sorry. Like, you know, nobody should have to go through that.
Oh no.
You know, but thank God she was able to come here. You know, and be able to really draw her relationship back to God again, which I love. You know. And here's the thing: I'm so tired right now. I don't remember some of them.
Yeah.
Because I'll tell you this: I prayed to the Lord that my voice would make it. It's pretty much made it. I've had a couple of times where I've had to hack up a fur ball, but other than that, and I feel okay. I've still got a 40-minute drive home, but I'm thankful for that. I'm thankful for the team that set this all up, you, and for the organization that you did. Because there's a lot of behind-the-scenes stuff that people don't know. We have a whole production team that's behind this window that's here. That they, 2 or 3 of them were with us all night, making sure that video uploads were coming and that I was on live. And we even went national a few times. And there's a lot of people to thank, and I'm so thankful for everybody that had a part of this because. It looks like there's one guy sitting on a bench, but there's so many more that that are doing their part. So I appreciate that.
Absolutely, and I think I hope to hear from the people that sat and listened and came and participated with us digitally.
Yeah.
I hope that some of you guys were touched. That's why we do this. We don't do it as a show. It's not supposed to be a fun gimmick. This is real, and this is real life for a lot of people. And there's 350 or 400 of them here right now, and we can all do something. We might not be able to do a lot. It may not be money.
Yeah.
It might just be prayer. Let's just start simple. But if you saw something that intrigued you, come see us. Come take a tour. Come really see what we do, and hopefully understand how you can be a part of it. These are all our brothers and sisters. These are all of our neighbors.
Yeah.
And I get reminded of that every time we do something like this. This is someone's son, daughter, cousin. This isn't a 55 or 60-year-old male looking a little rough in the hallway.
Yeah.
And that should mean a lot to all of us, and I get to feel more gratitude as I see how much it does just from the responses and from hearing people's hearts and hearing their curiosity. So I really appreciate the viewership that we had, and I hope for more questions. I hope for more people to come and keep asking the hard ones. Those are the ones we have to keep asking because there's solutions.
Yeah, This is an event. It's to draw attention, but that doesn't mean the conversation's got to stop. We're here. Email us or get online and send us a message. We are here to have a conversation of what to do better and, how does it look 10 years from now? And what are things that, maybe we're missing or maybe that we could do better or maybe we do great and other people want to do it too,
Sure.
And I'll say this, we mentioned a lot of other nonprofits on here and we gave them opportunities to share their website and things. Kimsley is part of my development team. Just share if anybody would like to give or how they could come volunteer. Share some of that information with them.
Yeah, absolutely. So the simplest way is just go to our website, downtownrescuemission.org. There will be a button for pickup if you have donations that are more clothing or furniture related that are a little too big to bring here yourself. Otherwise, you can always come here, 1400 Evangel Drive, and drop off your goods, food, clothing, blankets, supplies that help us, hygienic supplies. So that's kind of simple stuff on our website as far as monetary donations are concerned. You'll also see a Donate Now button, and there'll be a few options for you there. If you need anything personally, you can always reach out to us and ask for me personally, and I can help you understand what it's going towards. There's a lot that it takes to run this place, and we're happy to explain that to you. We're full transparency. So those are the two simplest options. Furthermore, if you don't feel comfortable doing those things online, you can always mail a check to us, mail cash to us. No problem. It all helps people in the same exact way.
Yeah.
Furthermore, with capital campaign season going, as we're doing improvements, please, again, come take a look, come call and ask questions. We'd love to answer the phone and explain that to you further because there is a lot of detail to it, and we want you to know what your money is going towards.
Yeah.
And so I can't stress that enough. It is all used. It is all valuable. It doesn't matter how small you think it is.
Yeah.
It's valuable to us, and it's valuable to someone here who wouldn't have hope. We cannot do what we do without you, period. And God has been so good to us, and he shows that to us every day. And what a blessing. And we'd love for you to continue to be a part of it. And thank you so much for what you've already done.
Yeah. I think it's $2.24 is a meal.
That's correct.
Yeah, so if you want to just buy one meal for one person here, you can do that for $2.24. And man, you know, when you think about how much you spend going to a restaurant these days,
yeah,
and we're able to do it for $2.24, that's a pretty good deal. And we served 450,000 meals last year. It's a lot. One of the things I noticed is I love our beautiful campus, but below where Kimsley and our feet are, there's these patches that we've worn from our feet, rubbing on the grass the whole time. So my maintenance crew is probably going to be frustrated with me because there's going to be these patches on their beautiful lawn that they have here. And sorry, guys, you know.
It's better than the crispy, charred circles we left in January,
that's right.
you know. I think that one took a little while.
I think we actually went through the whole barrel even.
We did.
The barrel wasn't doing too good.
Yeah, the barrel was sacrificed in the process.
Yeah. So anything else that you thought about that was memorable from this event this year?
Internally, it's two-sided for me. Internally, I do, as you said earlier, I think about the team and what it took. Obviously, I was able to take lead and get things together, but there's no way I can do that without Eli and these guys being willing to take time out of their standard jobs, their lives.
Yeah.
What a blessing to have those guys here. And great people. Their heart's in such a good place. Amber, you know, my direct superior, fantastic job coming alongside and being that supportive structure. So internally, very proud of the team and always grateful for them. Externally, love the fact that so many other not-for-profits came and really, really were curious and vulnerable about asking questions about, hey, you guys have been around for 50 years. You have some knowledge that we don't have. We're trying to do this. The Woman in Decatur, again, I'm a little sleep deprived, so I'm forgetting names for the sleep center, and Calvary Church to come and say, hey guys, we have a need out there. Some of these people won't leave Decatur. So I love seeing people being open and curious, and for us to be able to have had the blessing to already create some standard operating procedures and protocols that hopefully they can take there. There's needs all over North Alabama. We're gonna see an explosion. We already have, but in the next 5 to 7 years, the exponential growth. It's so important for the surrounding not-for-profits and us to continue to have good communication. Karen Peterson to get to hear a little bit more from inside Wellstone, because it is so crucial to what we're dealing with here. It's such a need. So to get to hear her come and share some more information there and continue to develop our relationship, because no matter what, we're gonna need to continue to be symbiotic to make the change that is truly effective and sustainable in our community. So I love those things, and I appreciate everybody for coming out and being willing to come and sit. I mean, sometimes that's 90 minutes out here late at night or super early in the morning. That's a lot to ask for people, so that's so cool. I'm inspired by that.
Yeah. So how quickly when you get home are you going to fall asleep?
Very fast.
Yeah.
I actually do have a schedule in place. I'm going to go get a Philly cheesesteak.
That'll put you to sleep
yeah,
right there.
Just to help.
Where are you getting it from?
I'm blanking the name. It's Calver's.
Oh, Culver's.
Culver's, yeah. So
I didn't know they had Philly cheesesteak.
Oh, yeah.
Huh. Is it good?
No, this is the other place. It's not Culver's. Culver's is the custard place. It's on Governor's. It's what they do is Philly cheesesteaks.
Oh, okay.
Northeast style.
Huh.
More from your neck of the woods. That classic hoagie.
I got to figure that out and find out where you're going.
I'll text it to you afterwards when my brain works.
Yeah. I'm going to head home, and I'm still catching up from my trip from Buffalo too. So hopefully I'll be able to have some downtime tomorrow. I know my lawn needs to be mowed, but maybe not.
I am really so impressed with you. The fact that you just did 12 and a half hours and had to try and recover from that while maintaining a standard workflow and then still come and do that. Really, hats off. I don't say that because you're my boss. I say that because I'm impressed man to man. That's a tough one.
I have to be honest. When that sun came up today and started warming my back when I'm facing this way, and there was a couple times I was like, Lord, keep my eyes open. Please keep my eyes. But once I got my rhythm back in, it felt pretty good. And I'll just say this. I love the mission staff. It's been mentioned a few times. We have 140 to 150 staff members, and they really do a yeoman's job of making sure this place is running and that people are having their needs met and ministering to people, and even our thrift stores, the work that's done there and the money that's raised through that to help support the mission. We couldn't do it without all those folks, and without all the people that pray for us and donate to us, and those who volunteer. And it takes a community to have a place like this. And if you don't have a community, this will fail pretty quick.
Yep.
So we're waiting for about 5 minutes for the prayer time. Are the people local going to see that too, or is it going to be a cutoff?
No, we're going to be able to pull it into the
Okay,
stream. So
okay.
yeah, here in about 5 minutes, we'll be having all 70 missions, which again, shout out to everybody around the country for seeing what a group of us did in January and being willing to do something that's physically taxing and can be very emotional at times. So shout out to the rest of the 70 plus, but it'll be great to kind of be able to close this out and give glory where it's due. At the end of the day, what are we but vassals?
What do you think we can do better next year? Are we talking about next year already?
Dangerously, maybe. We don't know when it's going to be yet, do we? Have we
I don't
proposed
know yet,
things?
No.
Okay.
The only issue I had is my kids' fall break, but listen, this is a very important subject, so we got to do what we got to do.
Yeah. Right now, I don't have a ton of critiques. I wish I did, but it's probably just because we're too close to it. I'm sure when I step away for a moment, that I'll be able to see, we could have maybe adjusted this a little bit. We can add a touch here to...
where can they go to watch if they missed any of the segments?
So we are going to be bringing these up in different segments, and they will be available, some of them on a separate page and link from our website. And we'll be giving you directions on social media as well. So there will be kind of key clips that you can catch there. And we will have a page dedicated to this with some links embedded to different sections. And probably down the road, we will also have it segment by segment, guest by guest, as best as possible. And so if you keep an eye on our socials, keep an eye on our website, there will be directions to go back and catch things that you missed or things that really touched you. And we want to make sure that you have access to that.
Our folks out there probably can't hear it, but we have real loud Motown playing behind us right now, which I like the music, but was a bit distracting.
I'm a fan.
I think that this was. I think last year was fun in the fact that it was the first time, but we cleaned some things up, and I thought this year went really well. I think that, if we keep on this pace and do it again like this next year, it's going to get even easier. I think more and more people are going to want to come and be a part of the conversation when they see the product that's put out, but also the subject that's being brought up. And I want to say this too. You were asking about people. I love talking to your dad. A lot of biblical wisdom. My dad, who's a pastor, there's times that we'll take a trip and we'll drive for 6-7 hours somewhere, and most of the time is me asking him doctrinal questions, and I love that kind of back and forth where you can hear what maybe what we think compared to what really is, And,
Sure.
I loved that conversation too, and I appreciated him coming in. What was it, 6 o'clock in the morning?
Yeah, he was supposed to be here at 5:30.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Not calling him out, but I appreciate him very much, and what an honor and a pleasure, and someone who's really, he's been in service for, more than half a century, and it shows. And what I always appreciate as well is that he's willing to bring up the function, and say, hey guys, I understand that we're here to talk about things in a spiritual nature, but also we have to talk about these things functionally.
Yeah.
We have to talk about the realities of, if you want to create change, you need finances, you need resources, and you need to cultivate those things. And so I always appreciate that, as much as he will live that spiritual, ethereal existence, that he will bring it back to. But by the way, let's put our boots on and do some walking.
Yeah.
Here's how. We need to help each other. We can only do so much good if we do not have the resources to do so. And always appreciate that. I forgot a little bit of it until he spoke on it this morning. So.
Yeah. Do the production guys need to bring the computer out so we can see the prayer?
They absolutely can, but it's actually just gonna cast off.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so we're not gonna be split screen. It's just gonna cast.
Okay. So we won't see them and what they're doing for prayer time?
We'll see them.
Oh.
But yeah, he can bring it out. But we're not gonna actually be in the picture there. We're just gonna be observing.
Yeah, we're just there to pray with them.
Eli, you can bring that out if you want to. Sure.
Well, let's close our part out with prayer.
Let's do it.
And dear Lord, we just thank you so much for this day, and we thank you for the last 24 hours of having a conversation on a bench. And Lord, that hopefully we brought glory and honor to you and your kingdom through it. And Lord, that it's not just a conversation, but that action and put feet to the ground of what's happening here with homeless in Huntsville and around the country. Lord, I do thank you for my team that's here that helped produce it and helped organize it and put the speakers together. And Lord, just bless them in a great way. Give them rest this weekend as they catch up from doing this grueling 24 hours. But Lord, at the end of the day, we do this so that we can also have a conversation about those who are in need and who are homeless and who are addicted and who are mentally ill. That, Lord, we can do a better job of serving them for you. And Lord, we just ask that you bless this time that we had together, and Lord, all that heard it. And Lord, we just thank you so much for sending your Son to die on the cross for our sins. We ask this in his name. Jesus, amen.
Amen.
What is that noise?
The golf cart.
Oh.
Awesome. So it'll switch over now. We can go inside if you'd like.
Okay.
Because it'll actually pull the.
That's what, yeah, because they're not out here. That's what he was saying.
Pardon?
Awesome, brother. Appreciate you.
You're a trooper.
I'm
Recording
not,
in
I'm not,
progress.
like on the staff or anything of that sort. I really believe in these men and women and the leadership that they're providing. I'm guessing you do as well, or else you wouldn't have been watching this conversation all across the. In fact, if you don't mind, kind of we're getting near the end. There's still time for you to like and share, because when you like and share, it actually draws other people's attention to this. And I'd love for them to hear, and I hope you'd love for them to hear the good work of the City Gate Network. Just take a moment and like and share. It's one way that you can actually participate. But again, back to this theme. So if you're sent on mission by Jesus into the world, then that mission we've already seen is serving the hurting. We call that gospel demonstration. It's saving the lost. We call that gospel proclamation. So that's part of your responsibility as a Christian, right? So you're looking for opportunities for gospel demonstration, doing good in the name of Jesus. They might see our good works and give glory to our Father who's in heaven. We can do that in, through, and beyond our church. We can do that through partnering with City Gate Network Missions. We can also do that through giving. I mean, generosity is a beautiful picture of that as well. So Jesus came, right? We're joining him on mission. But I want you to hear, if there's one thing I want you to take away in my just concluding remarks, and we'll hear again from Tom in just a moment, but I want you to hear that Jesus has sent his people on mission. And there are a few places that are as clearly articulated in the pages of Scripture as things that like City Gate Network Missions do, right? And there are others, but this is a beautiful picture. So, but again, and the thing that brings me confidence is City Gate Network for decades upon decades upon decades have one mission with two big expressions to that mission: gospel proclamation and gospel demonstration. Gospel demonstration and gospel proclamation. And those shouldn't be separate things. Those are together under one mission. So my exhortation to you is simple. First, thank you to our CEOs and those conversations on the bench. Thank you to the leadership of the City Gate Network, the leadership of all these missions as well. Thank you for showing and sharing the love of Jesus, right? If it's gospel proclamation and demonstration, it's showing and sharing the love of Jesus. Well, what a joy it is to partner and just to share. Thank you to the City Gate Network, and thank you for those of you who've been listening. Again, like and share so we get the word out, and may the name and fame of Jesus be more widely known because of your ongoing work at the City Gate Network. We appreciate you.
Period of time, who would imagine what this experience was going to be? How many conversations there were going to be on a bench? And I think what impressed me too was the number of conversations between CEOs, and how cool it was to be able to see each of you talking with each other. 93 at least different conversations, CEO to CEO, mission to mission, ministry to ministry. Thank you so much for your willingness to kind of take a flyer on something that we didn't know exactly what was going to be the result. But as we stand at the end of this 24-hour period of time, we really know that it's had an impact. Hearing from you, a significant impact as you've been able to raise awareness with regard to homelessness and addiction recovery and mental health, as you've been able to share and show the love of Christ in very tangible ways and how significant that is. As we bring to conclusion this time, I just want to say thank you. Thank you especially to Matt and behind me, the Fresno Mission team, for being incredible hosts for us during this event. We could not have done it without their leadership, without their support, and without their help. So thank you so very much, Matt and Fresno Mission team. Want to say thanks too to the City Gate Network team, and who many of you slogged through all 24 hours providing Zoom rooms and making sure that we had videos and conversations as we needed them on the national feed, and being able to help in navigating with Louder and providing you the resources that you needed to have an effective conversation on the bench experience. To you CEOs, we just love and appreciate you. Thanks for being willing to do something that many of you didn't know what you were saying yes to. Probably your development people did, but you didn't. And thanks so much for sitting on those benches, having those conversations, and sharing your heart getting a glimpse at really your leadership that was humble and caring and willing to really put into put into action what it is that you do as a leader at your mission. And then tech crew and leaders, thank you. We know that this is tech intensive and incredibly challenging. And thank you for all the work in the months leading up to this, for all of the anxiety that you bore in the midst of it, and how significant it was to be able to stand here now at the end of our time and really give glory to God for an incredible event. We also want to say thanks to the mission staff and so many of you that helped do everything from put up tents to place benches to make sure that coffee was filled up to just enjoying the time of being part of the team. And we're grateful for all of those mission staffs. And then we want to say thanks to our guests, many of whom really are not faith-based in what they do or why they do it. But you had the opportunity on a bench to be able to share your heart of why you're engaged, and many of you partner with a Citygate Network ministry, a local mission that is committed to help bring hope and healing to the people in your city or in your town or in your community. As we close out, I just want to share from 1 John chapter 3. And we read these words. It says, this is how we've come to understand and experience love. Christ sacrificed his life for us. This is why we ought to live sacrificially for others and not just be out for ourselves. If you see some brother or sister in need and have the means to do something about it, but turn a cold shoulder and do nothing, what happens to God's love? It disappears. And you made it disappear. My dear children, let's not talk about love. Let's practice real love. As we move from conversations, we really move to action. And I love being a movement of God that not only talks about loving people, but we show it and we share it and we do it through our actions. And thanks for your courage in being willing to do that. And as we close together, thanks for this 24-hour period. I think that brought awareness, not just to Citygate Network, and not even to your mission and the significant things you're doing, but truly to the name of Jesus Christ and how we're committed together to show Christ's love through our faith. Let's pray, shall we? God, we thank you for your goodness and for your grace. We thank you that we can gather across the country as people of faith, as leaders in ministry, as those that are part of movement that do reach out to the hurting and to those who need to know of your love in a tangible way. We pray for those that are part of our programs that are working through addiction recovery. God, we know that healing can come through the name of Jesus Christ and the power of the gospel. That we join together as a movement of faith-filled leaders who are committed to really bring to an end the suffering that we see in the people that we serve. And so thank you for this opportunity to be able to declare our faith in you, our love for others, and our desire to bring honor and glory to God in all we do. And so bless the conversations that were had, the seeds that were sown. We pray that they would come to fruition. We pray that there would be next steps that would be honoring to you, and that they would really bring community, that we are able to link arms in being able to love and serve in Jesus' name. Thank you for your protection. Thank you for your provision. And thank you that we can be people of purpose who want to bring honor and glory to you. These things we pray in Jesus' name. Amen. It's great to be able to have the end of this. I'm now going to kick it to our local sites for a final word from our CEOs there.